Well, good Friday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, and we are celebrating the Open Championship by being out here live at East River 9. It is just a beautiful facility. I'm sitting towards the televisions, okay? They got TVs all over here, but Lance has got the view of downtown, which is, I think our best view of downtown, if you want to know the truth. It is just gorgeous. And the course is going to be open up soon. It's light out. You can come on out here, play. It takes an hour and a half maybe to play the 9 holes. It's a great way to entertain. Great if you've got a corporate membership. Just awesome. So come on out to East River 9. Watch the Open Championship. Eat, drink. Let's go. This is a great day. We were watching it till 3 yesterday afternoon. It's 9 o'clock there. And they're still out there playing. It's just the perfect. You can watch.
Stays light that long?
Yeah, it was there. It was still light at 3 o'clock our time yesterday, and we're watching the Open Championship. Just great, good, clean fun for the whole family. Dal, how much? What did you think? Your impressions from yesterday's round?
There was golf on yesterday.
Yeah, there was golf on. It's the Open Championship. Thank you.
If you can't even decide on the name of your tournament, I'm not going to pay it.
They do change it every year.
Yeah. So hey, I'm a millennial at the upper range of millennials. You need to
millennials, what you're called.
Oh, sure. You can use that elder. Just let me know what the name is, and maybe I'll lock in. Until you do, branding is important. Open Championship, the British Open. When I was a kid, it was a British Open.
Yeah, it was.
So let me know, and then I'll maybe lock in.
When I was a kid, Mama called it the British Championship, the British Open.
Yeah.
Mama called it the British
Open. She never called it anything, but to your point.
She probably loved it. She was up early, probably at 3 a.m. watching.
Nah.
Back then they didn't do this though. Back then they did not televise it at 3 a.m. That's for sure. So we got the Open Championship going on. We got the rotation set for the Seattle series. And it's interesting. We were talking about, Hunter Brown not getting any time off. Well, Hunter Brown is given time off.
Now.
Right, because he pitched on Sunday, and they're giving him a few extra days. Brandon Walter starts game 1 against Luis Castillo. Not the best matchup, I would think, for the Astros, but let's go. Lance McCullers Jr. against Evans and Framber will pitch game 3 of this series. So Hunter is getting some extra rest. If they would have pitched him in this series, it would have been just like, well, he's just going with his regular time, and that's not the case. He is getting some extra rest. Not sure how much he threw during the All-Star break. That's up to them to make sure that he's ready for the second half. It sure would be nice to get Hunter back on track as Hunter Brown, as opposed to what we've been seeing.
It's not even nice. It's mandatory.
Mm-hmm.
You won't do squat. May not make the playoffs if Hunter Brown doesn't return to Hunter Brown form. It's 2 games. I don't want to freak out, but it's 2 games where he was very out of form. I mean, giving up runs early in the game and hit harder than he usually is. You wonder if he's tipping or whatever the case may be. So, he's got to. You really don't have a choice. Eric Getty's not coming back anytime soon. I don't think you can't count on Christian Javier. I mean, he's made 1 start and wasn't good, so it's going to take him a while anyway. Luis Garcia, if he plays again, I'll be happy. We'll just see. So you just can't depend on those young guys who you have there who have, done everything they can to hang on. Hunter's got to get it back. He's got to get it back. If there's anything wrong, anything physically that's troubling him, he's got to go to I'm not saying there is, but if that's the reason that he struggled at all, if there's anything physical, go get it looked at and taken care of and rest or whatever you have to do. But don't keep going if you're beat up, because there's just there is no cavalry at this stage at the pitching. We talked about it before. You can't trust Lance McCullers on a regular basis, especially at home. Hunter's got to get right.
Yeah. And we'll see. They have not announced what the it looks like they're going back to a 5-man rotation. So it looks like these 3 will pitch again as they finish up this road trip and then head back home. But they haven't announced the 2 starters after these 3. So you got Brandon Walter, Lance McCullers Jr., who is like 10 times better on the road than he is at home. So get Lance McCullers as many starts on the road as possible, as opposed to as opposed to pitching at home because he has been just terrible at home. So allegedly he will pitch in the Thursday pitch Saturday and then Thursday at home against the Athletics. Maybe against the Athletics he can be all right. I don't think so though. Not the way he's throwing at home. If he pitches, maybe they should have started Lance in the first game and then pitched him in the last game against Arizona on the road. So he gets 2 starts on the road as opposed to 1 at home against the A's. Yeah, he could have done that. Brandon Walters got 2 starts on the road in this series. So we got that. Some other headlines from yesterday. TJ Watt, 41 plus a year.
That's huge. I mean, he's making more than a lot of that's quarterback money now.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
He's making more than the average quarterback makes.
Yeah, although those numbers are going to spike here. You just need probably one more deal to send it over the top.
Well,
yeah, he is
the
lower
median.
end.
Let's not say the average. The median,
not the average. Yeah, the median.
The median quarterback.
The median price because we're starting to really travel north of 40 million with quarterback.
Yeah. So TJ Watt, it finally comes to terms. He'll be with the Steelers for a while. Dame Lillard signing with the Trailblazers is interesting.
Yeah, that just shows me that to me that means he knows he's at the end of his career and wants to go back home.
Yeah,
I mean he's the thought was that Dame went ring chasing with Milwaukee. I understood it. That was fine. He's got an Achilles now. He won't even play next year. I think Dame just wants to be home. Just go somewhere he's comfortable. He's been there. I don't know if he has a family. I can't say his family is. Knows the place. I don't even know if he's married or has kids or any of that stuff. But he played there his entire career. So that's what he knows is home, and he's just going back home. And that's good for him. I expect he's going to sit out this year, collect a paycheck of some sort for not having to do anything, which will be cool for him.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I could tear my Achilles and just keep getting a paycheck from NFL and here. Well, I don't really want to tear my
Why
Achilles,
not?
actually.
For $42 million a year?
That's not the equivalent. You'd have to break your hands and be unable to type, or go blind so you can't view film, and they will still pay you. It's not your
blind.
Achilles.
For $42 million, you would go blind.
No, not going blind for $42 million. What can I do with my money when I'm blind?
Let's say you're blind for a year.
Lance, trust me, this is beautiful. I can't see it.
Dame's Achilles won't be torn his entire life. You're blind for a year.
Oh,
and they keep paying you.
Now all of a sudden,
I don't want 1 year blind.
Now all of a sudden you change your attitude. When you were a kid, you tried to go blind all the time.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
What else did he also attempt? Harry Palms. What else did he?
Yeah.
do?
What's here? Here comes.
Yeah.
We don't know what you're saying, John.
Yeah.
So tricky.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. Now all of a sudden, no, I don't want to go blind.
I don't
whatever.
have any
You
interest
can't
in
watch
blind.
film for a year because you're blind for a year. But your vision will come back, just like Dame's Achilles.
Not interested in blind. Here's the other thing. Dame's career is basically over.
For $42 million, I might go blind for a year.
Yeah, just for a year.
A year.
Okay, what if you couldn't drink Coors Light for a year?
I don't know.
Fine, not a year, 9 months.
How about cart path only every round?
Both. No drinking, no poker, no cart path.
For $42 million over the course.
You can't play poker with a blind.
You can't play poker blind.
No.
Unless somebody's whispering.
You can't play golf. You literally lose poker and golf.
Yeah.
You can't drink beer.
I'd do it for 1 year. For
you can't
42.
drink beer, golf. You could end up drinking out of a spit can.
For 42, I'd do it. Sorry, Coors Light sales will plummet.
I wish somebody would give him $42 million and make him blind.
Yeah, 1 year. I just got to wear my blinders for all the time.
No, what if they told you it's
no vision, no blinders?
Blinders.
No, you're just without your
eyes.
What
if they told you blindness between 1 and 4 years?
No,
for
1 year.
$42 million?
No, Dame is only 1 year. What, I got to go 4?
Yeah, but he may not be able to jump high after this.
He's a shooter anyway.
So what? I don't have.
Yeah, how about that? He's gone from athlete to just shooter.
Yeah.
He's been distant shooter.
He's going back to where his number's retired. They're going to build a statue of him there.
Yeah, this is just a going.
It's just that's all.
It's not to me. It's not any. It's not anything. I saw the aggregation site, the Yardbarker thing. Dame chooses surprise. Dame Lillard's not a thing anymore. We got to stop acting like these hella old guys who are also injured going somewhere matters. They don't matter.
Like
old players in basketball don't matter anymore.
So Kevin Durant doesn't matter?
Yeah.
Well, he's being added to a young core.
Coming home.
He's being added to a young core.
Core that got older with DFS, and of course Fred's still here.
They did, but they didn't get Clippers older.
No, but like 4 guys in the rotation are 30+ years old now.
Rotation, yeah. No, I brought that up, but the
That's
difference
fine.
is you also balance that out with 22-year-olds and 23-year-olds.
You also balance that out with one of the great scorers in
Yeah.
the game. Yeah, I don't give a rat's ass about they're a little bit older. They take out a scorer now when they need it at the end of games.
Yeah, but these other guys don't matter. I'm telling you. It depends. If you're an old guy joining old guys, it doesn't matter in the NBA. It's just a lot of blah, 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 talk.
Oh, yeah. Watch the Clippers. Watch the clip show.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Bradley Beal's going. Oh, I wonder what they're going to do now with Brooke Lopez, who's 37, Bradley Beal, 34-year-old, 35-year-old Kyrie, 36-year-old James Harden.
Well, Kyrie's
they're
not
going to
there.
be
Kawhi.
I mean, Kawhi. Same thing with Dallas. You know, Rich Paul was in town.
LeBron's going there
at Trillburger or Dallas.
Yeah.
Well, that's the rumor, but he really has a better chance in Dallas than in LA.
Yes.
I don't think LeBron cares about winning as much as people think he does anymore. I don't think he's going to Dallas because I think he just wants to live in LA. I think that guy.
I think that's ultimately going to.
Yeah, I don't think he's going.
Is he coming out with another cartoon?
He is a producer, movie
Spring Hill. No, the Spring Hill thing is a big deal. Like
Except everybody's leaving. Everybody's leaving LA to make movies in.
It doesn't matter. He's not a grip. He doesn't have to move. That's where the production. A lot of the production
guess what?
companies,
More expensive for a producer in LA.
Spring Hill is doing fine. Spring Hill produces a lot of digital stuff. Yeah, a lot of those companies are. Yeah, that's where he lives. That's where he likes to live. I mean, he has enough money where he can still enjoy the weather.
I don't think
enjoy
so.
Nice stuff.
I don't think so. Nobody has enough money in LA. Trust me.
I don't know. 52.
Trust me.
52 million for a year.
He's coming up on 800 million.
You know what?
He's the dude.
He makes a lot, but he spends a lot.
Look, yes, as the sort of common man as you are, yes, LA is expensive.
John stayed up late. I can tell.
Yeah, but
I was at Goo Goo Dolls last night.
LeBron,
no question,
I think he's fine.
I'm like, this is late night drinking, John. I can already tell.
Goo Goo Dolls last night. It was excellent. Smart Financial.
I had something I had to go. I got the text from Shu. That would have been fun.
Yeah, it was great. It was great. Great show. Man, did they put on a show. So that was a lot of fun. Your boy Chuck Yates was there with Phelan.
But only 3 hours, right?
Yeah, we only had to put up with it for 3 hours.
Yeah, we're not his friends. His friends got to deal
I saw
with
his Uber drop him off whenever we were here, and I'm like, I feel bad for that Uber guy.
Which Uber guy here?
Yeah.
Yeah. What it was
had to be an Uber guy.
Had to be the slowest driver I've ever. Oh my God! Can you pick it up, woman?
Oh,
drive, will you? Drive me smooth.
Well, she was.
She was driving smooth. That's
way too smooth. Can you drive a little rougher? That's what I was looking for. Lloyd Howell resigns as executive director of the NFLPA. The scandal was a little bit more than he could handle. But then they gave him a vote of confidence, and then he said, "Oh, I got to get out of here."
His leadership was a distraction. He pointed out he would never want to be a distraction, so he decided to step down.
I'm so against that. I don't care if I'm a distraction. I'm
sure they told him he had to go.
He's got ownership of an NFL. Like there's some real conflict of interest stuff here brewing, and everyone knew he was going to go anyway. Just going a little sooner than later. That's all.
And then a couple of player deals. Rashee Rice sentenced to 30 days of jail and 5 years suspended sentence.
And he's going to face an NFL a pretty strong NFL suspension. I think more than that. My guess is I have to see you got the Deshaun. We know that Deshaun is 11, right? That's been out there. And then you had Justin Tucker got an 11-game suspension, even though he's not with an NFL team. So that's already been settled. 11-game suspension. Yeah. Well, I mean,
those are both similar offenses.
But there was a loss of life for Rashee Rice's.
Yeah.
So, and leaving the scene. I mean,
we used to let that slide, Leonard Little.
Yeah, not so much anymore. I think that when people die and you leave the scene, I would argue that he deserves a year suspension compared to the other guys. I'm not saying what the other guys did was any less. I'm not trying to argue. I would argue that you can't say that falls below when somebody died because of your recklessness.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there was loss of life there.
Yep.
So Rashee Rice to me should have at least 11, if not a full year.
Yeah.
But we'll see. We'll see what the NFL does. Four seems like not enough to me. honestly, based on what happened. And he didn't take responsibility. Like, he literally left the scene.
I don't know if I'm the
Hold
family.
on. Let's clean it up. I'm looking at it. No one died.
Oh, she didn't die?
No, people were injured, and he did leave the scene, but no one died.
Well,
No one died in the Rasheed
that
Rice
you know
cars.
of
No,
up to this point.
No, by reporting. So before
Is it posted from 23? Is that an old post?
Well, it's part of the story from yesterday, rehashing what happened.
Have they done enough research on that to know for
I
sure?
feel like they would figure out if someone had died. Maybe. I can't.
Did anyone die and receive rash
I don't think
crash?
no one died.
Okay. It appears as though, and we got to do some more research on this, obviously, but up to this point, no one has died. So maybe it is 4 games.
Yeah, okay. Well,
I was getting him mixed up with Ruggs, I guess.
Yeah, I think you were. No, yes, it was an accident. He was involved. He left the scene, but thankfully,
it was racing.
Yes, and I can see one of the women who was involved talks about it. She survived. Yeah, no one died, but it was a bad accident, and they didn't really have any regard for the people around them.
And
at any point, actually,
yeah,
that was one of the things that really bothered people
right after
about
it.
Rice.
Yeah,
it's just 130 miles an hour.
Yeah,
I mean, goodness, did you learn nothing from Henry Ruggs? Nothing.
I know, that's crazy. And then you saw Shador Sanders going 102 or
got
whatever.
popped twice.
Yeah,
and then
everybody from
Georgia.
Emma
Watson too, 38 and a 30, and they got rid of her license.
Wait, no, well, she must have had other stuff.
Yeah, she had.
38 and a 30,
and they said speeding. 38 and a 30.
She must have had a lot of stuff.
Yeah, like
was she John's Uber driver?
Wow.
I don't know.
I'd be pulled over every
Sky
2 miles.
Sky News broke it all down, and so she had all these points. I was like, this isn't a story that Hermione Granger lost her license. What
she lost it here?
No, she lost it in the UK.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like 38 and a 30.
Well,
you pull over Hermione Granger,
UK,
38 and a 30.
The UK's rougher today
than
it used to be.
You say the wrong thing and you go to jail.
You go to prison.
But
for
38 and a 30.
You don't do that to a legend. You don't do that.
No, not to Hermione.
We wouldn't do that to Natalie Portman if she went 38 and a 30. The cop's not all right. Come with me.
Not to Hermione.
Yeah, not
she put England on
Granger.
the map.
Yeah, what are we doing?
No one even knew about England until Harry Potter came around.
Yeah, that's true. It is true.
That's true. Very true.
All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here live from East River 9, love the place.
Isn't that the U.S.'s X? Isn't that their X? Yeah, I think they went out with England.
Yeah, back in the day.
Couple centuries.
Come on out and watch the Open Championship with us this morning here. Niall is already here, glued in, all right, to the Open Championship. Just doesn't get any better. So here we go.
By the way, sorry I put involuntary manslaughter on you, Rasheed.
You want to
Rice.
apologize?
Yeah, I did. I did just haphazardly throw involuntary manslaughter on him. Here's your manslaughter charges. What?
Listen, if you involuntarily throw some stuff in your toilet, okay, Billy Brown is
or
here.
voluntarily, like my kids did with their wipes. Like, why are y'all? Or there was paper towels. Like, what are y'all doing? And no, it was Clorox wipes. And Snacks was the culprit. He just cleaned around my wife said, y'all need to clean up the bathroom. Just took all these Clorox wipes, wiped down stuff, and chunked it instead of the trash right next to it. Toilet.
That's why you should have never had kids. Okay, that's on you.
One of the many reasons.
That's just on you, and you can't blame anybody for that. Okay, except your own.
They got no home training.
Yeah. Your own lack of discipline. Okay, that's the only thing. Okay,
I did screw that up.
All right, your pullout game got to.
Wow. Oh, yeah. This is late night drinking. What are we doing?
I told you.
Time to talk about Billy.
20 minutes in.
Time to talk about Billy Brown. Okay, and Billy Brown. Okay, he even makes the towels go down. Well, no, he pulled them out, didn't he?
No, he pulls the towels
They had to
out.
pull the towels out of the toilet. If you got kids, you're probably going to need Billy Brown.
Yeah.
So 281-488-6238. That's probably the most important phone number you'll have in your phone. Put it on speed. Put it in your favorites. Aqueduct Plumbing Company, because if you've got kids, you're going to need a plumber. I never needed, and we had and then all of a sudden I needed Billy like 3 times in 2 months. It was like incredible, but that's the deal. You never know when your plumbing's going to go bad. You didn't know Snacks was going to be, throwing towels down the toilet.
I had no idea. And in fact, they had to come out more than once because at first they thought they got it taken care of, but it was so far out there they had to eventually pull They had to pull. Yeah, it's just the whole thing. If you have kids, you're going to need a plumber. If you don't have kids, you're going to need a plumber. You need to have a plumber. You need to have somebody's phone number stored in your phone. It's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Give them the phone number, John.
281-488-6238.
It's John and Lance,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776 is the number.
Chauncey Gardner's back in the news.
This
guy hasn't played a game, and he's got freaking things to say about everything. Oh, my God.
Well, he's got a Super Bowl ring.
It was his issue with for some reason, they just thought he was a problem. And he just said, for some reason, I'm just
fighting with a teammate in practice, and they think I'm a problem.
And I was just being competitive. Like, okay. Well, this time, he recently appeared on another podcast. He's doing a lot of podcasts. I can guarantee you, D'Amico's already annoyed. I have no doubt about that. He appeared on another podcast to clear the air on everything from his departure from Philadelphia. But there was also one thing. So it's the same podcast. It's one more thing he needed to clarify: the lingering tension between him and Taylor Swift fans. Quote, of course, he started something with Taylor Swift fans too. Crazy, because a couple fans said they've been following me since I was at Florida. the Florida alum said on the Pivot podcast. It was like, we don't like what you did, but I'm a fan of you. And they take a picture and go about our days. It's nothing malicious. I ran into a lot of them in Target, just going to get some toiletry stuff. Who would know Chauncey Gardner-Johnson? Who would be in a Target and think, is that
Unless he was wearing his jersey.
Chauncey Gardner-Johnson? Would you know him if you just
No.
saw him at a
No.
If you saw him at a restaurant or any? I wouldn't know who he is.
Eagles fans might.
Eagles fans might.
Yeah.
But yeah, he got into it, saying Travis Kelce should have stayed with his ex-girlfriend Kayla Nicole instead of dating Swift if he wanted a championship. He shared a picture from the game with the caption, "Should have stayed with that thick." I think he just said sister. Why did they blank that? Why did they blank
I think he
that
said
out?
thick ship.
Yeah, but it's 4 dots after. So
Well,
I don't know. Additionally, he posted a few tweets saying Swifty's going to be crying to Jason about this. And honestly, respect her for not wearing Chiefs gear. I don't know who that was. I don't know who that was. But regardless, I'm going to go ahead and predict it. This will not be a quiet 1-year tenure for him with the Texans.
It won't be a quiet, but it will be a 1 year.
It will be a 1 year.
He wherever he goes, he seems to outlast his welcome.
Now the Texans are not one of the, and D'Amico doesn't. He really doesn't like that stuff and doesn't want that stuff. So I think they're willing to give you 1 year and deal with it. There's no way they didn't know. So I'm sure they have, because remember, everyone scouts these guys before the draft. Like Nick knows all about who he is. D'Amico knows who he is. They've had draft conversations with him, more than likely, from D'Amico when he was at San Francisco 49ers. Probably knows him from talking to him, before the draft at the combine or wherever. So they know who he is and what he is. He's a talented player who's just got a lot of extra baggage with him, and he's talented enough that you give it a run this year, and hopefully he doesn't. He didn't cost you a second rounder like Stephon Diggs. Yeah. So you just hope it doesn't sidetrack anything in the locker room or on the field or with the coaching staff. And then you hope you get a lot of good football out of him. And then you figure it out after that. I just have a hard time believing he's the kind of guy that D'Amico and the coaching staff are going to want there long term. He just can't stay in any one place.
Yeah.
And he knows that. He wears his welcome on. He knows that.
Yep. Yeah. Well, he knows
it's
not his fault.
It's not his problem.
Well, no, I know it's not his fault.
Yeah,
it's not his fault.
It's other people who don't know.
I'm just fighting my teammate, and they're like, "Oh, it's your fault."
Yeah.
Well,
I guess because I'm competitive.
Yeah,
because I wanted to win, and we had a playoff game coming. Why are you fighting your teams in the
playoff game?
What are we doing?
How do you get ready for a playoff game except fight your teammate?
I mean, they did win a Super Bowl. I mean, maybe he was onto something, I guess.
There it is.
So
proof is in the pudding.
You started this segment trying to slander him. Why don't you apologize?
Right. Okay, I'd like to apologize for him for putting the things on him, too. This is now Rashee Rice. I've had to apologize. I had to apologize to Chauncey Gardner-Johnson for winning a Super Bowl.
And that thing you talked about during the break that I won't mention.
You're being flagrant.
That's wingspan.
You're talking about me being flagrant.
It's an unexpected wingspan.
I
did that one off the air.
You can't apologize on there for that.
That doesn't matter. You said it out loud.
That's actually
Niall's probably going to podcast it.
No, it was actually brought to my attention, and I was like, "Yeah, that is true."
No, it wasn't that. It was your suggestion that the people weren't human.
That's right.
Talk to your priest and apologize.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah. I will. I'm glad Father Troy doesn't listen. Sad news that came out. I don't think we mentioned this yesterday.
Caden Clark?
No. Brian Brayman.
Oh, Brian. Yes, we did.
Yesterday, we have a chance
in passing in the first segment, I believe you talked about
it. Happened while we were on the air.
No, remember how quick it was, the cancer. And
we did. We did it on the air?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that was really sad. Yeah, we talked about it. It was
man, talk about a rare form that just went to holy cow. Just so sad. He was just a maniac on the field.
Texas A&M. He was
crazy.
He was a perfect example of a guy who can make it in the NFL. He was a great athlete. First of all, he tested off the charts, but he had that mentality that is special teams. Like in today's day and age where there's less, well, you still run down, but it's a different type of kick return. It's a different type of kick coverage. But he's a guy that was so explosive on special teams that he can make a team based on his special teams and his athletic ability alone. Like, dude, we got to have a maniac like that.
Yeah.
Man, he was fun to watch.
It really was. That's just a shame. And then Caitlin Clark out of the All-Star game, along with who's my girl?
Angel,
Who is your
From
girl?
Chicago.
Angel Reese.
Haley
Angel
Van Lith?
Reese.
Oh, okay.
Angel Reese. She's out as well. I mean, nothing. Those two being out of this game, I can't imagine that the numbers that they're going to. I mean, the difference between they're going to see what Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese mean to this organization.
People don't watch the WNBA just for Caitlin Clark. Okay,
I heard.
Also for me.
Yeah, also for you, Angel.
No, I mean two of the most prominent
Absolutely.
stars are going to be out. Like,
I mean, they're the biggest names in the game.
can you imagine? Can you imagine what if LeBron and Steph Curry weren't playing in the NBA All-Star game? You probably wouldn't watch the NBA All-Star game.
Well,
Well,
wouldn't watch it. Period.
well, but there's a big difference. There are a lot of other stars in the NBA game. There aren't a lot of other
Would
stars.
you watch it though?
I wouldn't watch it with them or without them.
What if Tom Brady? What if you didn't have, for example,
Well, he never played in it.
what if you didn't have Matthew Stafford and Saquon Barkley in the NFL game? You wouldn't watch it.
Right. What if you didn't?
They don't even have a game anymore. But
Right. What if you didn't?
You know what they have? They have this. They have basically modified superstars, which is what I was calling for years ago. That I wanted. I got my Superstars T-shirt, and Superstars, for those who don't know, in the 70s and 80s, and I think it ended before the 90s.
They used to have the 90s.
Did it?
I
They used to have
remember.
athletes from all sports come and compete against each other, and like there was a swimming event, there was a bicycle. You'd bicycle around a track. There was like a 400-meter run or 800-meter run where Moses. That's when I first realized Moses Malone was not good riding a bike. I was like, oh my God, I thought Moses Malone was the best at everything. It turns out he's not a good swimmer. He's not great at running. He's not very good on biking. All he can do is rebound. And they don't have a rebound contest in Superstars. But Superstars was like, they just had you do a bunch of stuff, and everybody, athletes from all over, because they weren't making that much money. If you had a chance to come win like $5,000 or $10,000,
Yeah, it was big.
Forget
It
about
was
it.
great.
Forget
Now it'd have
about
to be like 12 million.
Yeah, you gotta.
You can
to
win
get
12
them to-
million. I don't know.
to get them to lift a finger to do anything like that.
Anything.
What about an in-season tournament? How much are you going to pay us? Winners all get like $1 million? Okay, we'll play an in-season tournament. That's fine.
Yep. All right, we got a break. I got some interesting things from the Open that you guys might even like. When we come back. I got to talk about the Golden Nugget right now. This coming Thursday, we're going to pick one person who can bring another person to our fantasy draft August 28th. We're going to be there August 28th and 29th, and we're going to do our fantasy draft at the Golden Nugget. We're going to have a listener fantasy draft. Dell is going to have a team. Mapes is going to have a team. I'll have a team. Lance will have a team, and we're going to pick four listeners over the next month to also have a team, and you get to bring somebody with you. So that'll make 12 people in our fantasy draft. And then it's up for grabs, and we're going to have some nice prizes as well. So we're going to do that. But the main thing is we're going to the Golden Nugget, and we're going to do our fantasy draft. And it's where you should do your fantasy draft as well. It is the perfect place. They've got packages available. Go to goldennuggetlc.com, goldennuggetlc.com, and see for yourself the kind of packages that they have for your group. Look, do it on the weekend, or if you guys can get there after work one night, boom, do your fantasy draft. It's only 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road, but they've got great packages. There's no better place for you. I don't know where you do your fantasy draft now, but it ain't the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Now with all the restaurants and the pool and the gambling and everything else, what a great way to do it. GoldenNuggetLC.com. Look at the packages available. Let's go. Let's do our fantasy at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles.
Now back to John and Lance,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
All right, welcome back. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let me present a scenario to you two, and you tell me which you think is the better one, and who do you think played better? There's an Australian golfer named Ryan Peake. Okay, Lance just dropped his headset.
No, everything's fine.
He spent 5 years in prison for assault. He was in a motorcycle gang in Australia,
And it was cart path only.
Well, I don't think that was
Went on the
No,
course.
he was with a motorcycle gang. Apparently, they beat someone senseless.
Yeah.
He spent 5 years in prison in Australia.
Okay.
And then later, he got out, and he's so good at golf, he's qualified for the Open Championship. He's there.
Wow.
The other one is a Buddhist monk. A Buddhist monk who he's a Thai golfer. His name is Saddam Kanjana. And he was playing and he was doing okay, but then he became a Buddhist monk, and he said, now it's calmed everything down. Who do you think played better yesterday, a Buddhist monk or a convicted felon?
At the Open, it requires an aggressiveness. So you got the biker felon. However, I watched DeChambeau on one hole where he couldn't even get it out of the gorge. Like, it was terrible. So I'm gonna go with the monk.
You went with the monk.
Yeah.
Dell?
I hope the biker felon beat up the monk.
But he would be I
know, but that particular style pissed off the biker felon, so he beat him up. And hey, we're here to play golf, not for that home stuff. I hope that's what happened, but I'm going to assume the felon played better.
You would be wrong. The monk. Monk played much better. He shot 3 under. The felon shot 6 over.
It's a real shame.
The monk is 3 under?
3 under. He's right at the top of the leaderboard. Yeah. The monk is 3 under.
Yeah.
For now.
For now, Tony. For now.
Yeah. We'll see when the monk starts talking bleak to the felon. We'll see.
The game of golf requires you to have a level of calm. It can spin out of control on you. I would think a monk is actually suited.
It's helped his game
to be a better golfer than somebody who has anger control issues,
right?
Is
and
impulse
just beat
issues.
the snot out of people.
Yeah.
You
have impulse issues.
Although
golf is not your sport.
Terrell Hatton is at the top of the leaderboard. Brian Harmon 7 under leads. Terrell Hatton 5.
What does
Robert
that have to do with
McIntyre
Terrell
5? Your guy Robert McIntyre is 5.
That's not my guy.
What does Terrell Hatton mean? You acted like
Terrell Hatton
hothead?
is an English golfer. Yeah, he's a hothead. He's a hothead. Yeah. Harris English, who is American.
Oh, there he is. Terrell Hatton looks like a hothead.
Yeah. Hao Tong Lee is 5 under as well. And the Hogards are playing well. Rasmus and Nikolai.
Wasn't Hogard and Harry Potter too?
That's Hagrid.
Okay.
Oh,
was that a Hogard?
Yeah.
Okay.
We got a Jacob who wants to give you props. I'm not sure why. But
Okay.
Jacob,
go ahead.
Jacob, welcome to the show.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
We can hear you.
Oh, good morning. What's up, guys? It's been a long time, man. I missed y'all so much. I'm finally awake early enough to listen to you guys, so I decided to call in, say what's up. And this is what I meant, man, whenever I wanted to give you props last time. I mean, it's the middle of the off season, and you guys are giving entertaining, Hall of Fame worthy radio. I mean, this is literally
Jacob is the smartest listener we've ever had.
That's right.
Yeah.
I mean,
This is a
you're
good
even
caller. I
making
remember him. He's a
Astros
Hall of Fame
baseball.
caller.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, you're even making Astros baseball sound interesting, man. It's awesome. I love it.
Thanks, buddy.
What?
That's Jacob. And I just love that. He just calls in to give us our props
Yeah,
as
that's
well.
the
And
best kind.
that's what you all should do.
That's the best kind of call.
Yeah.
Actually, we'd like a lot more of those
Yeah.
today.
No. Call in right now, like Tony.
With only good stuff.
Oh, yeah. Tony or Keith or any of you that call in and give us,
Or if you never call
Dustin
in,
and
if you never
sources.
call in and you've
Dustin
been
and
suckling
sources.
from the entertainment teeth
Yeah.
that we've offered you,
Yeah.
then how about you say thank you for our service?
Thank you for our service.
713-780-3776.
Yeah. Okay.
Well,
Be more like Jacob.
Yeah.
Every caller should be
what
more
would
like
Jacob, WWJD, what would Jacob do?
What would Jacob do?
Or what would Jacob say?
All right, so we talked about the monk who is the Buddhist monk who is 3 under. Scotty Scheffler's also 3 under. But there was a shot yesterday. I don't know, he's got a wedge in his hand, probably 100 out or so, and he put it and he sticks it really close. But you got to listen closely to what happened during this shot. They got a mic on Scotty. You know, there's that big boom mic that's by you while you're hitting. And listen to what happened while Scotty was hitting.
This is a great view of it here because so far above the green, downwind you can get onto this green, but Scheffler. What are you laughing about? There's so much to say about that shot. The sound off the club face.
Is that Scotty?
Let's stick to the golf. Just a little bit of wind from behind.
Just a little bit of wind
ease
from
down the
behind.
green. For the echo as well. What a shot from Scheffler. And off the back of his tee shot in the 16th, that one there. This is.
Afterwards, he said a little bit more wind than I thought.
Yeah, that was that was crystal clear too.
Yep. Yeah,
that's Rip City.
That's he ripped that.
That's
shot.
Rip City right there.
He
Del.
ripped that shot. Ripped it.
That's why
just
you watch
good
golf.
stuff. See, you don't get that entertainment, Del, in your stupid
College
NBA
football.
or college football.
Ripping one in college football on a boom mic.
What
No
are you
one would
talking
know.
about? We had a guy in a bowl game who had obviously crapped his pants years ago on his
That's
white pants.
gross.
Oh, that's not funny,
That's
John.
not entertaining.
It's not funny.
funny.
That's
To
not
watch.
entertaining.
Well, it happened to a Gator, so it's pretty fun.
Paul
funny for
Pierce
me.
did that too.
That was funny.
Yeah, but
No.
he faked like
injury.
he faked a hip injury
Yeah.
and it made it back out heroically.
Yeah. So there you have it.
Don't
That's
act
just-
like you've never been in that spot where you Paul pierced it and you're like, what am I going to do to get out of this?
Oh yeah.
Man, not in a game in front of that, but you were somewhere you're like, oh no.
It happened to me at school in high school.
Yeah.
High school.
You just say
Ran to the bathroom and threw those shorts out.
that's all you do.
Yeah, but it was not
Wait,
good.
the shorts. Yeah, the
Your
underwear. Yeah.
Your underwear.
Not
Yeah.
the whole
Did
short.
you get carried to the bathroom by two of your buddies
No,
like Paul Pierce
you
did?
gotta
Don't do
you
that
gotta
walk.
You gotta do that walk. That crap walk.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well,
Yep. It's happened to everybody.
Yeah, no, it's
Yeah.
I respect Paul Pierce for what he
Yeah,
was
no,
able to-
no. I mean, he got a wheelchair.
I mean, he became legend. Yeah, he
Yeah.
was like, and he came out of it with everyone going, "Oh my God, what a
Yeah.
heroic performance this is."
Yeah, like Willis Reed hobbling back onto the floor. Paul Pierce after he poops himself.
Yeah.
Coming back on the court. Just doesn't get more heroic than that. Coming back from a poop on the court. All right. 713-780-3776. If y'all could be more like Jacob, that would be great.
Well, maybe Keith when we come back from break, because Keith apparently is called in at your behest.
Well,
So we'll see what Keith has to say
you
about how
know,
great you
Keith-
guys are.
if he doesn't say something stupid like Vanderbilt's going to win
He called
20 games
he
this
called back in to my show because he didn't have enough of us slandering him. So he called back in to say, "Look at the schedule, Del." I was like,
year.
"Yeah, I looked at it, and that's why they're not going 10-2."
For those of you who weren't here yesterday, Keith says Vanderbilt's going to go 10-2.
I mean,
Wait, all they got to do is go to Alabama and win. They got LSU at home.
Gotta
They
beat
got
Texas.
Missouri at
Gotta
home. Got to
play
beat Texas.
all you had to do is say they have to play an SEC
And they're
schedule.
Vanderbilt.
And
That's
Vanderbilt.
enough.
No.
Yeah, and they're Vanderbilt.
Diego Pavia. It's going to
Got to go to Alabama in a revenge game. Like, no,
No.
come on, Keith.
Come on, Keith.
Keith
pick
is
it up.
typically
Just
sensible.
talk about how smart and wonderful we are.
Yeah,
That's all.
just do the heavy lifting.
All right. And you know what? Let HRP do the heavy lifting as well. HRP will do the heavy lifting for your business. HRP is just, we love what HRP does for us and our business. And they've been doing that. And makes it so much easier, people. If you're trying to do you're not a payroll expert. You don't know nothing about payroll. You're not an HR expert. You don't know nothing about. You're not a tax expert. You don't know. You don't know the Affordable Care Act. They have Affordable Care Act experts at HRP that are make sure that you're compliant, because you still got to be compliant with the Affordable Care Act. I don't know if you heard, but I do know that they do it for us. Then they do all of our benefits packages as well, although they don't make money off of it, but they suggest the right ones for us. Are you picking your own 401k? Are you picking your own insurance packages? Because you don't know. You don't know. They do. HRP knows. Let HRP do the heavy lifting for you. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
It's John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
All right, East River 9 is the place to come hang out. Come on. This is a great place to watch this weekend. Bands, the Open Championship, the golf, pickleball, food, drink. Great. It's a sports bar. It just is awesome. Night golf, you can play. I mean, make your tea time to come here at night, okay? I know you got to work today. Oh, I can't play golf like you, John. I go to work every day. Well, yeah, you can. I don't want to hear any moaning and whining. You got East River 9 right here with lights. With your moaning, okay? Stop already.
What about my family, John? I go to work all day and then I have to spend time. I mean, then I want to spend time with my family.
Bring your family here. Bring your family here.
What my wife does? Yeah, you know what? We had this discussion about bringing your wife while you're playing golf. Were you in favor of that?
No, this is perfect because you have pickleball, you have
she's always
ping
texting
pong,
me, asking
also
me when
known as
I'm
table
done.
tennis. You have the cornhole out there. You actually have a lot of stuff that you can do.
Yeah.
So while you're playing an hour and a half,
your little theory.
They can eat and drink here. Actually, it works perfect. Except 3-4 hours.
Can
not so much.
Can I do not disturb her when she's texting me, asking me how long I got?
It's a personal choice.
Yeah,
you decide that for yourself.
Can East River 9 put together guidelines for when you bring your significant other out here so they won't bother you? Like we got pickleball, we've got the bar, we got TVs.
Well,
put your phone on do not disturb.
No, that's for you to put your foot down and say, "Look, woman,
do you put your
we're
foot
not
down?
doing this."
Do you put your foot down?
She's not listening. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you do.
Absolutely. I tell her, "Look, woman," like I'll tell her that all the time.
And then you hide.
And then she's
from her wrath.
And then she's like, Yeah, there's not.
Yeah.
It's not really a wrath so much as just I don't have football to like. I can't just say I'm going to be at the office all day and just watch film. I have to be, have to come home and
You have to
deal
be
with
present.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I could stay up there, but for what? What am I going to do?
But you
Just
do
sit there?
that most of the time, don't you?
And I can't play
You just
disc
stay
golf
up
right
there?
now. I used to,
Yeah.
but I don't really have any. Like, I have no football stuff. I guess I could watch summer tape like everyone else is doing, but for what? I don't really want to do that. I don't go to the movies anymore. I used to go see movies all the time. I don't go to any movies, and I'm watching the studio. You gotta watch it.
I am.
It is hilarious.
I'm gonna download it.
The last 4 episodes
For the plane.
are fantastic.
Yeah.
The episode where they can't figure out they want to cast the
Is
Kool-Aid
it Prime
cast.
or Netflix?
It's Apple TV.
Apple TV.
Apple Plus.
I got that.
Have you seen it, Del?
I saw the first episode, Evan.
Where they have to, it gets better and better and better. And the last 4 are some of the funniest I've seen in a long time. They have to cast the Kool-Aid. Seth Rogen, who I typically don't like, is head of the studio. And he's like, but they're trying to say, it's basically like inside, things. Who is it compared it to? Bun B and I were talking about it yesterday on the text. I asked him if he sees, because he's like a huge cinephile and watches all these shows, and he's great to talk. Cinephile,
okay, fan
of movies, and he
cinephile.
loves talking. Yeah, he loves talking about TV shows and streaming. Like he's really into good shows. And I said, hey, have you seen this? He's like, it's like Tropic Thunder, but from the studio's perspective, where it's that kind of satire, and it is. When they've got to cast Kool-Aid, they're doing a movie called Kool-Aid, but they don't want to have to do it. But Bryan Cranston, who's the head of the studios, or who's the big boss, is making them do it. And so they finally get a whole cast, and then it turns into, wait a minute, can we have a black man? It's Ice Cube's going to be Kool-Aid. He's going to play the part of Kool-Aid. Can we have a black man playing the part of Kool-Aid? Is this a play into stereotype? Is this play into racist tropes? And it turns into a whole, oh my gosh, you are going to absolutely, it's one of the funniest things you're going to see.
All right.
Eventually they make their way to Ice Cube. He's like, what?
All right.
Y'all aren't taking me out of Kool-Aid. I'm telling you right now. Kool-Aid is a black man, and it's going to be played by a black man.
I thought he was a red man.
But he's a black man in a soul. You'll find that out when you watch.
Okay.
When you watch, you'll find out. It's brilliantly written. I'd had listeners tell me you need to watch this, and they were right. It's really good. And there's a girl in there I'd never heard of. Del's probably heard of her. Chase Swee Wonders.
I've seen her in other stuff. Yeah.
She is hilarious. It's really well cast. Very, very funny. The 4 main characters, really 5 if you count Catherine O'Hara, are really great.
She's
really
great.
Good show.
Catherine O'Hara is great too. All right, 713-780.
They eat a bunch of mushrooms. They think are just they just think they're eating chocolates, and then they are dosed to the bejesus. In this last episode I watched, just watch it.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
All right. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776.
Do you want to wait on this call from Keith?
No, let's get this Keith in.
No,
Keith, what's going on?
If it's about us, we need it now.
All right, guys, I'm on. You can hear me?
Yeah.
Diego Pavia is 24 years old. He lit the cigar after beating Georgia Tech in the Birmingham Bowl. Virginia Tech and South Carolina early on, those are slow-starting teams that always lose early and they finish strong. Virginia Tech's lost to Old Dominion like 5 times in the last 10 years. Vanderbilt can be 5-0 headed into Alabama. Sure, they lose the revenge game. That's 5-1. And then I'll give you losses to Texas and LSU. They're going to win the rest of the schedule, at least go 9-3, maybe 10-2. They avoid Georgia, Ole Miss, and Florida. And all those other teams, Tennessee has no quarterback. They're way better this year. Pavia's 24 years old. Their coach is better than half the SEC. And they got renovations to the stadium. They've got money. Vanderbilt's going to go 9-3.
Renovations to the stadium. You're using that, Keith, as a reason that they're going to win? You think Tennessee can't recruit a quarterback? They just had Hendon Hooker 2 years ago. You don't think they can just get quarterbacks?
Pavia's 24 near 25. He's getting paid like a pro.
Keith. We're just, I can't believe in the year 2025, we're talking about renovations to Vanderbilt, and a 24-year-old quarterback is what's going to do this. Come on, Keith. You're better than this.
I would argue that he's not.
Look at the schedule.
Yeah.
South
It's an
Carolina,
SEC
We
Virginia
schedule.
always
did. They
lose
got
early.
Missouri. You think that's going to be
Missouri's
easy?
not
Yeah.
very good. Missouri was a laughable playoff contender all year last year. They were getting blown out left and right.
Laughable
They got
Laughable.
Utah
playoff
State.
contender.
I've never heard that expression
They got-
before.
They got to win.
Just
They'll beat Utah
why don't you
State. They got
just
some tough
tell
games
us how
early.
good we are? And
Yeah,
move
get to
along.
the point about how good we
All
are,
right.
Keith. You came in under the
Okay,
guise
all right,
of
here's-
you were going to tell you how good we are, and then you try to hit us with this
Okay.
Vanderbilt stuff again.
Okay, this is
Go ahead,
the best show on radio. Texas Hall of Fame radio guys from
That's it.
Temple,
That's good
Texas.
stuff.
Dell is
That's
the
right.
Chris Bosh
Temple,
of the
Texas.
trio. Fantastic show. I'm gonna call in the
I
Dell
didn't go
show
that
later
far.
as well to let them know how bad Utah State is.
More Vanderbilt stuff. Cool.
Thanks for the call, Keith. That was way too much Vanderbilt and not enough of us.
Yeah.
If I'm
I
being
mean,
honest.
stop
It's
already.
a sliding scale.
You made your point.
Wasn't the right
Listen,
way.
It wasn't
when
a
they're
great
7-5, then we'll talk again, Keith. Okay.
They're doing renovations to the stadium. Well, that
Well-
should be a dub.
Hey Keith, Vandy's win total set at 4.5 at FanDuel. By the way,
Is it really?
Yes.
Do they know that the quarterback's 24 and he lit a
And-
victory cigar?
And they had renovations to the stadium. Do they know that?
No,
they know that?
They don't even know about renovations.
4.5. That's their win
If
total.
they take
Is it really?
renovations
Yes.
into
4.5?
account,
Yes.
Oh,
they-
Keith,
they haven't taken.
You know what?
renovations into account.
I would tell people
You
to play it
fire,
over.
fire on
No,
the
I would
over.
play
Fire
over.
on the over.
Really? Only 4.5 wins?
Yes.
It does sound like they could
It
do
is
that.
Yeah, Keith might be onto something.
Well, not to this level.
6-6.
of kid. Yeah, 6 is a win. 7-5 for Vandy's a great year, Keith.
Yeah. So
Second worst win total in all of the SEC, just ahead of Mississippi State and tied with Kentucky.
it's not like they haven't been wrong before,
That's true,
but not
but to
by,
the level of
not by five and a half
five
games.
and a half games are going to be wrong.
But Keith, pick it up, okay? Get off that. You don't die on that Vanderbilt hill, okay? Because that's not where you want to die, man. Just being all in on Vanderbilt
Of all things,
of all
Vanderbilt-
places.
because
Maybe go Georgia.
something you want. If you don't want to go with the obvious, I get it. But Vanderbilt, maybe lean into, I don't know. In fact, the school he was trashing, Missouri, as a team who might surprise people and win more games. But Vandy, like Pavia's cool and all, but he's
Listen,
the epitome of the college quarterback who's going to be an overachiever, but not to 5.5 more games as far as wins are
Missouri
concerned.
was a laughable playoff
I heard what he
contender.
said. Yes, I heard what he said. Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So I don't know why you would want to jump on them. Playoff contender. I don't know why you do that. They were laughable. You know what's not laughable is when you need a new air conditioner. Air Team is going to be on your side though, and it's not laughable. There's nothing funny about replacing your air conditioner. It's not funny. It sucks. You have to pay a lot of money. That just happens. But the Air Team experience for me was excellent. Excellent. We put in multiple air conditioners with Air Team. Just put in one this week. They are so good. So good. You get a great price. You're talking to people who are experts. Generations have been working at Air Team. Okay, now another generation is coming up and taking over Air Team. I love that. I love family businesses that stay in business for 30. I've got more than a few of them. The Chastangs, Brinkmans. I mean, it just is. It's so awesome to see. Doing multiple generations are McGrath Pest Control when they continue the legacy and continue to do great work, and that's what Air Team Ltd does. So you've got any issue whatsoever with your air conditioner, I'm telling you, airteamltd.com, airteamltd.com. All right, 713-780-3776 is the number, live from East River 9. If you want to get in and you just want to salute us, that's a great way to finish up the week. A Friday, just telling us, how much you think of us and how much you love us. That is just an awesome, awesome way. 713-780-3776. Ricky says, Mississippi State, we just put in new LED lights in our stadium.
Well, let's
Okay.
add 4 wins to their total then.
No, he said we're still only going to win 2 games.
Okay.
That's a bad program. That's just not good. That's just a shame to be a Mississippi State fan. But that's okay. You just keep it up. Keep it up, Rick. And someday, maybe someday, you guys will win something. 713, the last good team they had was Dak, wasn't it?
Yeah, they won like 10 games, made an Orange Bowl, I think, something like that. I think 10 regular season wins made an Orange Bowl. Yeah. Since that point, it's been Leach tried it out.
Yeah.
It didn't work out there, of course. And since they've been the dregs of that conference for really since Dak left.
And they've had some players too.
Yeah. Oh no, they get some good players. Hey, did you see a new record number in women's soccer? Olivia Smith signed a transfer fee to Liverpool, $1.34 million.
So highest American player.
She's Canadian.
Oh, it's just women's soccer.
Period.
Women's soccer, period.
Oh,
$1.34 million transfer.
Doesn't go to her; it goes to her team.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I assume that's high for women's soccer. It's a record, right?
It's a record.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is women's soccer in London, even in England, and a Premier League, is that even a thing, really?
Yeah, they have their Super League. They have their version of the Champions League. Yeah.
People watch it?
To the point where they can get up
I
to
guess so, yeah.
$1.3 million for a transfer fee, yeah. A $1 million transfer fee or pound transfer fee. Yeah, it is. It's growing. I mean, what's happening, I guess you want to say here with the WNBA as their growth. Well, they're in a CBA battle right now, but women's soccer is kind of trying to do that same thing over there. Like women here will play in the domestic league here, and they'll play in the leagues in Europe and go back and forth. It's still not to the point, I think, where at least for some women athletes where they can just play in one league and make a living. So they'll spend time at NWSL over here and then go play in Europe if they're for a season and stuff like that. They'll go back and forth.
Wow. And well, maybe that's going to be changing with a $1.34 million transfer.
Yeah, there's some stars who don't have to do that, but you see it quite a bit where you'll see them play in both leagues. If they're good enough.
Snoop is co-owner of Swansea City now. So
Swansea City's already down in league. They're in the League 2. They've been dropping and dropping.
Yeah, second tier championship.
They I think everyone looks at that now as after what happened with the Wrexham stuff.
Yeah.
It's not smart, just like in the real estate market, where if you buy an expensive, nice house where you think, boy, I'd want to live in that, I'm going to buy that as a property. Okay, well, I mean, you're going to be paying top dollar for it, and if you find someone to rent it out for you, it's not going to be it's going to be at the rate that probably your payments are. At best, people who are in the real estate business know I'm going to buy properties that I don't want to live in. I'm going to rent that out, and they're going to make me money, and I'll get multiple properties. If you're jumping in as like LeBron is with Liverpool, right? LeBron
I believe so.
Minority
That's a
owner
big spender.
This is a
startup.
This is where you got a chance to make some money, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's
very expensive. Also expensive.
We learned that from the Wrexham show.
Yeah.
That it's more expensive than you think, but if you can move up,
are we going to get a TV series out of it?
Oh, I would not be shocked.
No,
Snoop's on TV for everything. He and Martha Stewart do shows.
Yeah.
Like that's the craziest combination ever, and it's like not even a big deal anymore with Snoop.
Well, Eva Longoria, I think it's premiering on Prime. I think it's Hulu. She's got a new show because she's a Necaxa fan. It's a Mexican League club, and also McElwainey and Reynolds are involved in this one too. So it's much like what they did with Wrexham. Except Necaxa has been at the top of Mexican League soccer as far as the league.
It's the new Marvel.
So
they found a franchise.
Yeah, so
it's a franchise.
Yeah,
that's all it is. So then the next one in the franchise is going to be the female owner. Then we get rapper owner, and then it's just going to be the franchise of soccer owners and international sports, and we'll keep doing TV shows about it.
Well, and it's the way, like you said, it's the way it goes about. But There's a lot of your own money that is at stake here.
Well, that's the thing that jumped out at Wrexham is like, holy crap. And they seem like they were legitimately stressed on the TV show. Like, oh my God, we got to re-up the stadium. And like, this is real money.
Well, Ryan Reynolds could make a bunch of money off of one movie.
Rob McElwain, he's got to grind a little bit.
Well, but his wife is doing a lot of stuff.
She's doing a ton of stuff. For those who don't know, it's Dee from Sunny. It's Always Sunny, which new season came out, by the way.
Did it?
Yeah, it's the first 2 episodes came out. They did one with Abbott Elementary, where my wife watches Abbott Elementary, so she saw the one where the Sunny cast was on there from their standpoint. Now this one, it's the Sunny version of it where they have a crossover with that show, and the characters from Abbott Elementary, the main character, the shorter girl who won an award last year, she drops a C-bomb on D. She said it when she's talking to the camera. She's like, she isn't.
No, she
I'm going to say
not.
something. I shouldn't say it. And I was like, oh, she's going to drop a B word on her. And she goes, she's in
what?
FNC. And I'm like, whoa. My wife was going like, oh my God. Because they look at it like, I can't believe we get a cuss. We do network television. This is awesome. It's like if we did a satellite show and we got to just cuss, it'd be incredible.
No, bleep is what she called her?
She hit her with the hammer.
Wow.
And even the guy on the show goes, oh, I was not I thought you were going to call her the B word.
Oh, that is good stuff.
By the way, I'm looking at, look at this. These are current starters in the NFL from Mississippi State. Montez Sweat, Martin Emerson Jr., who, by the way, is a good corner.
Jeffrey Simmons, Dak Prescott, Elgton Jenkins from the Packers. Danico Autry, I'll include him in there. Logan Cook, who's a punter. You just said Chris Jones, right? Yeah. Well, I said Jeffrey Simmons.
No, Jeffrey Simmons, Chris Jones. You got Jeffrey Simmons and Chris Jones, maybe the 2 most dominant interior linemen, both from Mississippi State. Darius Slay, Charles Cross. You mentioned Jeffrey Simmons. Marcus Banks is a backup safety. Dude, Dekamarion Richardson, Willie Gay could end up being a starter in Miami.
Certainly a rotational linebacker.
Yeah, for sure, a rotational linebacker. Like, man, they've cranked out a lot of talent. How are they not winning more?
So in Leach's final year, they went 9-4, and then they had to start over. They had Zach Arnett, who was on the staff for a year, and then they switched to Jeff Levy. So it's been because of Leach's illness and then passing away. There's been some. They've had to try to find their way because Leach was building it. He went 7-6, and then he went 9-4 his final year. So the progress was being made, and then they had to kind of start fresh. So they got to start all over again.
People love Jeff Levy. People around football think he's a really great coach.
Yeah. My God, that's all that to my timeline is the astronomer CEO.
And just memes.
And the memes, all the memes.
So it turns out she's not. I guess the head of HR was right next to her, the one who was red-faced. I think the other lady was the CFO.
No,
that
she
he was
the
with?
head of HR.
Are we
other
sure?
one was the other one was worked with them that was covering was there to help them do this.
Okay, because Grok was saying she was the HR, the one who was red-faced. She was she was and the other one was a CFO, but maybe that's not right.
So she was there as like, oh, it's a business outing for everyone as opposed to a date.
So Alex said the same thing when he goes. So Alex said, "Did you see that thing with the CEO from the astronomer or whatever?" I said, "Yeah, I saw it." He goes, yes, what he did was wrong. He goes, "I'm not saying that, but had he not made a big deal where he dove under the benches and everything, he wouldn't have gone viral. So maybe just people in the stadium who knew him would have said that." I said, "That's exactly right."
But Monty Jones made the point that you guys are all talking, but in that situation, what would you have done? Would you have been cool enough and calm enough to be like, you know what, I got to play this like this isn't a big deal, or would you, with the camera on you, react the same way? He made a point. Not everyone is capable of just
very few actually
having that.
Off.
Yeah,
being able to
be cool under those extreme pressures.
Just playing it off like, hey, I'm supposed to be here with her. This is not a big deal.
Yeah.
But immediately that guy should have been kiss cam. I hope they don't flash to me. Like you should have had You should have had a contingency plan to
Yeah.
let go and walk around.
Yeah,
It's Kiss Cam.
But where they at? What stadium were they at?
They were at Rutherford. They were at East.
They're at
no.
MetLife.
Yeah, MetLife.
So
yeah.
in a stadium with 80,000 people, the chances of you thinking, "Oh, this
That's
is going to happen to me."
No, I
Yeah.
said he needs to sue them. He needs to sue the stadium. He ruined his life. Did you see the wife and the 3 kids?
Yeah.
She's already washed him from Facebook.
Yeah.
Oh, she has.
Oh yeah, right away. Yeah, his name is not on the end of her name anymore.
Yeah.
So I mean, he ruined. I mean, that stadium.
What
That
does it-
Coldplay ruined his life.
Well, Chris Martin didn't help when he goes. Either they're having an affair, or
Right.
or they're really shy. That didn't help the cause.
No,
either,
it did not help at
Yeah.
all.
So what's the rule with the ticket? If you buy a ticket, does that say Kiss that they can put you
You're
on a
in
big
public.
screen? Yeah,
You're
So
in public.
I don't know what he can do other than I charge it to the game, man. Charge it to the game.
Don't
You
cheat.
Take an L. You take that L.
You cannot.
AJ said don't cheat. Yeah. Well, yes.
Well, there's
but,
that.
But yes, that's true. But since
Yeah.
he's already done it, what can he do?
I mean,
You just have to go. You know,
Hey,
what?
easy,
AJ.
Deshaun Olaleye.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he should have done it. What I'm saying is once you make that decision and this happens, you just charge it to the game. Hey, I tried. I went to Coldplay, thought it'd be fun, and I got caught.
What happened to sneaking around? You're at a stadium with 80,000 people.
He just thinks, hey, I can do this, and nothing's gonna.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna be seen. In
Right.
fact, you hide. You think you're being hidden by all the people, and then Coldplay's like, hey, look at that cute couple.
Well,
Then it's over
apparently,
for
a
you.
bunch of astronomer employees are very happy that he got caught. They think he's a scumbag.
Well,
So he's proving that.
there appears to be evidence.
Yeah, there's
to
evidence.
suggest that.
Yep. And there's evidence that you, my friends, need to sell your car to John Clay Wolf at GimmeTheVin.com, because GimmeTheVin.com is going to give you more for your car. Oh, your car, your truck, whatever it is. He's also got a classic collectible website, GimmeTheVinCC.com, GMTVCC.com, which is, if you've got, he loves those too, guys. He loves classic cars, and he pays out the wazoo for them. So you're looking for a great way to sell that vehicle, whatever it is. You need money, or you just got to get out of this car. Well, GimmeTheVin.com is the way to go. They say, well, I've got to do it with the dealership because I got to borrow from them. So it's got to be, he can do that as well. He can do that. He works with the dealerships to make it the transition and the taxes all seamless. He'll do that as well. Pick up and deliver absolutely free. And on top of everything else, he's giving away $25,000. If you sell your car to him, he's going to put your name in the hopper with 1,000 entries. And you have a chance at $25,000. He's doing that every single month at GimmeTheVin.com. It's incredible. GimmeTheVin.com. It's the only place to sell your car. GimmeTheVin.com.
Now back to John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Recapping what we started. Open Championship. Brian Harmon, they put the waggle meter on him. 13 waggles. 13. Brian Harmon is very difficult to watch. He's leading the Open Championship right now. Very difficult to watch because of how often he waggles. So, I mean, just hit the ball. Hit the ball. He is -7. Hao Tong Lee is -6. Rasmus Hogard 5. Terrell Hatton 5. McIntyre 5. Harris English 5. And then Tony Finau. Tony Finau, did you see Lucas? Tony Finau was heads up against Lucas Glover. Tony Finau and Lucas Glover heads up to see who would play better yesterday. At one point, Lucas was 4 under.
I saw he was playing great. Finished at 2 under, right?
And then he finished at 2. Yeah. When he finished
what did Finau do?
Finau ended up 3, I believe. He
3.
He ended up 1. He's 3 under today.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So Lucas finished 2. Yeah. 2. So Lucas won that one. Remember I told you I think Lucas will win that one.
Yeah.
And Lucas did. He's playing great golf. But then that's neither here nor there. That's the Open Championship update live from East River 9. Where East River 9, where guys are already out there. Are you guys jealous that there's guys out there on the course right now and you're not? I was when I saw them.
Yeah, I am too.
No.
As a matter of fact, if I had clubs, I'd leave the show right now and just go hit balls.
I wish you would. I mean, that would be great. I would, I couldn't blame you for it. I could not blame you for it because this is what a great way to start your day at East River 9, playing a little golf. All right. Watching a little Open, having the food and drink. I mean, just doesn't get much better than that. Not in life. The Astros back at it tonight. Big series against Seattle. And they're starting Brandon Walter in game 1. I mean, Brandon Walters pitched pretty well. He's been okay. You got Lance McCullers in game 2. I wish Lance was starting tonight because then he would pitch the last game of the road trip because he sucks at Daikin.
Yep.
So we don't need him pitching at Daikin. We need him. I mean, I don't think Joe planned this well at all. Brandon Walter could have started game 2. Fromberg gets a little bit of rest. He's going to start game 3. We don't know yet when Hunter's going to go, but it's nice to see he's getting a little extra rest. Right? I mean, there's such thing as rust, but there's also such a thing as, man, give the guy a break.
Yeah, it's a long season. I mean, I don't buy into the rust thing, especially for a pitcher who needs time to allow the arm to heal a little bit. I think if you get rusty after being off for 10 days, that's kind of crazy to me, especially if you're throwing when you're supposed to throw in your intervals. Hunter just wasn't good his last 2 times out, and scary, not good. Not that he, took some bad beats on some ground balls, C&I ground balls. He got hit hard.
Yeah.
Especially the game before. The exit velos didn't really cook him this last time out, but they still put runs on him. So he's gone from being one of the Cy Young favorites to being 15-1 underdog. He's like the 5th highest pitcher now in the American League. Garrett Crochet is number 2 behind Skubal now. It used to be Hunter Brown, and now he's 15-1. So couple bad games kind of sunk the perception of him, but that's okay. The Astros needed that break. They needed that break when they got it. So we'll see how they come back from it. We'll see how they come back from it. Nothing new though. Nothing new other than the information you gave yesterday that the Chronicle had, which is Spencer Getty is actually going to be out longer than initially they were saying. I think they said 6 to 8 weeks, but maybe they didn't say that. Maybe it was something because a thumb fracture, I remember looking it up, and I want to say it was like an 8-week thing, usually a 2-month thing. This is going to be about a 5-month thing. And I assume it's because it's the pitching hand, obviously. So there's a lot going into, pressure and grip on the ball. I mean, obviously it's going to take longer than coming back from a standard injury when you're a pitcher. But boy, is that longer than I was expecting. 5 freaking months. He got hurt April 6th. Not expected back until September. I mean, That's a long time out. Long time out.
Yeah, well, just come back healthy. Maybe in September you're going to get. I mean, Jordan and Eric Eddy in September. I mean, these guys have held down the fort. I mean, not done more than hold down the fort.
Yeah.
They got a 5-game lead in the division with this ragtag bunch. I mean, it's incredible. It's really incredible what this team has done. And you can't tell me that Joe isn't. I'm not crazy about not starting McCullers tonight, but
Right.
otherwise, Joe has done the best job in baseball.
Uh-huh.
Best job in baseball.
He's been great.
Yeah. All right, we got a break. We got we're going to talk a little poker on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Hope you enjoy it. Stay with us here live from East River 9. If you want to sue us, then you call John Daspit.
Yeah, I don't actually lose this number if you're going to try to sue us. I don't want you to know because John Daspit's pretty damn good. And I don't really want John Daspit on my case. I can probably not against me. I want him on my case if something ever happens to me or my family members. And trust me, the first phone number, if me or one of my kids or my wife gets injured in an auto accident, the first number I'm going to call 713, call now. Well, the first thing I'm going to do is probably text him directly. But to do is call 713 call now. That's 713 call now, or go to daspitlaw.com. They handle negligence cases, which can be personal injury, it can be slip and fall, it can be premises liability, it can be loss of property due to security liability. There's actually a lot of different things that John Daspit works on in terms of, his section of the law. He's extraordinary. He and his law firm are extraordinary at making sure that they give you the best representation against the lawyers from the insurance side. The insurance lawyers are going to try to give you the smallest settlement possible because they're looking out for their bottom line. You need to make sure that everything is taken care of. Every stone is overturned, and that includes time missed from work, short-term, long-term, so that you get compensated for that. You didn't ask for that injury. Well, John Daspit will make sure that they pay and that you get taken care of, that somebody's actually looking out for you. 713, call now, or go to daspitlaw.com.
It's John and Lance,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Yesterday, we were at Texas Card House. We didn't get a chance to speak with Bill when we wanted to, and unfortunately, we weren't able to. But we got today, and we want to talk about what's going on because there's plenty to talk about what's going on at Texas Card House. Like last night, Bill, that is crazy. A $40 buy-in, and you guys are putting out $4,000 guaranteed. I mean, you guys are putting yourself out on a line on a lot of these tournaments, aren't you?
Well, we are. I mean, players like to play for that big money, and we want to give them a place to play for it, right? There's nowhere else you can get that kind of action than at Texas Card House.
Yeah, I mean, that is just fantastic. Guys,
It's guaranteed, too.
Yeah,
Right?
guaranteed
Yeah.
4,000, which means that you got to have at least 100 players to just break even, and that doesn't even count the cost of that everything go with the dealers and everything else. So you got to. I mean, they're putting themselves out on the line to make sure that the poker in this city is as good as it can possibly be. Now, tell them about the promotion that you had, or that's still going on with Hijack, which is the app that you can download for your phone or your computer, and you can play against people only from Texas, right? Because that's what Texas Card House is, only from Texas. But what's the promotional deal going on right now?
So we've got a couple different promotions for our active players. You can use our code Freedom25, and you'll get an extra $25 match when you use that code. And for all new players, we're going to give you $20 in play just for signing up.
And you got and listen, you can go as low as you want, or you can play as big a stakes as you want, right? I mean, you got just a wide variety of games that people can play.
Yeah, from 2 cent, 5 cent, no limit hold'em to as high as you can imagine. And we also have free rolls daily, 2 free rolls daily. So people who just want to learn how to play, they want to sharpen their skills, how to play tournaments, they can play for absolutely free on our Hijack app.
That's just sweet. And it's only Texas people. I mean, you guys are, well, it's Texas Card House, obviously. And here's another thing that, Bill, which the other apps don't have, is that you can go and deposit and withdraw money at Texas Card House for the app, because a lot of credit card companies don't let you get on a poker or a gambling app with their credit cards.
Well, they do with ours. You can use your credit card or your debit card to make deposits on our app. You can come to any of our 6 locations around the state to make deposits or withdrawals. And it's 100% legal because we don't rake. All those other apps, in fact, 100% of the other apps all rake, which is really not in the player's favor. We charge by the hour just like we do at our clubs. So it makes it 100% legal and 100% fair for the players. In fact, you can't find a better deal.
Well, that's awesome. That is awesome. Yeah, because they're going to take out of your pot the other sites while you pay for your seat, and that's a great way to go. But guys, if you don't know anything about poker, that you're saving a lot of money. There's a lot more money on the table when you're just paying for a seat as opposed to the rake that these guys take. Yeah.
As low as $1 an hour. I mean, where else are you going to find that? The smaller games, just $1 an hour. So you can't beat that.
No, Bill Hewer with us here from Texas Card House right now. You guys had such a huge event just last month with all of the 600,000. What's in the works going forward for Texas Card? Is there anything you can talk about?
Well, we've got tournaments every day and 2 on the weekends at our Spring in Houston club. We've got a big promotion going on right now. When you buy $200 in time, we're going to give an extra $50. And I invite everybody to go to TexasCardHouse.com so they can see the entire tournament schedules for all of our clubs and see our upcoming Trailblazer series. That's something that you don't want to miss.
Yeah, Trailblazer is great. There's going to be great tournaments, great tournaments at both locations. Okay, not only at both locations, but throughout the state. If you're traveling and you can get to Austin or Dallas area, you've got Texas Card Houses there as well. So you're looking for a great way to play Texas Card House Premier. Listen, Bill, I love how clean, I love how secure it is. Both locations here, Spring and Westheimer, have huge parking lots, lit parking lots where you feel safe at these clubs.
Yeah, that's important. That's very important. We're playing for money, and we want you to feel safe when you come to our club, just like you'd feel safe when you go to a casino in Vegas.
Absolutely. And that's happening every day. And the big
Yep.
tournaments going on. Today is my favorite because you got the senior event. You got to be 50 or older at Westheimer and Greenridge. You got to be 50 or older, and it's just a great those young bucks that throw it all around. They're not in there. It's older people and more conservative, and we like to play old school poker, right? So that's mine.
Yeah, we've got that 12 p.m. tournament today, that $2,000 guarantee for only $130 buy-in. And then we've got that 6 o'clock $10,000 guarantee, $25 buy-in. So I mean, we got some great tournaments going on over there right now.
That's awesome. That is awesome. Noon with just $130 buy-in, and then 6 o'clock $25 buy-in, and you're giving, and it's $10,000 guaranteed.
Yeah, 20,000 starting set.
That's crazy. That's Bill Huer, and that's Texas Card House. You get the app, the hijack poker, and get that the free money that they're giving away just for signing up. What's the promo codes again?
Freedom 25. Freedom 25 is what you want to use for the hijack app.
That's it. Freedom 25. Bill, man, that's great stuff. We appreciate it. We love being there yesterday, and we'll be back again real soon because we love what you guys do over at Texas Card House. Thanks, man.
Hey, you're welcome. Great talking to you guys again.
All right. There's Bill Huer right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 right here. That's good stuff. I love me some poker. You're a poker player.
Mm-hmm.
You love you some poker.
I do, and I love that they have tournaments. They start their tournaments. I saw yesterday it's a 6 o'clock tournament in the evening. So you can go do it in the evening instead of the afternoon. Allows for more people to go play.
Yeah, but you also got to stay up late.
Yeah, how late does the tournament
Well,
go?
it depends. I mean,
our tournaments, when
there's
we
100 some guys in there. It's not going to end till
we started at 11
midnight.
Or noon whenever we used to play at
and
Prime.
play till 5.
Yeah, so it's about 6. I mean, if you're in there to the final table, it's going to take
That's the way it is for the senior event today. It starts at noon. It'll go till 5 or 6. But that's you're playing for good money then. Hey, you win a couple thousand.
Yep.
That's worth a good 6 hours of play. So let's go.
Absolutely.
713-780-3776 is the number. Bill Huer from Texas Card House. Good stuff. I love talking poker. Love talking poker and golf. And we got the Open Championship going on right now, as a matter of fact. And Brian Harmon is in the lead at the Open Championship, and he is now 8 under. Hao Tong Lee is second at -7. So we got some good golf going on right now at the Open Championship. Let's go. Let's I don't know if you are you going to watch this weekend or not?
Yeah.
You are.
Yeah. I definitely am going to. I pretty much watch at least final round of all the majors.
What I love about it.
And some of these, when I'm curious about the final round, I watch a little closer.
You're round curious?
If I'm round curious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I love is you wake up in the morning and it's right there, right now.
If I'm yeah, that's true. Well, yeah. What time does it start in the final round?
Well, the leaders probably won't go off.
Oh, it's
later.
a nightmare for you in LA. You'll be back in LA, won't you?
Yeah. You
got a better chance if you're on the East Coast than the West Coast.
Yeah, got to get up pretty early in the morning.
Starting at like 1 in the morning on you.
I'll probably tape it and watch it, and then watch it.
You're going to tape golf.
Well, I'll record it. Yeah.
You're going to record golf.
I'm going to record golf.
Watch recorded golf.
Yes.
That doesn't make any sense.
That makes the most sense.
It's like recording soccer. The only way you do it is if you don't want to know what's going on. Now, if you're going to record it and you're going to watch
to see how they got there.
Not me. If I'm going to do that, then I'm starting right there and I'm going to try to live through it as it's going on. Are you not one of those people?
Absolutely. I don't want
to know the score.
I don't want to know.
If I've recorded it, I want to watch it and have my highs and lows. My wife, she's the kind of person. She'll say, "What's this show about?" And I'll say, "Well, I was watching, I don't know, some movie, and I was about 25 minutes in, and I was saying, well, you want to watch? I mean, you can pick it up. I'll give you a heads up." And I told her briefly what the movie was up to that point, and she goes, "Eh." And so the next day she goes, "I already know what happens on this." Why? I just read up on it. I know exactly how this thing ends. Why would you do that? She'll read a book. She'll be 45 pages in. reads the last chapter.
That's not.
Why would you do
You
this?
lose
And then
all the
she goes-
suspense.
Then she goes back and reads the rest of it. I don't understand it for the life of me. I don't want to record stuff unless I'm going to watch it and it will be live for me, so I can have my ups and downs in
Yeah.
sports. I want to have that.
Yes.
Why would I know what's going on currently in this and then go back and watch the replay? For what? For who? I'm not doing that. Stupid. People do that are stupid.
People,
Except my wife.
I mean, your wife. Does
My
she
wife-
run? Does she run 2 miles of the marathon, then go finish it, and then go back?
No, she wouldn't do that. She'd never do that.
No. You want. How are you going to feel at the end? That's what you want.
I'm going to Tokyo for the Tokyo Marathon. She's in, and so we got to raise $1,700. But you'll probably get a phone call from her. But because she said,
well, let's
if you talk
start.
to John, I said you talk to John.
Let's start a little fund right now.
I know. Well, if you want to donate, we got to get to 1,700. She's raising it for. It has to do with it's sports. It's I think it's refugee children in Japan who it's to raise money for sports. There's a bunch of charities that you could get into. I said that would be a good one. That's sports related. You get kids in sports, blah blah blah. So I think that's what she's going to do. She usually
Wait a
does
minute. You have to
dementia.
go to get in. You have to raise
Japanese,
money for a charity.
Yeah. You have to kind of pay your way in. You have to raise money for a charity, which is not unusual. I mean, she earned her way into Boston. But yeah, it's usually charity. And she does either usually dementia, which is close to her family wise. And then, she also does the Duchenne muscular dystrophy. She's done that. She's run a couple times where that's been her charity. So been very blessed to have people who have donated. I think Chad Clay did.
He did.
I think whenever she went to either
So
London or Berlin.
why don't we get people now? I mean, are they? You want to go through the Islands for Kids?
No,
charity?
where that LLC is, we keep that separate.
Oh,
That's a separate one.
yeah, because you don't want to be.
Yeah.
You don't want to have anything fishy
a
going on
tax.
with that.
No, that's a charity. That's a
So,
501(c)(3).
Well, we got to get it going on. We got to raise
Just
some
reach
money.
out. Yeah, just reach out. And I'll tell you, the only thing that sucks is they don't have typically there's a link and you can't do link. You have to just you send to the person and then they have to basically pay the charity amount. So you raise money for people to send it to you,
right? Which
my wife's like, there's a lot of people don't want to just, oh yeah, I'll just give you some money. Like your friends and family members, they know. So it's going to be me has to send out the $1,700. And then, we'll just have to try to raise the 1,700. I think she's got 200 raised so far. So yeah, if you want to do that, I'll be more than happy to take that. You just let me know. We'll go there. And then I get to see.
And I get to write it off.
I get to see what Tokyo looks like. I don't know if you get to write it off or not.
Why?
Well, whoever donates,
Japanese charities are not tax deductible. It's got to be America.
I don't know the rules.
In this
you can
economy,
write it off.
In this economy,
if you send $100, you can write it off.
Yeah. Let's go. We'll get that job done. For Nicole to go.
It's her last one. It's number 6.
For Nicole's knee to grinding on bone on bone.
Well, this is probably it because she's run New York, Chicago, Boston. Those are the U.S. ones that you have to run. In Boston, you got to qualify for, and she did. And then London, Berlin, and then the last one is Tokyo. That's a big 6. So she'll get a medal that commemorates all 6. So that's what she's going for. She has to get her knee shot up with because she did, and she had success from QC Kinetics. It really helped. She had stem cell stuff done with QC Kinetics, and it helped. But she also has it's a 26-mile run, so she has this gel. She gets injections of gel in her knee.
Oh,
and I'm like, whew, you really love running.
Yeah, she does.
Tell you what,
which is silly.
Oh, she did say stem cells really hurts.
Oof.
She is really tough, and she said that sucker was painful. She said the doctor had to take a needle, and he's basically taking a hammer and hammer it into the bone to pull out the stem cells. Oh yeah, she's like, it works. Like I was talking to Joe Thomas about this. He goes, oh no, it's the real deal now. But stem cells really work. Like there's a group out of Brazil that's one of the very best. They were sponsors at Duke Manyweather's O-Line Masterminds Clinic, and Like they'll do 1 million stem cell injection into you, but they got to pull it out of you too.
So
it can be a little painful, but the results are just mind blowing.
Yeah, but now you got the bone that's killing you all the time. So what's the difference?
Well, it's just a little bit of pain. Can you deal with a little bit of pain?
No, thanks.
Treat me like it's a colonoscopy and just give me. Well, that didn't sound
knock me
right.
out.
Just give me the medicine.
You just like the
knock me out.
colonoscopy thing.
I like the Profilol.
Right?
No, I like the Propofol. It killed Michael Jackson, but in smaller doses, we're good.
Yeah.
It makes you go to sleep.
Keep going back to how you love colonoscopies.
I like the sleep.
Yeah, the sleep is awesome.
I like to sleep, but it's shorter now. Now they try to get you out of there quick. So it's like, how long have I been out? Like, oh no, it's like 30 minutes. 30 minutes.
Well, I remember going home and taking a nap afterwards.
Yeah, give me an hour and a half.
Awesome.
I want an hour and a half of this stuff.
Awesome.
So
Michael Jackson got it every night to go to sleep.
So you want to be knocked out for an hour and a half and have someone?
Yeah, putting.
No, I don't want that part.
You want that for an hour and a
No,
half?
I don't want that part.
Doing
I mean,
booty stuff.
No, not doing booty stuff.
You want to be
cutting out polyps. Yes.
You want to be unconscious for an hour and a half and have just any random guy back.
No,
there
I didn't.
around?
No one
Not
said
a random guy.
No, Dr. Frackman
Oh, okay.
actually cutting polyps out of the colon so that I don't get cancer.
You said you like a
So
nap.
it's a very specific targeted area.
So
I don't. You said you like any guy back there.
You only want it at a doctor's office.
Okay, what I want is a nap where I can't wake up.
Yeah.
Not a dirt nap, but I want a nap where I can't wake up for like an hour and a half.
But you don't want the other part of the colon.
Not where dogs start barking.
Okay.
No, I mean I don't covet that.
Any doctor like Dr. Larry,
Dr. Larry,
the Michigan State doctor.
Oh my! Woo! Wow!
I'm gonna take these things off.
I thought I was bad.
You are not like that.
Any doctor? Okay. All right, Lance. All right. We got a break. Houston powder coat is what we got to talk about now. I'm sure Robin doesn't want to be around that. All I know is that Houston powder coaters is awesome at what they do. They whatever metal you have needs powder coating. Okay. If it's older, it's going to get rusty. We got so much humidity here. Okay. That stuff is going to rust out. Stuff is not going to look as good. You want to keep it because it's rough. I saw so many car parts when I was there. I saw, well, obviously the patio furniture, but the car parts were amazing and different, and truck parts and boat parts, and and then there were new products that were built metal, and before they send them out, they powder coat them to make sure that they're long lasting, and it's part of the process of making these metal objects. So whatever you have that is metal, you want it to last long, you want it to look great, Houston Powder Coaters is there for you. It doesn't matter what it is. Robin, well, it does matter. Robin will tell you whether or not, she's going to be honest with you and tell you whether or not she can save it. You're looking for the best way to get that powder coating, HoustonPowderCoaters.com. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it right here.
It's John and Lance,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
All right, welcome back. East River 9, live. We got a little over an hour left in this show. Glad you could join us. Sorry you had to hear that last segment.
Why are you acting like you weren't a main problem in that
It was
segment?
not.
Maybe the biggest problem. Lance issued an apology for saying Rasheed Rice was involved in an accident that killed
And
someone.
involuntary manslaughter.
Did
I
you want to
apologize.
apologize, John,
I don't.
for your last words before you went into your live spot? Do you want to apologize?
I'm just saying.
It-
I want to
it
know
forced-
what kind of doctor he wanted.
It forced two people who are with the jokes off the show.
Yeah.
Both of us were like, nope,
We had to
not
leave.
for us. Not for us.
That dude's in prison getting stabbed up. We don't need for all this
No.
terrible stuff he did. We don't need that on our ticket. That we'd like separate checks, sir.
Excuse
separate
me?
checks, please.
Yep.
Yeah.
Separate checks. Y'all want this all on one bill?
Nope.
Nope. Separate checks,
We're
please.
individuals here.
When Jesus says, "You want this all on the same ticket?" Separate checks.
When I'm at the gates and St. Peter
I heard what
asked,
you said about Larry.
when he asked me about
Nasser.
July 8th,
Nasser,
when
yes,
he
sir.
asked me about July 18th, about 8:48 Central Time in Houston,
Mhm.
that wasn't me.
I took my headphones
I was
off.
gone.
That wasn't me.
Wanted nothing to do
I
with
have
that.
you associated with
Nope.
this?
Nope. I made it
How
clear.
so?
Made it clear.
Anyway, that we can move on now. Okay.
Oh, good. Now that
Yeah.
we're done talking about my colonoscopy,
Right.
glad you can move
I don't
along
know
now.
why you talked about it. I have no idea.
Just that I like being knocked
He's
out
like,
with Profilol.
he wants to be knocked out for an hour and a half around guys.
That's not
Doctors.
no,
which can be
not
men or women.
around doctors.
Which could be
It's
men
a
or
very
women.
specific procedure.
Okay.
Not there's a bunch of doctors. Give me my medicine. Take my pants off. Put me in a gown. Give me those non-slip socks. I don't know why they give you
the
those.
ones with those on the
They're
bottom,
comfortable.
Yeah.
Why do they give you
So
non-slip
you don't
socks?
slip.
Slip on what? I'm laying down on a gurney.
Well,
what am I
what-
going to slip on?
What if you try to get up and escape and
Yeah,
run
they're
away
worried.
from the doctor?
Well,
doing
that's
stuff to
true.
you?
And then I'm going to call who? Daspit. I slipped and fell here in the doctor's office.
Exactly.
Bing, bang, boom.
You missed.
Exactly.
Did you miss the last part of his words, Lance?
No, I
All right.
zipped right by him.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Zipped right by him.
So how big is this series tonight? This series this weekend?
Not big.
It's only
but it
big
feels
if
big.
if it goes the wrong way.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it's true.
No, I don't want the momentum, the bad momentum to continue.
No, but you got a 5-game lead, and there's a lot of season left, and you're still, by the way, you're still.
You've got a 5-game lead.
You're still hurting, and you're still
This
going
is
to
the
get. You're going
point.
to get guys back.
This is you got a 5-game lead, but if it goes really poorly, like Guardians poorly, and now it's only 2, when are those guys coming back? Yeah, they're supposed to be back, but when? How deep into the year are those guys going to be back? And how does going from 7 games up to, let's say it's a disaster, let's say they get swept, how does going from 7 games up to 2 games up change their philosophy when it comes to acquiring a player or two?
It might, because of what we've seen is the prognosis for Jordan and for Eric Getty. I mean, they might have to make some kind of move. I'm sure that they don't want to with the money that's going to be involved. Plus, well, I don't know. Is Christian Javier going to come? I don't know.
So
Is
that's
he
the
going to
thing.
come save the day?
So let's say we remove disaster scenario, but McCullers is bad again. They would be a pitcher short at least, and with Arrighetti, maybe, and Javier. Can we put it on Javier and Garcia to be real dudes in the postseason?
Let's say Christian.
That's a lot to ask for not pitching that long.
Let's say Lance McCullers is bad again and bad again and bad again. At what point do you Jose Abreu him?
Oh no, they're not going to. They don't have enough pitching. You
didn't have enough first baseman either.
That dude was done. He was washed. Lance McCullers has performances look good this year. There was a time in 3 straight games where you were calling him, quote unquote, a potential all-star.
Did you
So-
do that?
Oh, I know. I don't think I said we called
I
it.
know Jeff Blum
Time recall.
called him a third ace at one point.
Yeah.
No, there was a stretch of 3 games in a row where the
But
strikeout
it was all
totals
on
high,
the
he
road.
looked terrific. So we
If
know
he loses the road at dominance,
well, he's not getting DFA'd.
he's in trouble.
He's not getting DFA'd. He's done too much for this organization. Well, he's done a lot for the organization. They've done a lot for him.
They've
They've done a lot for him.
They've given him
But I
way
don't
more
see
than
them-
he's given them.
I don't see them DFA in a position that they're really light at the pitching position. I don't see they would DFA him. I
Well,
can't-
if
I can't see
Javier
that.
comes back, Garcia comes back,
He goes to the pen.
oh,
He
man,
just sits there.
how can you?
That's a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, you saying if Javier comes back and Garcia comes back, what world do you live in? Where a guy with a guy with a Tommy John makes it back inside of 2
In
years.
less than 3 years?
Yeah.
No, it's already 2.
Garcia's over 2, not Javier.
Yeah, but
We're going on year number 2 with Javier.
I don't know. I just think that at some point you got to say enough is enough. If in fact he continues to struggle. I mean, you get it too. DFA him already. He sucks.
Yeah,
DFA him.
That's not happening. I mean, literally, it's one thing to DFA a guy who just came on a bad contract or whatever, who's barely done anything in your organization. Like Lance McCullers has history. He has very positive history. He's at a position where they're already light because of injury. Even if injury is not as big a deal, because let's say Arrighetti, let's say all 3 of those guys come back. I mean, what a great scenario. But I think Lance McCullers just goes to the bullpen and then this will be his last year. Does he have anything left on the contract? God, this is a really long contract.
Lance McCullers next year. What do you mean?
Still hasn't
Yeah, one more year. I just don't understand. You've watched him pitch at home and you've watched him pitch on the road, and yet you're starting him second instead of first, where he could get 2 road starts. I mean, it is real, his struggles at home.
Yeah.
Why don't you play into it as opposed to going, no. Play into it. Let him start on the road. He sucks at Daikin. I mean, sucks. So he could have had 2 starts on this road trip, and the second one would be probably a little bit easier. But I got no problem. He started the Dodger series. He started game 1 of the Dodger series, and they won 18-1.
Yeah,
And he looked good.
he looked real good.
Yeah. And now you're gonna start him in game 2, and then he's got to come back and start the opener at home against the Athletics.
Look at this. Read what this caption says. This is you talking. Read what that caption says.
Because a lot of guys can get up.
No. Right here. Right here.
Oh, that.
Yeah.
Can Lance McCullers keep dominating like this? Yeah.
That was our whole discussion.
Yeah.
That wasn't even that long ago. That's on a video that we had.
Yeah, and then he had
From
3
the
road.
show.
Then he had 3 road starts.
Now we're talking about DFAing. Come on.
Then he had 3 road starts that were just some of the worst. I mean, he's got his ERA up to over 11 at home.
When was this put out?
Dude,
It wasn't even that long ago.
that was after road starts. So let's just admit we can't pitch him at Daikin.
That's fine. He's not getting DFA'd.
No. 901 ESPN 97.5. We got a break. 713-780-3777.
By the way, you know who we never talked about is Xavier Nyers, the first round pick of the Astros.
Yeah.
In
We
the
haven't even
draft.
talked any draft.
We didn't even mention at all that he's the first position player from high school they drafted in like 5-6 years.
Yeah.
And this he's a big boy now, 6'4", 200 right now coming out of high school. So he's probably going to be like a 225-pound, and he's got the frame to carry a lot of muscle.
Swinging.
He
He looks
looks-
like Jordan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks good.
It looks real good.
It looks really good.
Really good.
I'm excited about that. Third baseman too.
All right, we got a break because we got to talk right now about Chastain Ford. I got to talk about this weekend. Are you buying a car? If you're buying a car, please just go to the website. You can do it all on the web. You can't do it all on everybody's websites, all these dealerships, because they want you in there because they want to upsell you. They won't allow you to do the entire deal online. But you can at Chastain Ford. They'll even deliver the vehicle, whatever the vehicle is. Businesses have known this for years. You need to know it too. Chastain Ford is going to give you the best deal. the best in service, the best in deal, no markups. Make sure you get a great vehicle, customized the way you want it, not the way that they want it. It just is it's perfect. It's the perfect way to buy a car. You're looking for the best way to get into that Ford truck or SUV. I think it's Chastain Ford. I bought 4 vehicles from them, and I will continue to buy from them. I love the way that they do business. You will too. Get your best car buying experience with no add-ons, no markups, doing it the way you want at ChastainFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastain Ford. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 9:06, our final segment of the week.
You wish. Final hour of the week.
I mean, our final
They're already
our final hour.
You've been out the door since about 7:30, to be honest with you.
Well, I went to Goo Goo Dolls last night.
We know.
Out the door.
He's been.
Yeah. I had one foot out the door.
Yeah.
But I had the other foot in here. Okay?
Barely.
Now,
Sneaking
I said
in.
some stuff that okay.
I
probably
would
shouldn't have said.
if you were a different person. I would say you would have said some things you would come to regret, but because it's you, I know you won't regret those things.
I don't regret.
You may have said some things Lance and I will come to regret.
Yeah. No,
because we got that stink on us from what you said.
Yeah, we're tied to it.
Yeah. It's a BBL smell type stink.
Stephen Colbert out. They're
Yeah.
canceling his show. He's got next year will be the last
2026. That's very weird. Like, because
Very weird. He
not
said
just-
something
yeah.
about the parent company.
well, I know not that
You
he's
went
getting,
after the parent company, like
no, not that it's getting
gone.
canceled. That they said, hey, play out the year. So we're gonna let you. And this will be a test of what Stephen Colbert wants to do. Is he gonna push it? I'm sure he's still got a contract. So is he
yeah,
gonna
be a
push it
test
for the
to see
next
if he
year?
wants all the money.
Yeah, how much does he want to push?
He went after the parent company for settling for $16.5 million when they said they had no fault, but they settled with Trump.
Yeah.
And they're like, no, that's not what it is. Like, that's what it is. He made a big show on I saw the video where he's like, you can't look, no matter what you think, if you go after the money at the top, you better be careful. Like, you better be really strong to fade that. If you're going to fade your bosses who are conglomerates and you're going to go after them on a radio or television or digital format, it typically doesn't go well. If I went after the NFL and started trying to rip everybody, guess what would happen? My show would get canceled. Not this show, but my show called we went after David Gow. Guess whose show's getting canceled?
Yeah.
Us.
Yeah.
Us.
Well, Letterman did it for years. The Pinheads, remember?
Yeah,
The
he did.
GEs.
He's one of the few.
And-
Now that's when that's when TV had more juice, though.
Yeah, yeah.
He did it when TV had more juice, more
Yeah.
advertisers, all that.
Yeah, well, Colbert is the highest rated of all the late night shows. The numbers don't dictate he can get away with what he was doing. And yeah, he took his shot. And well, I think you were saying, John, it's weird that they would keep him on for a year because we work in a business like when you're done, you're done. You don't get that type of lead up generally. So he's going to get a year, and we'll see what he's got in his holster if he's going to continue to attack them now that he's got a firm date. And they may just go, you know what, we're not going to let you get the year.
610 did that with me and let me stay on after I.
Well, that's
quit.
not.
And then he tried to get fired.
Yeah.
He was doing every day was a holiday show. This is before John had quote unquote holiday shows. Every day where it's just basically if he's been drinking or the night before or if he just didn't want to be here, John just says, well, basically a holiday show. He does that now. At 610, we didn't have holiday shows like that. And I mean, sometime, but it didn't last as long. And we didn't push we would make some little jokes here and there, but it wasn't as widespread.
I think it lasted one show. And then they
no,
said,
it was more than that. I was off that week, and somebody goes, "You need to turn the radio on." And John's like, "I'll be honest with you, I'm surprised I'm still here." He said that on the show, which you may not seem like a big deal now, but it was a really big deal then that he's openly mocking. Like, I guess they're going to keep me on, even though I'm leaving.
I'm out of here.
Wow.
Right. Fourth place division finishes since 2010. Only 2 teams in the NFL have not finished in fourth place in their division over the last 15 years.
Texans aren't one of those because they
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
One
of them's obvious.
Eagles?
Nope.
The Chiefs.
Nope.
How many years?
Since when?
15 years.
Oh, one of them's going to be the Ravens.
Nope.
Ravens have finished last? Steelers?
It's the Steelers. Obviously, they have a winning record every year.
Yeah, since Mike Thomas has been there.
What's the other team?
Even in their the Patriots were
Seattle?
last place last year. So.
Seattle?
Oh, it's just kind of surprising. Green Bay.
Yeah, it's not that surprising. They've had Aaron Rodgers,
Yeah.
Jordan
Hall of Fame
Love, and Brett
quarterbacks,
Favre. Yeah.
Yeah. Baltimore, Seattle, Dallas, Indy, and New Orleans have had one. New Orleans only had one fourth place finish.
Well, they always try, and people have criticized them for the way they try, always pushing money down their salary cap debt further and further into the future. So they've always since Sean Payton got there, they've always wanted to compete.
Yeah, it's mostly under Sean Payton, but since then they've been the doldrums. They
haven't tanked. You can't really do that in NFL, but they haven't tried to be bad. They've always tried to compete, and maybe to their detriment. That's why they don't have a quarterback, because they continue to go after the Derek Carrs of the world.
2 fourth place finishes for Atlanta, Miami, Kansas City, and New England. 3 for Philadelphia, the Rams, the Vikings, and the Texans. Only 3.
Huh.
Who has 9 fourth place finishes?
Jags? Oh, probably the Browns or Jets. Browns, yeah.
Jets have 7.
Yeah.
Tampa has 7. Washington has 7. Chicago has 7. Wow. Jacksonville and Arizona 6. And the rest are in the middle, 5 and 4. So, yeah, fourth place finishes mean the Giants only have 4. They've been a bad organization for a while now. And they only have 4.
They've been helped by the Commanders. How many did the Commanders have?
Commanders have had 7.
Yeah, so they've been in a division with a worse team.
Well, that was Daniel Snyder.
Yeah. So
look at the difference in that organization since he left.
You wouldn't think so, because it's the owner you think would just stay out of the way and just pay. But yeah, you get a bad one out of the way, and things can flip pretty quickly. And it also helps that you hit on the quarterback that probably exceeded expectations, definitely exceeded expectations in year one. We saw it here. Sure, Hannah may have more influence, but if they don't take CJ, they're bad.
Yep.
Even with D'Amico. So the owner change, cool, but you find your quarterback. It's an easy flip in the NFL.
Live at East River 9. We want you guys to come on out. We're going to be here all day long. You're going to be here. No Mapes. You got AJ.
AJ will be back in. Obviously, he's back at the station. Michael Carroll will join me at 11:30 to talk about movies you think are cartoons.
Oh my God, how bad was the Superman movie?
It was.
Mike Francesa said it's.
Mike Francesa must hate dogs.
Okay.
Because I told you what happened with that movie. It increased people's interest in adopting dogs by over 500%.
Superman?
Because of Crypto,
so.
the dog. The dog, he said, whoa, crypto, what's crypto? It's in the comics, Mike. How about you read something every now and again?
What about when the guy called in, he goes, hey, Mike, this guy from Jersey, let's go to Jeremy in New Jersey. Hey, Mike, how we doing? Fine. Man, Stan Lee passed away. Can you believe that? Who?
Who's Stan Lee?
He said, Stan Lee. He goes, Stan Lee passed away. I don't know who that is. Who is that? Stan Lee was Superman? I don't know who that is. Or DC Comics? He goes, I have no idea who this is. Then 2 years later, he's talking about, I'm a big time Superman fan. Like, he didn't even know who Stan Lee was. They brought an audio, and the guy goes, come on. What are you talking about? You don't know who the caller got pissed off at him for not knowing who Stan Lee was.
I didn't know who Stan Lee was.
Yeah, I knew him more for Spider-Man because I was a Spider-Man fan when I was a kid.
So Stan Lee was the producer of all these shows?
No, he wrote all the comics.
Marvel. He was the
Marvel?
one of the creators of Marvel Comics, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Is Spider-Man a Marvel?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So Mike Francesa, big Superman fan, but he admitted he just watched the TV and the movies, Christopher Reeve guy. And what's his name? Like George, a TV Superman, George something, like Ben Affleck did a movie about it.
Yeah. Remember the like way back in the day in the 60s, there was the very first Superman that was on TV.
George Reeves.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was what he was hearkening back to. Look, I'm not gonna take comic book movie advice from Mike Francesa. Okay.
No, typically he's not the demographic you choose.
No.
He is a movie enthusiast. He is an expert.
Is he?
That's right. That's right. And he said the Superman movie sucked. So
tell it to the critics, Mike. The critics disagree.
Well.
Oh, Stan Lee didn't do Superman.
No, he was a Marvel guy. He was.
Whatever. Is he DC? That's DC.
Superman is DC.
Yeah,
yes.
I'm not a comic.
Him
book
and
guy.
Mike Francesa. I don't listen to you or Mike Francesa.
No, I 100% don't listen to me. I don't go to any of them.
Oh, listen to me.
I haven't
go
even
see
seen
it, and I think it sucks.
When's the last time you went to a theater and saw one of them?
I went with my kids with the guy with Thor. Was it Thor?
With the hammer?
That was a pretty funny one. Who is it? Chris Hemsworth?
Chris Hemsworth, yes.
That was actually pretty good. It was well written. They're all rated. And I know what the Infinity Stones means, basically.
Sure.
I know the meme and the joke and the reference. I just never saw it. My kids loved it. They loved that. My wife went to Black Panther with the kids. I just don't watch any of that
I saw Black Panther.
I saw Iron Man 1.
That was my last one.
Oh, yeah. Just a little bit ago.
Mine is the one with the
not
hammer.
Not that far back, though.
I guess it's Thor. That's the last one I saw.
Yes.
All right. Here's the problem.
Definitely didn't see Aquaman. Who
going to the theater back in the day? You couldn't get Coors Lights back in the day. Oh, how about
you could bring him into the theater?
Yeah. Oh, I did.
Yeah.
But last night I go to Smart Financial. They don't have Coors Light. So
and did you abstain from alcohol since they didn't have Coors Light?
I actually did.
It didn't seem like it.
No, I did. I mean, I was
like it to you, Lance?
This sucks. No, this sucks.
What? Why would
they don't have Coors Light? So why would you sell alcohol and not sell Coors Light?
That doesn't make any sense.
Maybe he didn't have Coors Light. He had something.
Well, I had a little something, but
not beer. Not beer.
I loaded up at Luling's beforehand.
There you go.
Coors Lights.
There you go.
Yeah. So don't worry. I had my fill of Coors Lights beforehand.
You just wanted more fill. Okay.
Well, why would I go to a place? See, but the show was great. Unfortunately, no Coors Lights, so it ruined the entire event for me. But listen, if you're some kind of business or you're at home and you got to load up on Coors Lights for the people, okay? They want to come to your house. They want to enjoy cold, clean, crisp, refreshing. They want to enjoy the Blue Mountains. They want to keep Texas chill. Are you going to stop them by not having Coors Light? No. Load up your refrigerator. Make sure that you got them on hand. Load up your business. Load up your coolers. I'm sure they got Coors Lights here. Of course they have Coors Lights here because it's a great place, East River 9. You're looking for the best beer to enjoy whatever event you're at. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
It's John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
All right. Nico Collins came in 37th on Pro Football Focus's top 50 players.
That's good.
Is there
Every position, that's damn
Yeah.
good.
top 50
Top
players
50
in the
players
league?
in the league is awesome for a wide receiver like Nico.
Like Nico, he's a one. He's a
Yeah, but
I
you
mean,
have Jamar's ahead of him, I'm sure. Justin Jefferson's going to be ahead of him.
well, yeah.
Tyreek is no longer ahead of him. I
No.
bet.
He is probably wide receiver 5 in the league.
He's in. The stats don't say that.
Jamar.
It's close, but if you look at touchdowns, yards, I
Yeah.
mean, short term for like a year and a half. Yeah.
He's
Maybe so. I feel like he's top 5. Yeah, for sure.
well,
He's a volume.
Jamar,
He can win on 3 levels.
CD,
Yeah. Justin.
those
3 for sure. But after that,
Puka.
Well, I mean, the stats say yes.
Yeah.
We're sitting there like I'm not even thinking Puka, but like, what more does Puka need to do? Puka Nakua's numbers are insane. They're really, really, really good. And I'm sitting there like, who else other than somebody named Puka Nakua? Now, last year he only played 11 games. No, last year, wow. Puka's numbers, 990 yards and 3 touchdowns in 11 games. So maybe not. Maybe not.
They've got A.J. Brown, number 1. Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase. I don't want to live in a world where Jamar after last year is not number 1. Amon-Ra, Puka, CD, and then Nico.
Dude, A.J. Brown is
Nico's 7.
Pretty good. I think he's better than A.J. Brown. I think he's better than A.J. Brown. Nico. To me, A.J. Brown.
What about Amon-Ra?
A.J. needs a Devontae Smith and a Dallas Goedert next to him. Nico doesn't need that. Nico hasn't had that.
No. Well, it started off pretty good and then tailed off. He had Steph and he had Tank at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, but 2 years ago he had a great year.
And actually, they took catches away from him.
He had Tank for 7 games 2 years ago. Brandon Cooks or whoever. He was still whoever they had.
He got better,
then.
though, when there was nobody on the other side.
Yeah, it's not going to matter.
He got better. Which is almost impossible because of the attention.
He's a standalone, just like Andre Johnson. He feels like there's a lot of similarities to him and Dre. They both can work all 3 levels. They both can make tough physical catches. Dre had more drops than Nico. Nico's got better hands. Dre's a little bit faster, but Nico's fast. He's a 4.40 player with that size. It's impressive. They don't have to have great things all around them. They can do their own work. They can beat man coverage. They can win against zone. I think there's a lot of similarities between Nico Collins and Dre. I would argue Nico as a top 5 wide receiver, but because Puka Nakua's second year did not have the same numbers, so you can't really put him in that conversation. A.J. Brown, you can put in that conversation. I wouldn't put DK Metcalf in there. There was another one I was thinking of. The guy that's going to be the guy that's
the guys around him are Tyreek, Mike Evans, Terry McLaurin, Drake London,
Mike
Malik.
Evans. Okay, Terry McLaurin deserves a conversation. Mike Evans is still doing it. I don't think Mike is at that top level, but when is he not going to go for 1,000 yards? You know what I mean? And a bunch of touchdowns. The guy that you're going to have to Malik from LSU.
Malik Neighbors.
Yeah, Malik Neighbors is a guy that you're going to have to watch for quick, man. This guy is super talented.
Again, the problem is who's throwing him the ball.
Yeah, but he didn't have anyone last year.
Yeah.
And he already started
I think it's the same with a lot of people are high on Garrett Wilson this year, but can Justin Fields get him the ball?
I know. Yeah, Garrett's really good. How about Malik Neighbors had 1,200? He had 109 catches for 1,204 yards and 7 touchdowns last year with nobody throwing him the football.
Yeah.
That's pretty serious business. And he played in 15 games.
Wow.
Now he'll have Russell Wilson who can throw it a little bit better. He'll have Jameis Winston. He'll have some guys who can throw the football over there. So I don't know. I think Malik Neighbors is headed for a 1,410 touchdown season. I think Malik Neighbors will be talked about as one of the top 4 or 5 receivers in football when the year's over. Hopefully our guy Nico will be too. But it's not all stats. Like the Texans aren't just going to throw the ball a ton. They're not going to be behind all the time like some of these teams. Like the Giants were behind all the time. They had to throw a lot.
I don't know.
He got targeted 170 times. 170 targets as a rookie.
Well, who else were they going to throw to, too? I don't know that we've had a better time at wide receiver. I mean, when you look down the list at Drake London, Malik Neighbors, Garrett Wilson, T. Higgins, Brian Thomas Jr., Devontae Adams, they've got his 16.
Yeah, and Brian.
Devontae Adams.
Did you see Brian Thomas's year?
Oh, yeah, he was awesome. I had him on my team. Devontae Smith, Chris Godwin, Brandon Ayuk, T.J. Moore, Jalen Waddle, 21st.
You mentioned
Jalen Waddle.
By the way, Brian Thomas
Lad McConkey is 22nd.
Do you know that Brian Thomas had a bigger year than Malik Neighbors?
He's huge.
Most people wouldn't know that. He had 10 touchdowns. Malik had 7. Malik had 1,200 and some odd yards. He had 1,282. Brian Thomas had more yards and touchdowns than Malik Neighbors. You want to talk about a time to relive? How about it was Jaden Daniels, Brian Thomas, and Malik Neighbors, and they didn't win a national championship. Okay, and Will Campbell.
It's crazy.
And all those guys.
You named
Sorry
all
ass
offensive
LSU.
players.
Yeah.
You didn't name any
Not
defenders.
a
Well,
one.
you
Especially
had
since Perkins got hurt. They were done.
Stingley was gone.
But look
by
at
then.
Jalen Waddle's 21st. Lad McConkey's 22nd.
Lad McConkey's 22nd.
22nd.
What a time to be a receiver.
This is a great receiving year.
Waddle inside
Marvin
the top
Harrison
22?
26.
Yeah, he said Waddle's 21.
21.
Where's
Waddle
George
and Tyreek.
Pickens?
Yeah, where's Pickens?
Pickens is way down this list. Debo, Jameis, he's not even 32nd. He's not on there.
Debo, is he even still a receiver?
Kind of.
He's fat.
Do they have DK? Have you mentioned?
He's fat.
Did they mention DK Metcalf?
Yeah, DK Metcalf comes in.
That is crazy. How
DK Metcalf comes in at a whopping 23rd.
Yeah, this is the deepest. I think the wide receivers in my lifetime. It's the deepest. And I'm talking about with like Devontae Adams is towards probably the back end of his career. Mike Evans towards the back end of his career. Most of the guys you're mentioning are still in full prime or entering prime.
Is AJ a Cowboy guy?
He is a big Cowboy fan.
Oh,
Yeah,
God.
you knew that.
I really liked him until now.
You already knew that about him.
I forgot.
He is made
I'm not
a couple
flamboyant.
times.
What about
He
George
said he's not
Pickens?
flamboyant as a
He
Cowboy
doesn't wear
fan.
Cowboy stuff, but he's a Cowboy fan.
What about George Pickens?
Bro, he is good regardless. On this, if he was on the Steelers, he would have been
Did
higher.
you
I
say
guarantee
that
it.
in that effeminate way that you're saying it?
Yeah, I know you said, what about the
What about
Steelers?
George Pickens?
What is he, cat?
What is
Yeah.
the Carl Anthony?
No.
Hey, girl.
No.
What up, girl?
I couldn't believe
I can't
Shane
believe he said that.
Oh my
I
god!
can't believe he said
For
that.
those who missed it, Shane. So Carl Anthony Towns sometimes will, the way he talks in his phraseology sometimes
Yeah.
will be a little
If
effeminate.
he'd
or
have
a little,
done, oh my God, that would have been because that's how
if
Cat
he
said
said,
it.
"Oh my God,
Oh my
Cat's
God.
here," he'd done that. That would have been funny.
That would have been.
The joke. You should have been a joke writer for him.
I should have.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that would have been good.
I could have wrote him some Larry Nassar jokes.
I don't know why we had to revisit it.
Yeah, those slaps.
Time for you to talk about Craig
They
DeSurf.
hit.
No jokes here.
No jokes. When we're talking about Craig DeSurf and the people at the good friends over at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. The reason's simple. The vehicles that they have are top of the line, and I'm talking about trucks in a lot of cases, Chevy Silverado pickup trucks. I want you to sit tight with me because I'm about to tell you something about the Chevy Silverado that you're not going to find with most dealerships. This is pretty incredible. Right now, the 2025 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab with the Turbo Max engine, you can get 0% APR financing for well-qualified buyers. Find that kind of finance rate anywhere. It's almost impossible to find zero. It's almost impossible to find 0.9. Plus, current eligible Chevrolet owners can get additional customer and bonus cash, potentially thousands of savings through the dealership. See dealer for complete details. So we're looking at a Chevy Silverado pickup truck. We're looking at 0% financing and a potential for additional customer and bonus cash available for you. It's all down in Angleton where the sales staff is extremely friendly. There's no pushing. There's no hassling. There's no haggling. You control the car buying experience, and Craig DeSurf is going to make sure that they give you the best value for your trade-in that you can possibly find. Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.com.
Now back to John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
All right, welcome back. This is our penultimate segment of the week. Now we have to go through the week.
Oh, we didn't call on people to tell us what they learned.
What did they learn this week?
Yeah, on the
Well,
show.
if you want to call,
They
in,
go.
you can tell
You
us
call right now. You can call right now. What did you learn this week in one sentence on our show? What did you learn this week?
What did you learn?
Yeah, what did you learn from this show this week in one sentence? We did it last week, but it didn't work though, did it?
No,
Or
yeah,
people-
yeah.
Initially
We
didn't
actually
work, but then
slowly.
people called
Then
in.
people started calling.
Yeah,
in.
but we didn't tell them this, we're going to do it again. So
And we don't even remember what's on our own show. So
yeah,
it's a nice reminder for us. Oh yeah, I remember when we said that. Oh, remember when that guy told us that?
how great you were, like Jacob did earlier
Yeah,
today. Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, I like that.
So, what did you learn this week in one sentence? Did you learn anything this week?
I did. I learned that a certain poker house has 2 locations.
Yeah,
I did
I
too.
do. I knew that.
I think
already.
I had heard that, but
I knew that already.
But I had not heard that
You had not heard that.
until recently. I did learn that this week. That's what I learned on the show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
be careful. You're bringing family business out now.
What? I said a certain poker house.
You did learn that.
I did learn that.
I
was unaware.
I kind of did too.
Yeah. Well, I knew all about that. I just didn't know that we were supposed to be at the other one.
Well, that's
all.
the family business. I just learned what I learned.
That's
Yeah.
right. That's right. What did you learn anything this week, Lance?
from the show. I learned that there's a monk who plays golf.
Yeah.
And he's pretty good.
Yeah.
He's currently a monk.
He's
Or is he
always a monk.
He's not a
He's a
reformed
Buddhist
monk.
monk. No, he's a Buddhist monk.
I learned that today.
Yeah.
That there was a monk that plays
And-
professional golf, and he
and-
was on a leaderboard.
So
And a felon that spent 5 years in prison in Australia.
yeah, and he played.
That's not on the leaderboard. He's
so
+6.
the golf thing and earning money playing golf doesn't conflict with the monk tendencies. There's nothing that conflicts there. He can still be a golfer who's earning a paycheck doing that and be a monk. I thought.
Are you allowed? Are you so he can do his monking and his golfing
Is
together?
monking?
I would
don't think
assume
that's
that's
I think it's monkship.
No, I think it's monkey. I think it is a verb. You can monk. Like right now, I'm doing some monking, and then next week I'm going to do some golfing.
Well,
Maybe
right.
you monk and you golf. There's 2 different things you do.
Yeah, you can monk or golf, whichever the case may be.
How is he with people whistling during his backswing? Is he okay with that?
Calm.
Being a monk.
Calm and
John
relaxed.
Rahm.
Yeah. Is he
John
relaxed
Rahm was
with that?
none too pleased with
Calm
that.
and relaxed.
Yeah. Does he let that go and go, hey, it's just part of life, and I just keep playing through?
What Lance said something horrible this week though that I can't remember that I learned.
Oh, I learned. Well, he talked about pulling a. What'd you say again?
Oh yeah.
No, I learned
Well,
that John.
we learned
I
that
learned that
John
John didn't know women had groins.
Yeah, we did learn that this week.
He
yeah.
thought a groin was a wiener.
That's not what I thought. I just never heard of a woman having a groin issue.
Yeah, a groin injury. He didn't think that.
Yeah.
He thought that was gender specific.
I did not think it was a wiener thing. Okay.
You're the
I
one who
just had
said.
never heard of a woman having a groin injury.
And then Lance informed us that groins aren't wieners.
Except now there was a video of a soccer player in front of the goal.
Yeah,
Did
it's
you
from-
see her?
It was from the England Sweden game yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, or was it whoever they played?
Man,
What happened?
She was taping it up right in
Yeah.
front of everybody.
What do you mean?
She
The groin?
yeah,
The
she had,
groin.
she had to do the wrap right on the field. Yeah, she wrapped.
I mean, and she pulled up her shorts and she's
Well, that's where the groin is, way up there. Yeah.
Yeah. But you should probably do that in the tent.
No, you got the clocks rolling.
She can't come off the field.
What are you going to be?
Yeah,
in
you
a,
can't.
in a
11-10?
She don't want to be off the field that long. She comes off the field that she has to wait to get back on in a quarterfinal.
So is the action going and she's wrapping it up?
No,
as-
they pause play, but she's on the field. But if you come off, then you got to wait.
Why don't they give her the magic spray?
How long you got to
Pull
wait?
it up there and go
Just depends. I don't know. Probably like 40 seconds.
spray the magic spray
the
on it.
magic spray wasn't enough. It was Lucy Braun. She
Wow.
She scored
You
a goal
want
yesterday.
you want to spray that spray in that area?
That magic spray.
The
It's
magic spray?
That's what they call it.
It is called the magic spray. 'cause
Doesn't
no
it
one-
kill all feeling?
No,
You don't want to do
well,
that.
It does. But what do you care when you're playing? What's
Yeah.
wrong with you?
Does it wear off? You don't know. You don't know.
It eventually
Yes.
wears off. You're not.
We
yes,
did
it
that.
does wear off. I've
You don't
seen the
know.
spray used since I was a kid. We don't just have soccer players around the world with numbness for the rest of their careers. It wears off.
You could have used that when you were in Spain. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. If you guys want to call in
On your Euro
and say,
vacation.
say
No,
whatever.
my school.
No,
I went to
yeah,
school.
you're schooling. Yeah.
My wife's like, I can't believe Alec is not going to go. You know, he's going to be a senior this year. I can't believe Alec is not going to go didn't do a junior year abroad or won't go take time off. I said, that kid wants to be an NFL scout or work. Like, he can't take a year off from football activities. What are you talking about? This isn't even a discussion.
It's fun though. It was a good time had by all.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's not a partier like I was. No, he ain't gonna enjoy it like
he'd
I
be
did.
like, food's terrible, no chicken quesadillas.
Right. He'd remember more than I did, but
yes, he would definitely remember more.
Yeah, he'd probably go to school too, which was dumb. What do we got? Ashton?
Yeah, Ashton.
Ashton is here. Let's see what Ashton has to say. Hey, Ashton, what's up?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Cool. Awesome. Yeah. Y'all talked about Rice for like 2 minutes on Wednesday, which one, pretty shocked about because, Rice. But two, y'all got everything mixed up. I was shocked. My friend Sonny from SMU, I think he calls in a good amount. Never listened to y'all show before, but he always sends me the best clips. Y'all were saying Rice doesn't care about their sports. They got a baseball player to fund their basketball.
Bobby Tudor, yes.
Bobby Tudor.
Yeah, I don't know if y'all watched Severance, but it was almost like y'all got severed and just forgot everything. Bobby Tudor played basketball. 6'5", Rice legend. Definitely.
What did you say? He played ping pong?
I thought he was a baseball player.
No, he played basketball.
No, he played basketball. He played basketball, and the court isn't named after him. It's just the entire field house.
Well, yeah, no, I don't know about that. I just know
Tudor Fieldhouse.
Tudor Fieldhouse.
Yeah, I just know Tudor had to fund it.
Lance screwed some stuff up.
Wait. I just said baseball. I didn't say the court was named after. I just said he funded it.
You might have said.
I said he funded it. I said
the
baseball.
Whole thing is
okay, I said baseball. It's basketball. He played basketball, and yeah, I was 100% right. Right about that. Yeah. Rice won't come up with any money for the athletic program, so he had to buy the freaking court. That's true. That's actually a fact that Rice won't give enough money to their athletic department. They're hoarding billions in their endowment. Yeah, that's all accurate.
Yeah, because you can't. Well, that is true, but you also just can't pull from an endowment. That's kind of against the entire reason of having an endowment. Is that you?
Yeah, says you, but maybe under the table. You can take a little something out of the endowment under the table, Ashton. You're trying to follow the rules.
No,
you're speaking from actual knowledge, obviously. I'm just trying to say, get some of that from the endowment.
The gist of it is Rice doesn't care about the sports, right? That was your point, Lance?
That's my point.
Yeah.
God forbid Rice have somewhat of an ethical, not somewhat. Everything I know, the Rice says is ethical in terms of fundraising and sponsorship and stuff. They're extremely good at what they do.
I agree. It's just not
for care about their stuff.
No question. It's just not in athletics, though. Yeah. I don't disagree that they obviously it's a great school. The fundraising's great. They just don't care to do anything with their athletic program. And coaches who have coached there will tell you that.
You're lucky Ashton isn't calling in to represent Rasheed Rice. He would have destroyed you.
Yeah, take one more look at what their new athletics director, Tommy McClellan, is doing. He has turned that entire program around. He's already added 2 sports, one of which has already won a conference championship. Men's tennis won a conference championship this year, the first year in the American Athletic Conference. Everything has changed in terms of that. They're about to put naming rights in the football stadium, if I recall correctly. They're doing a huge capital campaign because they want and need the money. So
I will say, Tori Andrews, who's a former basketball player. Yeah, I will say this, Ashton. Tori Andrews, former basketball player at Rice, has said the same thing that you just told me, that the AD is doing a tremendous job. I'm working off some old intel on Rice, but until they actually do it, I want to shame them into giving more money to the new athletic director so that they make it a bigger priority. I just think it's, you don't have to be Stanford, but you can at least make an effort. And I think coaches have not had the support. I think the athletic programs have not had any support relative to what is necessary, even at high caliber academic programs. But I have heard this athletic director is doing a lot over there. I've actually heard very, very good things. So all jokes aside, Ashton's probably right about that one. That's great. And I didn't realize they won the tennis championship.
Ashton,
That's great.
you can call it any time to correct Lance on his.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
Anytime.
I don't have a problem with getting corrected. I don't have a problem.
Yep. And you can call and tell him, how right I've been about everything. But Lance he's totally off on Rice.
Are you sure?
Oh, by the way,
at the Goo Goo Dolls concert, Lance.
My son
What's that?
Are you sure you weren't drunk at the Goo Goo Dolls concert last night?
Yeah, you were the one.
I wasn't there.
No, this is what he did yesterday.
Oh, yesterday. Ripping Rice.
My son played there, Ashton. I can tell you, it sucks.
It did.
It did suck.
That's 2 coaches ago.
Yeah.
He didn't play for Bloomgren.
Nope.
Yeah.
No,
so he was
with 2
Dave.
coaches.
And they've got a new AD as well, as Ashton pointed out. So maybe things are on the
hopefully
right path for
hopefully
Rice.
the decision makers and the money people hopefully the right people make the decision to, you know what, let's kick a little in over here. Rice has no prayer in the NIL era. They had no prayer when it wasn't NIL. Now you're doing rev share.
Yeah.
Please.
No, they're not.
By the way, I found a lot out about a lot of stuff. The rev share is lower than I thought it was going to be. I told you yesterday, I think I said it on the air, they have to pay off all the contracts before July 1st. All the contracts had to be paid off for guys. So guys got paid in advance. So there's some teams going, sweating bullets now because players all got paid in advance so that they could clear the books before the new books came in with the collective bargaining agreement. Well, it's not a CBA, but whatever it is, it's the new number, which is 16 million in rev share.
Yep. How about this? Our new waitress. Thank you, waitress. Appreciate you. Thank you, waitress. We appreciate you. Okay, I got a new waitress.
Did she just go to the back and get the water? Did you just go back there and get it, or did? Oh, okay. I was like, did she just say taking it upon herself to go grab the water?
What's she doing here? What's Sam doing here?
Sam brought us water. That was nice of her. Thank you, Sam.
You guys are whining so much.
We appreciate you.
Yes.
We appreciate you, girl. All right. Anybody else? That's it?
That's it.
Is that all we learned this weekend?
All we learned this weekend or this week was Lance was wrong.
Lance was wrong.
It's funny. Sam can't tell when we're on the air because we're so unserious.
Well,
that she's like, "Are y'all on the air or off the air right now?" Like we're actually doing a show.
Yeah.
And it doesn't sound like it, I know, but that's because the Astros aren't playing yet.
They're playing tonight, and here we go.
And our
Monday.
Guy Jeremy Pena's still not back, right?
Jeremy Pena's still not back. And if Sam had dressed nicer, she might. Okay.
Wow.
That's the call. What are you talking about?
Wow.
She just took your water away. Sam is dressed like somebody. This is
he
how
meant,
she should be dressed out here.
He meant when she saw him at church.
She can play
at church.
She
saw him at church.
Like right now, she's got the pickleball look.
Yeah.
She could be playing golf. She could be playing tennis.
She could play pickleball right now. Right now.
She's got a stylish East River 9 little outfit on.
Yeah,
but that wasn't the case.
Not when Jeremy Pena was
She saw
around.
Jeremy Pena. She was dressed all sloppy.
Yep.
Slovenly.
Mr.
Like
Chance.
a little ragamuffin child.
Mr. Chance.
Missed it. The one shot.
And now he's going out with
your opportunity.
You see he's going out with now?
What?
Jeremy Pena?
Yeah.
Soccer player?
Is she? I don't know. She's strong? Yeah. Well, you're going to make Sam feel bad.
She already knows what she's up
Julia
against.
Grosso?
Yeah.
That's his.
I just learned that this weekend.
Julia
Grosso.
But she plays for Canada.
She's Canadian.
She's a Canadian soccer player.
Oh my God, they're doing everything now.
So he's a traitor.
She got 1.3 million.
Ta-da.
No, that's a different soccer player. That was a different soccer player.
I know that Canadian soccer player got 1.3.
And this one is dating Jeremy Pena.
And this one's dating Jeremy Pena, taking him away from Sam.
Well,
jerk.
I'm not sure she says it like that, but
just jerk, Jeremy.
Which one's the jerk?
He seems really happy.
Girlfriend or Jeremy? Who's the jerk?
Both of them.
She played for the Longhorns. She's
a Longhorn?
She played for the Longhorns. Yep.
I didn't know they had Canadian Longhorns.
They do. They certainly do. And now she's dating our best player.
Our best player.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah.
Our best
Hunter.
Not the most recent Hunter.
It's a discussion now. We're not even saying Tuve. We got to say Jeremy Pena over Hunter. Is that what we're saying?
You're saying that Jeremy Pena is better than Hunter Brown? I'm saying no. Hunter Brown is our best player.
I don't know. Not the guy I saw the last couple of outings.
Well, I saw Jeremy have 0 for 4s too.
Well, it's more important if the pitcher stinks than
Jeremy
0 for
Pena's
4.
hitting .322 with 11 home runs and 40 RBIs.
Yeah, and where is he?
Well, he got hit in the side.
Well,
and it hurt. And he hurt. And he's hurt.
No, but Julio Grosso's pretty talented.
Oh, you thought Jeremy Pena wouldn't find a talented
No,
person today?
yeah. No. But he missed out on Sam. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
that's all.
She missed out on him.
No, I say it the other way. He missed out on Sam. All right, that's the way I say it.
I'm just thinking about career earnings going forward.
Who will make more money?
I think she missed out on
Who will make more money in their career? Carlos Correa or Jeremy Pena?
Carlos. I don't think Jeremy's going to be a 30,
not with Houston.
Not a 30. Jeremy's going to be a $30 million player. Carlos is getting 30 a year.
When his contract's up in 2 years, yeah, he may be. If he plays like this.
Dude, last year, Jeremy was one of the worst players in the league. He's going to have to sustain it a little bit longer.
I said if he plays like this, he's an easy $30 million. Carlos was hurt all the time. Yeah. Carlos had injuries galore. He had 2 of his 6 years were really good years.
Where's Jeremy?
He got hit in the side. He's not just
in the ribs.
Did his rib get broken from a massage?
No.
Did he get a massage injury? Come on. Carlos was a plastic man sometimes.
Yeah.
He couldn't stay healthy. He had 2 really good years and he got paid. All Jeremy has to do is play. By the way, he was the MVP of the World Series, so he played clutch there too.
Yeah, but Carlos was clutch too.
Well, let's see what happens with. Why are you crapping on our best player?
I'm not.
He is a Jeremy
certified
Pena
hater.
God, you got hater blood in you too.
Does this guy's name start with the J? He hates him.
It's true.
No.
Jalen, Jeremy, and
yeah, it doesn't matter.
James Harden,
yeah,
Jalen Petrie, Jalen Green,
it doesn't
Jeremy
matter.
Pena.
If they start the J,
he's a self-hating J.
Yeah.
You know that means something else, right?
John.
Oh no, well,
that's what it means.
Well, for you in this case, but it also means something else.
He's a J word, as John. JT.
Better watch yourself over there.
You better watch yourself.
I'm saying very specifically what it means.
All right, you're getting a little out of hand. Here's what I love.
Thank God his name isn't Junter Brown. You'd hate Junter too.
No, he ain't. It's Hunter.
Jose. Okay. Good thing it's a Spanish pronunciation of Jose.
Sounds like an H.
Because that starts like a J. Yeah.
You know who the J I like is Jared Simon. He runs the downtown Game Day Men's Health.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So that's who I like. That J. Kyle Massey. Kyle is in Friendswood. Amina is in Katy. Paul Montbellevue. James is in Nassau Clear Lake. Connie is in Tomball. Angelia is Pearland. Ray in Sugarland. Jeremy in the Woodlands. Crepal in Westchase, Westheimer, and Sean at Willowbrook. I went and saw Sean yesterday, as a matter of fact. And I just can't have a better experience at the Game Day Men's Health. It is so good. I drew blood. Okay. Finding out the results that I'm having and what my goals are, where I want to be, what I want to do. Do I need to lose weight? Do I need to add muscle? Do I need to add stamina sexually? Whatever it is, focus at work after a night of drinking. Okay. Is that what I need? Yeah, probably a little bit. And so I can get all of that with the shots of testosterone plus the peptides, and they care. It's so funny. The other place you're in, you're out. They want to get you in and out as soon as they possibly can. This place I'm staying. I'm talking to Patricia. I'm talking to Jamie for and they just care. They just care. It's different, guys. If you're doing testosterone replacement, free evaluation, labs on at each facility. Game Day Men's Health, just different. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. A Chinese female student was expelled from university.
Don't like this already. Nope, don't like it.
Was expelled from university for having a relationship with a foreigner. Do you feel like we should have that rule in this country? That if you have relations with a foreigner,
you get thrown out of the country?
You should be thrown out.
I mean, we do throw a lot of, or at least attempt to throw a lot of people out of this country already. But now if you decide to date a foreigner, you get thrown out too?
Yeah.
What is a foreigner? What classifies in China?
Just someone who's not one of us.
So how does it classify here?
Like a Canadian?
So Jeremy Pena's girl.
Jeremy Pena's girl beat it.
And him too, according to you.
Well, no, he's from Maine.
No, but you said if you date a foreigner, you get thrown out.
Oh, yeah. No, he gets expelled. You're right.
Jeremy Pena's going to get kicked out of the country.
Well, in China, you get kicked out for relations with foreigners.
It's not in China. I think you can date a Canadian and remain in the country.
Scientists, this is on earth.com. Scientists have learned that squirting cucumbers can actually aim their shots before exploding.
I don't like.
Do you want to see?
Go to the next one.
Move on to another story.
A squirting cucumber.
Go to the next one, please.
Aiming a shot.
At who? Me? You? Lance? Who's it aiming a shot at?
I have no idea.
I don't want to see it.
I didn't even know there were squirting cucumbers.
I didn't either. I never even heard of this.
Never heard of this before.
So they can
okay.
direct.
You want to see it happen? Watch.
No.
Boom.
No, I don't want to see it.
Boom.
A squirting
Did you say
before
boom?
It explodes? Yes.
I've seen reenactments. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it.
Yeah. Boom. Yeah, you don't want to get squirted by a cucumber.
Oh, no, I don't.
I don't think.
No. Never said I did.
I don't think that.
Don't ask that question. Both of us are firm no.
Yeah. You don't want. Oh, how about this? Christian Cavallari says no more athletes.
She was the one who divorced Jay Cutler.
Yeah, but who was the other athlete?
She's had plenty. Matt Leinart.
Oh yeah, I think I did know that.
I don't know who these guys are. Couple other athletes that she's been with, and she says nope. Coaches now.
If you don't know who
do
that
you
is,
want to go into coaching?
Coaches?
She's on the coaches.
So
athletes
she
are too
says
young.
She's going after certain types.
Apparently,
she
likes the athletic type.
She's too old for Bill Belichick. Well, why are you picking a coach?
She is too old for Bill Belichick.
If you don't know who she is, while she did have a more recent reality show which Jay Cutler appeared on, she's one of the stars from the show The OC from back in the aughts.
Yeah.
Or the Laguna Beach. Excuse me, Laguna Beach, the real OC as they called it. That was what she was in. I guess go after a coach. Like who? Kyle Shanahan's married, I assume. We know Sean McVay. D'Amico's married as well, right?
Yeah.
So
with kids.
most coaches are married, I guess. At least head coaches. Maybe she has to go after an assistant coach.
Yeah. Yeah.
A lot of
OCs make money.
Yeah, a lot.
A lot of money.
Depending on where they work. So maybe that's her next thing, going after a young OC. Is Kellen Moore? Kellen Moore's a head coach. I think he's married too. She's going to stick with head coach. It's going to be tough.
Yeah.
All those guys generally get married.
Well, that's it. It's 10 o'clock on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Hope you enjoyed the show. We had a great week, and we got the Astros this weekend. Okay, so that's a big series against Seattle. We'll see how they do, and we'll talk all about it on Monday. Mopey and AJ next, right?
Oh, the Olaleye Show, whatever.
I don't even know what that means.
I'm Nicole Murray with Your Money Now. The FDA says vaping brand Juul is allowed to keep its electronic cigarettes on the market. FDA regulators said Juul's studies show its e-cigarettes are less harmful for adult smokers who can benefit from switching completely to vaping. The decision comes after the brand has struggled for years after being widely blamed for sparking the teen vaping trend. The FDA says more than 67,000 cases of AP Duville roll-on deodorant that were sold nationwide have been voluntarily recalled due to an undisclosed manufacturing defect. All recalled items came in a 1.8-ounce package size. CBS has announced it will end The Late Show with Stephen Colbert and retire The Late Show franchise in May of 2026. CBS added that the decision was purely financial. More than 67,000 cases of, of AP Deauville roll-on deodorant that were sold nationwide have been voluntarily recalled due to an undisclosed manufacturing defect. Stocks are currently mixed. That's your money now.
Show. We continue at East River 9. The entire station is going to be out here till 6 p.m. I'm looking straight through the window into downtown, which is part of the appeal here. You got great views into the city while you're playing golf. Of course, you play golf. You could do the pickleball thing as well. And if you just want to get on a driving range, you can do that too. So it's all out here for you at East River 9. We're going to be out here till 6, as I said. And then you have the River House, where you come in, get a drink, watch the Open or the Open Championship or the British Open. I got a problem with branding for me. I don't remember the name of that thing. I think it's just called the Open right now, but it's going on. And that's why we're out here. Anytime there's a major championship, you can expect us out at East River 9. And it's a great time. And when you come in from your round, come into the bar area, have a drink, get some good food, and also watch what's ever on the TV. So come out here and join us. and enjoy it. And speaking of us, we do have our promo table out here, and you know what that's about. Normally, you can register for the summer circuit, but this is a regular event. So summer circuit stuff, not today. You should have met the guys out at McCormick and Schmick at the town and country location for that. So that will continue throughout the summer as well. But for today, it's us getting ready to welcome the Astros back as they head to Seattle. And we talked about the rotation yesterday for the Seattle series. It does not involve Hunter Brown. You'll have Brandon Walter, Lance McCullers, and Fromber. And what I don't like is a site, I think it's a Sports Illustrated site covering the Mariners, acknowledging no Hunter Brown and saying the Mariners caught a big break even, is I think how it was put. Everyone's aware of how good Hunter Brown is, despite the last couple starts, and not having not having him in the rotation for this series feels like a win, at least from the Mariners' perspective. The Mariners have been hanging around throughout. They got the benefit of a poor Astros run in the last week, or at least the last week that there was baseball, not with the All-Star game. So they've looked at this series as a way to really get back in it. And it's only a big series if it goes poorly for the Astros. Like if they take 2 out of 3 and are out 6 games up, okay, that's like what this whole season has been, right around 6 or 7 games up in the West. If the Mariners take a game, fine. Take 2 out of 3, fine. It's not the best outcome, but hey, you drop another game on your lead. But if they sweep, which is the disaster outcome, then it's a big series. The result, I think, will determine how big of a series is and what it means for the race the rest of the way. Because the Mariners are pointing to the series as one where they can claw back in, and if they go just take 3 from the Astros, then we have a race. Now we're talking about what moves need to be made to bolster this team, and if there's a need for real urgency, because I don't think the Astros are very urgent about additions, because they will point to whether it's false hope or not that Jordan's coming back. They do expect Jeremy Pena back. Certainly not for this series. I think Dana Brown, or before we even hit the All-Star break, said Jeremy Pena back for the Seattle series would be a little too soon. So I do think they have their eye on him coming back. You can take that for what it is when we talk about Astros and their diagnosis and predictions about when guys are coming back. But the Yordo one's a little more concerning. We certainly talked about it, that they're not sure that even if he does come back, he'll be at full strength. And you can fade that a little bit when you still control the division. And this series will go a long way. It's if it goes really well to determining that, and certainly if it goes really poorly. So we got that going on. And you just hope you get the performances you have gotten from Brandon Walter, because he's been better than you could have ever asked of him. Him and Colton Gordon, no ups and downs, whatever. But those guys have brought some stability to a rotation that only has really 2 guys in it that you believe in on a start-to-start basis, at least for me, Fromber and Hunter Brown. And we'll get Lance McCullers on Saturday, and that's the one. That's the inflection point for the season and this team, as far as are they a real threat to go win a World Series. They got to find a third starter. I don't know if it's Arrighetti, who hasn't done any minor league rehab stuff yet, or is it Lance, or is it Christian Javier or Luis Garcia, wherever it comes from. That needs to be solidified. And while Brown and Fromber can certainly take you pretty far, you don't want to go into any series very worried about who your third starter is. So if the Astros can find that over the course of the next few months, that's a big deal. And can Lance McCullers be one of those guys? It was talked about quite a bit this morning on the show that the road starts are the ones you love from Lance, and the home ones have been the disasters. His last road start, I believe, was in LA against the Dodgers to start that series, and he was great. So can he duplicate that on Saturday against the Mariners? So the Mariners have not announced who their Sunday starter will be. That appears to be up in the air. They will go with Luis Castillo tonight and Logan Evans on Saturday. So Castillo against Brandon Walter, Logan Evans against Lance McCullers. We'll see who they roll out there on Sunday against Fromber. Right now, TBA for that. So baseball's back. The Astros are back. And the second half is back. So with that lineup the way it is, pitching is even more paramount. And we saw the last time they're playing that while the lineup will have moments, it can't carry this team if the pitching isn't up to snuff. And you missed out on a win in a Hunter Brown start, and that's tough to deal with. And that was what led us into the All-Star break. He came back a little bit early. I think he came back on 4 days rest against the Rangers. He wanted to pitch as opposed to being available for the All-Star game, and there's a back and forth going on online about that decision. Are we playing the results of that decision, or was it the solid decision no matter what? I think Chandler Rome was going back and forth with fans about it, and some fans are saying no. I didn't want him to pitch to begin with. I'm not playing the result. Certainly, Rome's contention was that, hey guys, the All-Star game doesn't mean as much, certainly, as being ready, or at least being available to pitch against the Rangers. I guess the pushback would be, well, if you're bringing him back a day early, why not just have him sit? No matter what, you take an L if you get it. We would still have a 5-game lead, and you have them ready for the Mariners series that's coming up here. But they made a decision, didn't work out, and then they've doubled up, or at least backed that decision, or backed up that decision by saying, Hunter Brown, we're going to sit you against the Mariners, and you'll be available in our next series. So that's kind of the setup for this weekend. Take 2 out of 3. Kind of silence whatever the Mariners think is going on, and kind of get yourself back on track. And we'll see how they fare coming out of the break. That this is a team who was hot, and then all of a sudden was a team who was losing 5 out of 6 and almost lost 6 out of 6. They had a lead, they blew it, and then they eventually won a game in extra innings thanks to Zach Short. So Seattle, the Astros. We'll certainly talk a little bit more about that throughout the show. And later in the show at 11:30, we'll be joined by Michael Carroll, the host of Comicast. He'll tell us what you should and shouldn't watch this weekend. Maybe give a review of some things he has watched. So we'll be joined by Michael in the second hour of the show. We'll come back with really what is the full cycle of the Kevin Durant experience. If you're a fan, if you don't know what's going on right now, I'll let you know. But it's Durant versus Phoenix fans, and don't think Rocket fans won't be involved in this. Now, it'll be a couple years down the line, but it always turns out this way with Kevin Durant. I'll talk about that and how this came about when we come back.
Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at East River 9. Here's Del Olaleye.
So Dream Shake responds to what we were talking about in the first segment. He says he thinks the Astros are the walking wounded. I wonder how long it'll last. Jordan, in his opinion, is out for the year. And the pitching for the Astros is their only hope. He also talks about the series for Seattle and the Astros. If you feel that way, I mean, I can't push back on it. It feels like a team who has a very slim margin of error, and it gets even slimmer when you can't expect a solid performance from your pitchers because of the lack of punch in the bottom half of the lineup currently, brought about by injuries. So when you're rolling out Trammell and Short and Hummel for multiple starts a week, and when Dubon's in the lineup, it feels like a blessing because that's actually a major league hitter, and he is part of that back half of the lineup. It's tough. It's tough. You're putting a lot of pressure, particularly on the likes of Brandon Walter and Colton Gordon and even Lance McCullers, guys who are either not used to what they're being asked of or guys coming back from injury. It's tough. And you'll see two of those guys this weekend in Seattle. So, yeah, you just hope to kind of tread water. Hell, if you can continue this surprising start to the year at this point and add games to your league, great. But you got to find a way to hope that you can, and you hope, got to find a way, and you hope that you win enough games until Pena makes his way back into the lineup, and then, well, the Jordan thing is the Jordan thing. Who knows? Of course, we'll see if they make an addition at the deadline to bolster this roster and that lineup. So yeah, it is a team who is wounded, but they so far found a way to maintain. Let's see if they can continue that as we get into the second half of the season. Okay, so I mentioned the Kevin Durant thing. We found out yesterday that AJ is a Luka fan. He doesn't have a Luka Muse account, but he is a Luka fan. How do you feel about Kevin Durant as a player, AJ?
I think he's one of the greatest players of all time, arguably the greatest scorer of all time. I mean, I've always liked his game. He's always been a player that I've enjoyed. When I play basketball, I love like shoes, stuff like that. So I have a lot of KD. So yeah,
got it. So you would classify yourself as a KD fan, maybe not a stan, but a KD fan,
right? Yeah.
Okay. Got it. So you, like a lot of people, before KD joins their team, loves KD, and then when they join their team, they like him even more. And then at the end of his tenure on the team, they can't stand him, and that is what's going on in Phoenix. And this was all brought about by a Bradley Beal post. Bradley Beal said goodbye to Phoenix in the most, I guess you might find it insulting, to a Phoenix fan, because he was in a Phoenix jersey on court, and whatever reason he chucked the deuce to the camera. And that was the image he used to say goodbye. Didn't write anything, didn't say, enjoyed my time. And if you didn't enjoy your time, I guess there's no reason to lie. The pictures of him chucking the deuce, and then and then you see the deuce emoji, and that's all he wrote. And Kevin Durant, he wasn't the only NBA player to find it funny, but Kevin Durant did find it funny. And then that set off Phoenix fans, because you bring in Kevin Durant and then you throw on Bradley Beal, you think you're a title contender, and they were anything but title contenders. With those two, they were one of the more disappointing teams in the league. And KD, we know, known individual who will use Twitter to push back on anything he believes is incorrect, used yesterday to get after Phoenix fans for their discontent with him. So it was, and some of these accounts are aggregating accounts or Phoenix Suns accounts where the whole brand is, hey, we're going to talk about Phoenix Suns basketball. There are some people who are just individuals themselves who got after him too. But the biggest one, I forgot what it was called. It might have been like Phoenix Suns Tracker, or either way, it was along those lines. And when Bradley Beal, or Suns Uniform Tracker, I guess someone who just posts what uniforms the Suns are wearing per every game and probably keeps count of them and lets people know. So Suns Uniform Tracker, after watching or posting the Bradley Beal Instagram post, and also Kevin Durant with his smiling emoji under the post said, "Good riddance, clowns," and that led to Kevin Durant being Kevin Durant and not taking it well. And he's just laughing. He's being the I'm above all this, above the clouds individual when he talks about it. He doesn't think he ruined the culture. He doesn't think he was toxic for the Suns. Doesn't really lay any blame at his feet for what happened, and that's even more infuriating to a fan base who thought he was going to be their answer, and instead it led to the Bradley Beal acquisition. And now look at the Suns. Sure, you give you give a guy like Devin Booker the money you gave him, and you do that because you want to keep him around, but nothing has gone right for the Suns since they brought on Kevin Durant, and Suns fans are feeling it right now. And the worst thing about it is he's laughing at them about their feelings, and that's what's going to happen here. I hate to say it, but that's how it goes for Kevin Durant. You welcome him, you love him, and unless you win a title, and even when you do win a title, Warrior fans had their issues with him, and a lot of that had to do with them always wanting to acknowledge that it was Steph's team, and maybe Kevin Durant didn't appreciate that part of the equation. So I would say, why at the tail end of his career would anything be different? If you're a Rocket fan who's excited about it, I think you should be. But I wouldn't become a stan of Kevin Durant because it always flips. Now, if you win a lot, you win a title, then maybe it doesn't go that way. But eventually, it'll be you and Kevin Durant fighting. He'll be retired or maybe looking for one last deal at 40 years old someplace, and you will be fighting with Kevin Durant about how he ruined your franchise if it doesn't go well, because that's how it's gone everywhere else. I don't imagine he'll get traded. I just don't see it at this point. He has let it be known through reporting that he would like Houston to be the final stop. It seems like he was very vocal in the trade when the trade negotiations were happening. He was very vocal in not wanting to be anywhere and wanting to only be in Houston and making sure other teams couldn't make a deal, because Phoenix had an offer from Minnesota for DiVincenzo, Terrence Shannon, Rudy Gobert, and number 17. Now, I guess it all depends on how you feel about Jalen Green, but when you're talking about DiVincenzo, who's been a playoff performer, who's a playoff rotation guy, you're talking about Rudy Gobert, even if he's not still defensive player of the year caliber consistently, he's still a guy who can be a rim deterrent. And Terrence Shannon had some nice moments in the playoffs, and then you're also getting a pick from the Wolves. That feels like a better package than when the Rockets were offering. We know they apparently offered Cam Whitmore, and the Suns said, no, we'd rather have your second round picks. So maybe they would have asked for a pick or two instead of Terrence Shannon along with the first round pick. They're going to number 17 overall. But Katie said, no, I'm not going there. So don't even try it. So he made it a point to come here, and that's why it's all good now. Look, I hope it goes great. I hope everything goes smoothly, but everything suggests that at some point the biggest Rockets accounts who love him are going to be happy that he's gone or in a fight with him afterwards. So Kevin Durant, very, very active on Twitter the last couple of days, and the brunt of his commentaries has been directed at Phoenix Suns fans. Don't become one of them, because you're never going to win against him. He will use everything in his arsenal, including, hey, I'm me, I'm great, I got all this money, it doesn't matter. Like, for example, he says, I'm Magneto on X and I'm Captain America in real life. Apparently that's in response to people saying no one likes him. He goes, actually, when I meet people in real life, they love me. It's just the people here who don't like me. He's very comfortable in that world. I would say don't join him. But hopefully Kevin Durant's time here ends in a better way than it has everywhere else, really since OKC. So that's going on right now. Your best player is got the biggest Twitter fingers in the NBA probably. I can't think of a more active person on Twitter who's an NBA star than Kevin Durant. So I imagine we're going to get some of that throughout the year during his time in Houston. And don't let him have a bad game, because I imagine we'll get quite a bit of his responses to people who are questioning his importance, because that's going on right now. Okay, we'll go to break with that. We'll get into some NFL stuff, because there have been some deals being done, even just beyond the second rounders. You also have an example of why you don't wait. If you can get a deal done, you get the deal done at the time, because now the price of the brick goes up, and that's what the Cowboys and Micah Parsons are dealing with right now. I'll tell you why when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at East River 9. Here's Del Olaleye.
So TJ Watt got a big deal from the Steelers, and he got it at an older age, which had people a little surprised that he got the type of money he got. He's one of several guys to get big deals at the edge position this offseason. It's him, it's Max Crosby. Myles Garrett got his money. We all remember when Myles Garrett wanted out of Cleveland, and he was trying to, it looked like he was going to force his way out. And Phoenix said, no, you're not. We're not trading you. And then eventually he just got his money, and maybe that was all a ploy to get more money from the Browns. So he'll probably be not a Brown for life. That's too much. We just never know how these things are going to go. But he's set up to be with the Browns for a long time. So is TJ Watt. And I brought this up because you start to look at some of the salaries for these guys. TJ Watt is making, like, if annually it'll be like $41 million a year. We're getting near it's not quarterback money for a good quarterback. Those guys are getting in the 50 range, but we're getting ever closer to defensive ends being valued in a way where they're the second most valued position in all of football, because you start to look at the non-quarterback list right now. It's TJ Watt at $41 million, Jamar Chase at 40 and a quarter, and then Myles Garrett 40. Danielle Hunter is at 35.6 after the Texans, I believe, reworked his deal, and then Max Crosby at 35.5. So you look at it, 4 of the top 5 non-quarterback salaries go to defensive ends or edge players, and normally left tackle was one of those contracts you can put in that spot, but they are not topping out. At least they're not topping or rising above quarterbacks and the receivers right now. And that leads me to what's going on in Dallas. Now, Micah Parsons participated in a mini camp weeks ago, so there seemed to be maybe some momentum, or at least they weren't too contentious, the Cowboys and Micah Parsons, if he's showing up and at least making himself available. But this is why you don't wait. This happened to the Cowboys before. AJ, you can speak to this. When they kept making Dak wait for whatever reason, whether they didn't think they thought he was worthy of the contract, or they thought it was better for their team to have him play on the franchise tag, they eventually paid him APY $60 million now, and he's a guy where he probably falls into the, let's just say, 7 to 11 range of quarterbacks, something around there, depending on how you feel about him. But I don't think anyone thinks Dak is a top 5 quarterback right now. Of course, if he goes through a healthy year and plays well, that grade or that ranking of him can change. But if they would have paid Dak when it seemed most prudent early, they're not paying him the money they're paying him. He still tops out as far as contracts concerned with quarterback. He's still making the most per year, and there have been deals since. That's why if you can get a deal done, you get a deal done. Now, Michael Parsons wants, or at least he was said to want, $40 million a year APY. And now with TJ Watt getting 41, Michael Parsons is not going to come in. At least he's not going to try to come in under TJ Watt. He's younger. He's got, you would think, more left in the tank, and he's just as productive. So, since you are following this probably more closely than me, AJ, what do you think? Is this deal something that's just a formality? Micah Parsons is going to get done, and he's going to just become just going to become the highest paid non-quarterback in football? You think that's how it's going to work out?
Yeah, most definitely. And for me, like, it annoys me when people like get so passionate about it, like, oh my gosh, the Cowboys, they wait so long and stuff like that. At the end of the day, you're not getting a fraction or any percentage of their money. So the Cowboys, we just have to accept they operate differently. Jerry Jones drags the stuff out, but he ends up paying them. So I mean, it is what it is. Micah still said he's going to training camp and all that, so that's a good thing. But like for me, I mean, I've said that a long time ago. They're not gonna work in a conventional way, so they'll pay him when they pay him, and that's just what it is. I mean, Jerry Jones is fine with paying him the most money, so it is what it is, man.
Yeah, it's not bad to have some acceptance of what your franchise is, no matter how you think they should work. If they're not going to work that way, you might as well just be someone who knows.
Right? They don't care what we say no way. So I mean,
when it comes down to it, your stars are going to get paid. Like Dak got his, CD got his, and Michael will get his. It'll just be in a way that maybe doesn't make too much fiscal sense, and maybe it hurts your roster as a whole, because if you're paying him a couple extra million, where could that have been better spent? But it is what it is, as they say, and the Cowboys do it that way. And look, Jerry loves a star, and if Michael Parsons is a star, he will get his money. It'll just cost more. And if, like you said, if Jerry Jones ain't bothered by paying it, why should anyone else? But you know, everyone, whether they have a podcast or a radio show, or they're just a fan, they love being GMs. We love playing that game, and if they can find fault with how a GM does things, because you know, in some ways, everyone thinks they could do the job. At least the ones who have these conversations about it, then they'll take issue and point it out. So Micah's next. He'll be the next guy, and he probably will at some point, and I'm sure it'll be a feather in his cap and a feather in his agent's cap, to be the highest paid non-quarterback in all of football. But that current moniker belongs to TJ Watt of the Steelers, and JJ quote tweeted a graphic because it showed his career earnings compared to his brothers, and I think JJ's career earnings come under what TJ Watt's going to make over the course of the deal if he if he reaches all the guarantees or at least if all the guarantees come through and he reaches all the bonuses, it'll put him above what his brother made. And he said, "Hey, don't ever ask me to pull out the wallet again," which funny joke, but it's him, it's JJ, and then it's Derek, right? The fullback brother who he just picked the wrong position. Maybe Derek was never going to be able to be a big time defensive end, but if you're talking about decisions, that's a poor decision to be a fullback, unless that's the only way you're gonna make it. He played fullback, I think, at Wisconsin, then he wound up in the pros for a little bit. But hey, he didn't get the genes to be an edge rusher, or at least in JJ's case, an inside guy and an outside guy, and it wound up probably costing him $100+ million just because his brothers got the right genes for that. So the Watt brothers, not that anyone was caring about their caring or worried about their money. You just add a couple more $1 million, well, at least $100+ million to that, as TJ Watt is your highest paid non-quarterback in football, thanks to the Steelers. And we were discussing it earlier because there was a story about teams who finish in last place, pretty much. And the Texans have a few, certainly not as many as some like the Browns, but the Steelers don't have any because they don't have losing records. And we talk about how teams do things. They don't fire coaches, and for the most part, they're going to keep their stars around, particularly if they do it in the Steeler way. And TJ Watt is a prime example of that. So he stays. I don't think anyone really ever considered TJ Watt being a guy who would not be a Steeler. I know there was talk anytime a contract comes up that could they trade him. Steelers were never trading TJ Watt, and he appears to be a guy who always wanted to finish his career as a Steeler. That's still up for debate considering how these things go, but at least for a little bit more, he'll be a Steeler, and they'll probably win their 9 games this year. We'll see if we'll see if Aaron Rodgers can elevate them. As you might say, this is one of those teams who is going all in, like the Commanders are paying Von Miller to come in and be a help on the edge. But the Steelers are another one of those teams who have made moves this offseason without a lot of long-term vision. With the signing of Aaron Rodgers, trading for DK Metcalf, of course they traded away George Pickens, but that seemed to have been a situation where it was time for both Pickens and the Steelers to go their separate ways. So, but they do get DK Metcalf in, and the Steelers, for the most part, find ways to get production, at least draft good young receivers. We'll see if there's another one in the mix to go with DK Metcalf that can be a real number 2. But they bring in Jalen Ramsey too. So while I have my questions about Aaron Rodgers, you would say that the Steelers can at least be looked at as a team that, if things go right, they are probably in that second tier with the Texans. There is the first tier of Bills, Ravens, and Chiefs, and then there's a window or a tier that involves the Texans and the Steelers, and maybe you want to throw in. Who else could you throw in on that list? I think the Broncos are a step below both, and maybe the Chargers as well in that 2B tier, while the Texans and Steelers may be in the 2A tier. There's not a lot of difference, I think, and maybe the Steelers are closer to that second level of the second tier than the Texans are. But you probably got 4 teams who are playoff teams, and if things hit right, then maybe could be real contenders behind the top 3. So TJ Watt in, and we'll see what happens with Micah Parsons. I gave you the Neil Hunter money, and we know Will Anderson's going to get his at some point, and maybe we're having discussions about Will Anderson being the highest paid non-quarterback next offseason. The Texans have gotten deals done with guys earlier than they need to. If you just go by not just how the Cowboys work, but how a lot of NFL teams work, and they've kind of made out, particularly when it comes to Nico Collins. You start to look at what Garrett Wilson is getting, but with Derek Stingley, that's the value of the best cornerback in football, and they got him on a shorter deal, at least a shorter deal than what Sauce Gardner got. So maybe we question if you're going to pay him early, you get an extra year on that. But I don't think there are going to be any problem paying Derek Stingley again even if it is quicker than you'd like, as long as he keeps up the way he's played. So we'll go to break with that. If you want to join us, you can. Number 713-780-3776. We're here at East River 9, Michael Carroll in Hour 2. But before we get to Hour 2, or even the next segment, I want to tell you about Monument Chevrolet. Monument Chevrolet is a place you want to go to when you want a great vehicle. And this week, the vehicle of the week is the Silverado 1500. I've talked about that vehicle quite a bit. It's a great truck. It's one of their classics, and you can call Monument Chevrolet a classic as well. They've been in business for over 50 years. They celebrated their 50-year anniversary last year, so that we're going into year 51. And whether you're into the Silverado and maybe it's the Blazer or the Trax, no matter what the car is, Monument Chevrolet provides you with great service. You can check out the price of those vehicles and the inventory at monumentchevrolet.com. And then once you pick the car you want, you can head on out there in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. And one of the deals on the website and one of the deals you can take advantage of once you get on out there is a 0% APR in 2025 on that Silverado for 36 months. So that classic 1500 is there for you, and there's a deal attached to it. And Monument Chevrolet has a large selection of new and pre-owned Silverados that you can take a look at. But how do you take a look at them? Go out to Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. And remember this, Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at East River 9. Here's Del Olaleye.
So we had Keith calling the morning show, continuing his Vanderbilt agenda, and he leans on Diego Pavia as the reason why he thinks they're going to win more than anyone else thinks they're going to win. Right now, I think FanDuel has them at 4.5 wins. That's the over/under for them. He has them at 9-3 or 10-2, making the playoff. Well, we got rankings for the SEC quarterbacks. They just finished up their media days, and Arch Manning is not the best quarterback in the SEC according to this one publication, CBS Sports. They've got Grant Nussmeier. Nussmeier is someone who I've heard be put in this realm before, and he's a fine college quarterback. I don't see the best quarterback in the SEC. Maybe that just speaks to the lack of strength in the SEC at quarterback, at least in my eyes. He's fine. Yeah, he makes enough plays, but I think he's one of those guys bolstered by the level of talent that LSU puts out at the wide receiver position. That's one of those places where if you're a big time receiver, LSU should be a place you should really consider. We talked about Jamar Chase when it came to highest annual contracts for guys that aren't quarterbacks. He's second on the list. T. Higgins got his money this offseason too, or before last season, and then you got Malik Neighbors and Brian Thomas. So LSU just keeps producing big time receivers, and I think Nussmeier is more a beneficiary of that and that offensive system than it's about Nussmeier. We'll see what he is this year. So the top five, we'll go top five. It's Nussmeier, Arch Manning, which is purely based on reputation. And it's not even an earned reputation as far as what he's done on the field. We know it's all about the name and his status as a high school recruit. I don't know if you should be above Lenore Sellers when you have played the likes of Mississippi State and an out of conference game as far as the bulk of your snaps. But he gets to 2. Lenore Sellers is at 3. He's one of those guys who big, strong, can run, and if South Carolina is going to be as good as everyone thinks they can be, and we know how strongly they finished last year, they were one of the teams that people thought were snubbed, one of 3 SEC teams that people thought could have played in the playoff. Lenore Sellers was the reason why. He was big against Clemson. He's just hard to tackle. It takes multiple shots at him, and if you don't get him down the first time, he's a big play waiting to happen. So he is 3 on the list. And then John Mateer, the Washington State transfer, is 4. He's now at Oklahoma. Oklahoma saw Jackson Arnold transfer to Auburn as it became clear that Jackson Arnold wasn't going to be a guy that got a real chance to start. You get a quality player like John Mateer, and the writing's on the wall for Jackson Arnold. So he left. He was asked about his time at Oklahoma now that he's at Auburn. He said at least the coaching in practice, the difference was Venables was a lot more vocal than Hugh Freeze would be. He didn't really take a shot at Oklahoma. Said Auburn and Oklahoma, they practice very similarly. But the one standout difference is that Venables would be a little bit louder than Hugh Freeze is. Then Lagway at 5, and then at the aforementioned Diego Pavia at 6. So Lagway is another dude who's in that Lenore Sellers mold where just big, strong, a little shorter than Sellers, but got a big arm. And people think highly of Florida is going to be because of DJ Lagway. And I think we wrapped up Big 12 Media Day, SEC Media Days. The ACC has yet to have theirs. The Big 10 will have theirs, and those are from the power conferences. And, of course, around the country, the smaller conferences are having theirs as well. So we did the blue chip ratio yesterday. We'll try to do a college football segment, a little one, if there isn't a major story every day as we get closer and closer. So certainly if you are someone who has thoughts on college football as we move along throughout the summer and get into September, certainly this is a spot for you to call in. And of course, you want to call in right now at 713-780-3776. As people have listened to the show know, it's my favorite sport, and we're getting ever closer. And AJ and I, by the way, I don't know if it'll happen today, but we got a game. We got a dynasty game we got to play. AJ struggling with Stanford right now a little bit. The defense is good. Can't put points on the board though. Right now, I saw the score, 14-12. You're gonna have to come in the Snapdragon Stadium, the San Diego State Aztec, and see if you can put up some points. So I don't know if we'll play that today. Whenever we get to it, we'll play that probably this weekend. So yeah, AJ's in our dynasty, as I've talked about. The defense is stout. The offense leaves a lot to be desired for the Stanford Cardinals. So it's me, Joe is a part of it, Sean is a part of it. We got a couple, and Brian BMAC, who you'll hear later in the afternoon, is a part of it, and of course Josh, who's part of our dynasty as well. AJ's the one with 2 losses, the only one with 2 losses so far. So he needs a big performance against me. So we'll see how that plays out over the weekend. So that's what I'm looking forward to, the CFB dynasty, and just college football as a whole. And with that, we'll go to break. That wraps up hour 1 with us. We're out here at East River 9, where I got a great view of downtown, and you can have that view as well if you want to come out here and play golf, or maybe you just want to play pickleball. They have I think they have 6 courts available that you can play it on. Also, they have the driving range, the putting green. They have all that here, and you can get a quick 9 in here at East River 9. Great place, great views, and the weather's not bad. Walk outside every now and again to stretch my legs, and that's the weather for Houston is mild. So if you want to come out here and get on the links, at least get on the course, you can. And we're here for the British Open or the Open Championship or the Open, whatever you want to call it. We're here anytime there's a major championship. We come out here and enjoy our time at East River 9. You can do that too. All right, we'll get to hour 2 when we come back. So while I've mentioned a couple times that about AJ's favorite, one of AJ's favorite players being Luka, he revealed that, like, not like it's a dirty secret, but he revealed that yesterday. One of my favorite players, at least favorite player for a team I didn't root for, Dame Lillard, is back in Portland. That's one of those guys who I've always enjoyed watching play. And while he will not be playing this season, most likely, and particularly when you sign with Portland, there's no real reason to rush back. You know, everyone talks about how could he be back for the playoffs? Well, Portland probably isn't going to be a team in the playoffs, so Dame Lillard's going to take a full year, or at least a full season, to recover from his Achilles, and he'll do that back home, at least his second home. The Portland Trailblazers signed Damian Lillard to a deal. I think there's a player option in the final year of the deal. There's also no trade clause, so he avoids Portland being the impetus for a trade, as opposed to what happened last time around when he asked for a trade. They either didn't want to trade him to a place he wanted to go, or didn't like the offers the Miami Heat were offering or proposing, and he wanted in Milwaukee. Didn't work out for the Bucks, didn't work out for Dame, and he gets to go back home and play for the Blazers. And it's not, if you're going to end your career and the title chase isn't as important to you as it is to others, why not? For a new cycle, it's a fun story. But for the most part, at least for the next year, Dame's going to probably just fade into anonymity, because unless the Blazers are surprising, and to be fair to them, they were better in the second half of the season. Their defense certainly picked up. That's one of those teams that not a lot of people are going to pay attention to, particularly without a star of Damian Lillard's caliber being active. So he'll go up there and rehab, be around people he's comfortable with, and then I guess he'll return as like a 36-year-old. And we'll see if there's anything left in the tank after coming off the Achilles. The story goes that he and Joe Cronin, the general manager, pieced it up over the last couple of weeks or so as he was stretched and waived by the Bucks, and they had some money to give him. He's going to get 42 over 3, which is a lot more than anyone else was willing to pay him to just sit around and rehab for a year. There was reporting that he might just wait out the year and not sign with anyone. When the Blazers are going to offer you the money they offered him, then I think it's a pretty easy decision. Of course, we remember that he's going to get paid what the Bucks owe him, just because they stretched and waived him, and they're dispersing his salary over the course of 5 seasons instead of the next 2. They owe him what they owe him over the course of each year. So he'll get his annual salary from the Bucks plus what he gets from the Blazers, and that'll happen over the next couple years. So pretty nice deal. If you remember, while he didn't openly celebrate like it appears Bradley Beal was doing to get out of Phoenix, the sources close to him from the reporting suggested he was thrilled. He was not bothered by the stretch and wave thing that the Bucks did as they secured Miles Turner and got off of Dame. So Dame Lillard back in Portland. He didn't have a memorable moment with the Bucks, so it'll be like when Dwayne Wade went to Cleveland and Chicago. No one's going to remember those times. All of the highlights will be from his time in Miami, and that's the same way for Dame. No one's going to think of, I remember that shot he made for the Bucks. It'll be all about his legacy in Portland. The Bucks will be like this weird little thing he did for a little bit that didn't work out, but he'll always be a Portland Trailblazer. So if you like the sentimental stuff, you got a good one. With Dame going back to the Blazers. Now, he's been a Rockets heckler. He ended a series of, we think back when it was the proto-Rockets under James, as they were still trying to figure some stuff out. Dwight Howard, I think, was on that team, and he knocked down a shot to win a Game 6. The Rockets were on the verge of forcing a Game 7, and I probably would have taken the Rockets on the Game 7, but Dame said, nah, that's not happening. So that's just one of many. Of course, we think back to, that's a good shot. That's a bad shot, what Paul George said after he knocked down, a 40-something footer to beat, at least it felt like that, probably closer to like 37, 38 feet to beat the Thunder. And that ended the Thunder, at least that version of them, the version that was still running off the fumes of Russ and KD's time there, to still try to be a contender. Now, of course, they've revamped and they've gone on the win the title. Now everyone's chasing them. But so Dame Lillard back in Portland. not a bad story. And for the Blazers, you get your franchise legend back. They'll build him a statue and all those things, and he can retire a Blazer. And they can move past, I guess, choosing Scoot Henderson over him. He sat out. They told him to sit out games the last year he was there, and when he was having one of his best years, and they wanted to tank, and he thought they would use the high draft pick in a trade to acquire a proven guy who he could win with, and they decided to take Henderson and not trade him. And then that was the end of their relationship, but they fixed it, it seems like. So he's back there. Some other things going on right now. If you did not see this, the NFLPA executive director stepped down. It's hard when the guy who's supposed to be furthering your best interests appears to be an op, and Lloyd Howell Jr. is the man's name. And he said he stepped down from his leadership position because it was a distraction to what the NFLPA is trying to do. So if he is one who appears to have a conflict of interest, well, not anymore, because he doesn't have that job anymore. But one of the reasons he was coming under fire was because of his conflict of interest, because while he's supposed to be representing the NFLPA, he is also a member of a group that has an interest, a consulting group that helps people who want to invest in NFL teams. That is seen as a conflict of interest. He also, at least most recently, is being accused of being a part of another instance where the NFLPA and the NFL came together to hide a ruling from the players. It involved the accusation that players were being advised to fake injuries to get contracts, particularly running backs. There was a Zoom call, if we remember, a couple years ago now, where Austin Eckler tried to get running backs together to figure out how they could get more money, at least better money. This was when the discussion about how valuable running backs was at its highest. Austin Eckler got them together on a Zoom, and allegedly during that Zoom call, injuries, or at least faking injuries, was discussed as a way to stay out of practice and put teams in a bad spot and force them to pay you before you came back to practice. Well, the ruling on that was not made available to the players, and Powell was one of the guys who apparently had a part to play in keeping that from the players. So he couldn't lead in the way he wanted to anymore, according to him. According to people around him, and according to him, he's saying he stepped down voluntarily. I don't know if I buy that when all that's surrounding you, and the impression is that you're not even for the players. You're working both sides, and you are keeping information from the players that they would deem relevant. You got to go, and he's gone. So, and maybe J.C. Tretter's next, the former Brown player who is part of the leadership group as well. There's speculation that he has his hand in spots he shouldn't. And he hasn't been, and what I mean by that, he hasn't done everything in an open way for the players. And if they're going to question one guy, they're going to start to question others. So there may be a kind of a big shakeup with the NFLPA. It's been a bit of an off season for them. When we're talking about colluding with owners, to not reveal that the owners were doing their own version of colluding to keep player contracts down, and agreeing with the owners that this is something that should not have been made public, you're not going to have players happy with you. So the NFLPA may be in for it. And you even have DeMaurice Smith, the former head of the NFLPA, with his book. So a lot of news coming out of that particular organization. And unless you like him insulting Roger Goodell, that's in DeMaurice Smith's case, then not a lot of good for the NFLPA. So they're trying to recover there. So. And along with that, sticking with the NFL, we've got more second-rounder signing. So that seems to have been worked out. There are some guys who are still out, but as rookies reporting is going on, more and more of these second-rounders are signing up. And I guess all it took was Alfred Collins for the 49ers saying, "What you're offering me is enough," and he got about 10% more guaranteed than a guy in the slot last year. So that started the ball rolling. So these guys are coming in. You see reports. It feels like every hour or so of another guy deciding it's time time to play ball, time to get to training camp. So one of the bigger stories as far as contracts are concerned around the NFL may be set off by Nick Caserio. And in fact, I shouldn't even say maybe. Nick Caserio is being pointed to as a guy who gave Higgins his guaranteed deal, fully guaranteed deal, and is slowing down the process for everyone else. But Jack Beck is in for the Raiders. The Cowboys got their guy in. I was talking about LSU earlier. Jason Taylor's kid, the tight end from LSU, is in with the Jets. So that's picking up. So if you are really looking forward to your second round pick being into camp, it looks like you don't have to worry about that as the second round picks are signing and they'll be in camp in short order. The other thing from the NFL before we go to break is this Scott Hanson. Everyone loves themselves with Scott Hanson. AJ, are you a red zone guy, or are you more? I'm going to watch full games on Sundays.
More so full games. But when I was younger, we used to watch red zone a little bit more, but more so full games.
Yeah, but according to Scott Hanson, he's back. By the way, there was a question of whether he would be, but he had to fight to get a deal that he thought was good to come back for another year with red zone. He said he was thrilled to have an agreement, but he said there was a time when he thought it wasn't going to happen, and he was going to go he didn't want to go in a different direction, but he felt like he was going to have to. But eventually, he fought and clawed to make sure they could get a deal done, and so we'll get Scott Hanson back. He's been with the NFL for 18 seasons. I don't know how long he's been on red zone, but he's been with the NFL as a whole for 18 seasons. But we were close to I don't know who would have taken over for him, but for people who enjoy red zone and make that their main way of taking in NFL games on Sunday, you'll have a familiar face and voice back in a Scott Hanson. For me, I take it or leave it. It all depends. Like, I'm a fan of an out-of-market team, but I'm watching the Texans every Sunday anyway, so I'm certainly having a focus on them. But in the afternoon slate, when the Texans aren't on, because they never do play afternoon games, for the most part, they're either going to play at 12 or they're going to have a primetime game. At least that's how it's felt like over the last couple of years. I'll tune in. Yeah, red zone's a good product. I don't think there's any knocking it, but like you, AJ, I wouldn't have known that Scott Hanson wasn't around if I didn't do this show until maybe week 4 or until I found out, until the Texans were off. Probably was the one. That's probably the 1 week I'm watching red zone all the time is when the Texans aren't playing a game or they have like a primetime Sunday game or Monday game. So Scott Hanson will be back with red zone. So that's cool. For what I do watch, he obviously does a great job. So he'll be able to bring that to NFL fans for another year. Okay, we'll go to break. We're here at East River 9. We're going to be joined by Michael Carroll at 11:30 for what you should or shouldn't watch. Certainly, you can call in the next segment, but if you have a question for Michael, you can save it for then. The number is 713-780-3776. East River 9. Well, the entire station until 6. But I'm here till noon. Our promo team is here. Promo team is one person. But if you want a T-shirt or a koozie, you can get one from Skylar, who's running our promo table right now. But for me, we're going to break now. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at East River 9. Here's Del Olaleye.
So there were rumors, certainly discussions about a Bill Belichick-led UNC Tar Heels show on HBO. It's not going to be on HBO. It's going to be on Hulu. And while I think it'll be interesting for the rest of us, if I'm a Tar Heel fan, I'm like, come on, can we just win some football games? I don't root for North Carolina in any sport, so if it doesn't go well, fine. But if you're them and you're hiring Bill Belichick, nothing of what you've gotten so far is what you're expecting from his reputation, who was a guy who didn't want distractions, who wanted to be all about football. Of course, you couldn't assume that he'd have I guess scandal, or at least an investigation into his relationship with his younger girlfriend. You couldn't have assumed that would have been something you've had to deal with. But now we can all get an insight into the UNC program, at least if you subscribe to Hulu. Like, I've watched a couple of these inside the team type shows, and they're hit or miss. Some of them are great, some aren't. As it always goes, it's all about the personalities. And are we going to get the Bill Belichick who's willing to talk about things, the one who will send a statement to ESPN pointing out how he took a big risk to coach the Patriots in response to Robert Kraft's interview saying the risk was his in hiring Bill Belichick? Or are we going to get the guy who mumbles and talks about NC State and why next week, or at least not even next week, the next practice, the next session is the most important thing going on around the North Carolina program? He'll be the focal point. I just don't know what we're going to get in a season where it's actually football that he has to deal with, not the stuff that has kind of been around him all summer. So much like a lot of things, I'll wait for a review. Maybe I don't think I'm going to get Michael Carroll to watch the UNC show, and he'll let me know. But it's one of those things, how I wait for a phone to go through a version or two before I buy it. This is how I'm going to treat that show. I am not going to be all in on the UNC Bill Belichick Hulu show until people review it first. AJ, what do you think? Is this going to be? I don't know if it's good. I don't know how it's good if he's just going to be about football, because I've seen all these, and if he's not going to give us anything, I don't think anybody inside that program is going to be entertaining.
Right, because he's probably going to coach him not to say anything, say the bare minimum, stuff like that.
Yeah, they're not NFL players, so he'll have a little bit more control, certainly. With the NIL and all of that, the money being involved, players have gained more control, but he's still Bill Belichick. He's still going to be the domineering personality. What are we going to get other than Bill's great, love to play at UNC from the players? And if it ain't going to be him giving us some stuff, I don't think I'm looking for Steve Belichick. I believe he's the DC there. I think Mike Lombardi, a long time NFL exec. He's been in the podcast game for a little bit now. He's like their general manager. He'll give us the lines that Bill Belichick wants out there. I guess I don't have the hero worship that others have for Belichick, where anything he's in, they're going to want to watch, particularly on the college level. He has never accomplished anything on a college level. So until he shows that he isn't a Tom Brady merchant, as some people think, he's just a regular old football coach to me. And generally, football coaches don't interest me that much unless they're going to give me something. So I'm not sure Bill Belichick in that role as head coach, leader of a program, is going to give us much. But we'll see. I'm trying to see if it's going to be a thing that we get while the season is going on, or it's something we get afterwards. I don't know. I don't know if that's been put out there yet, but that probably would draw me in if it's like Hard Knocks during the regular season, or I guess Hard Knocks during the preseason too, where it's a thing where you get you see what happened on Saturday, and then by Tuesday it's all cut up and broken down, and we get the week that was. If it's something like that, that might get me. But if it's something we're gonna get as kind of a retrospective of the season, I'm probably out, because I've already seen what UNC was through an entire year. So, but that's coming up here. Bill Belichick will be, and the UNC program will be part of a Hard Knocks type of show, but it will be on Hulu. So who knows what name it'll actually get? And you know, his girlfriend Jordan Hudson has been heavily involved, whether it be from giving it a title or wanting to be heavily involved in production. So what do we think of some of these titles she's registered, AJ? She is someone who apparently is a giant Taylor Swift fan, and you'll catch what I mean by this. One of the things she's registered a trademark for is Chapel Bill's version, Do Your Job Bill's version, and No Days Off Bill's version. I don't know if these are actual titles to the show or just simply trademarks, but if you wanted to put a title on a Bill Belichick highlighted or just simply a UNC football program show with Bill Belichick as their head coach, which one of these would you favor? Chapel Bill, Do Your Job, or No Days Off?
To me, I mean, the most non-corny one is No Days Off. So, yeah.
I would, but they all have Bill's version in parentheses, which means they're all going to be corny names.
Right.
She's got, like, someone needs, if these are the names in question, someone needs to step in. Like, we're not leaning into the Taylor Swift thing that much, no matter how much you love her. Look, you can be a Swiftie all you want. No one's knocking you for it, but we're not doing Bill's version, Chapel Bill. That's enough. Like, we had what did Tom Brady do what was the shirt when he went to Tampa? I know he had his face on the bucko, but what do they call Tampa Bay is what they called it. It's in line with that. It's in line with that. Don't do that, Bill. Don't be like the people who wanted to call it Tampa Bay. I think No Days Off is fine. Do Your Job, which is a Patriot Bill Belichick thing. It's fine, but Chapel Bill's the worst of the bunch. It's terrible. I'm not a guy who likes a punt. That's what I've learned about myself over the last 15 years or so. Leave me alone with punts, and we'll see how that show gets titled. But okay, Bill Belichick will be doing a reality show about North Carolina football. So take it or leave it, I guess. And Hulu will get a chance to put that on as opposed to HBO because they could not come to a contract agreement. We're a couple minutes away from Michael Carroll joining us, and that'll be quite a bit about TV. I don't know if there's a doc he'll recommend like the Bill Belichick one, but it'll be TVs and movies. He'll join us in a little bit. So we'll get to the Astros one more time before we kind of diverge away from sports. So Astros Mariners tonight in Seattle. I think it's a 9-10 start. So a late start for us here in town. And as I mentioned earlier, with Hunter Brown not being in the rotation, the Mariners see that, at least the Mariners media see that as a big break for the team. You don't have to see one of the best pitchers in baseball, despite what he has been over the course of his last few starts. The Astros aren't going with their best, and to be honest, the Mariners aren't at least starting off with their best either. They're going with Castillo and Evans in their starting rotation as they hold off on some of their best guys, get them some extra rest. So it's a battle of teams, which is a big series, particularly for the Mariners to try to get back in it. But you're not going with your best until Sunday for the Astros when Framber Valdez is going to be on the mound. And as far as Hunter Brown, you can expect them in that next series. But for the Mariners, they haven't announced their lineup. So we will. Excuse me. They haven't announced their Sunday starter. Let me correct myself. They haven't announced their Sunday starter. So I guess we'll see if that comes down a little bit later today. Before we go to break, Gary wants to chime in on the Bill Belichick topic. What's up, Gary?
Hey guys, I want to spice it up a little bit. I think we should call it, the cradle, like robbing the cradle way. I wonder if his great granddaughter is going to be on the show. The little hottie. The little 1920. The cradle way. The cradle way.
If she has any input, Gary, I appreciate that title. If she has any input, I don't think cradle in any way, shape, or form will be a name. I guess by the time the show comes out, she might be 25, 26. The fun you could have with how you want to name that. we could go a full segment, but anything Cradle Bills version probably won't make it. It likely will be something simply football related, and maybe the Tar Heel name will be involved as well. But yeah, that's a title that probably won't get touched because Bill Belichick and his girlfriend will have full creative control. It appears for that show. Okay, we'll go to break with that. Astros Mariners tonight. Brandon Walter on the mound. Let's get off to a good start in that series. And if you can win this one, then the Lance McCullers thing on the road may lead you to a chance for a sweep with Fromberg closing out the Sunday series. And if you can sweep the Mariners, probably buries them in the division, even if it is still mid to late July. Okay, when we come back, Michael Carroll, the host of Comicast, will join us. You can hear Comicast every Wednesday at I think it's at 8 o'clock here on ESPN 975, 8 to 9, but also it's in podcast form wherever you listen to podcasts. But Michael Carroll, when we come back. Michael Carroll joins us as the camera here just went out. I can see it's still cold in there, Michael. I see you've got
I am
before
freezing.
the camera went out, you had a sweatshirt on. So apparently the temperature hasn't changed that much since the last time I was in the building. So while you talk through Chatter Teeth, I want to welcome Michael Carroll to the show. He's the host of Comicast. You can listen to that here on ESPN 975 from 8 to 9 on Wednesdays. And, of course, you can hear it in podcast form wherever you listen to a podcast. So, Michael, while you're cold and freezing and there's frostbite and there's icicles on your nose, let's get to it. In fact, tell people what's the latest or at least what's the latest on the issue of Comicast?
Well, it's not hypothermia, but that's what I'm experiencing right now. But for Comicast issue 603, we covered Superman again, but we went full spoilers. Jong finally had a chance to go see it, so we dove deep into the spoiler territory of Superman, as well as just breaking down the characters and what we saw, what we liked, what we didn't like. But yeah, it's all about spoiler. It's all about Superman this week on Comicast.
So Comicast, as I said, anywhere you listen to a podcast, you can find it. They do a great job breaking down what kind of we talk about here in a more expansive way.
Thank you.
On Comicast. All right, so with the weekend here, and of course baseball is back, but if people are looking for something to watch Friday night or even head out on Saturday for a movie, what are some of your best bets?
Well, theaters.
Oh, that don't sound good.
Well, theaters a mixed bag this weekend, I would say. Of the there's 3 wide releases this weekend, and of the 3, I've seen 2 of them. I'll start with the one I haven't seen, and I don't know, Del, if you're a big fan of this movie or these characters, but maybe you are. Are you a big fan of Smurfs?
So I was in the theater to watch Superman,
Mhm.
and the Smurfs trailer came out, and I said, "Are we still doing this?"
Yes, we are.
I mean, I remember Smurfs as a kid. I watched them as a kid, but no, I am not a big fan. I didn't know Smurfs could transcend decades, and little kids are still wanting to watch those things. I was surprised that I probably shouldn't be surprised with IP, but I couldn't believe another Smurfs movie was coming out.
Yeah, it's another one's out this weekend, starring Rihanna, starring John Goodman, James Corden, Nick Offerman, Dan Levy, Amy Sedaris, Sandra Oh, Natasha Lyonne, Jimmy Kimmel. There's Octavia Spencer. The cast is stacked, but currently right now 20% on Rotten Tomatoes. So I would probably skip that one. There's probably another like animated or something that you could probably go watch instead. But I've seen the trailer as well, and I was not sold on the Smurfs movie.
Who is putting their children in front of a television where the Smurfs are still recognizable? Are they on TV anywhere? I guess they still would sell toys, but you make this movie because I guess you believe there's enough brand recognition for Smurfs that kids will want to watch. Where are they other than that trailer? I had not seen Smurfs in the public, at least in media, until I saw the trailer.
I have no idea. I haven't seen them either.
Yeah, I don't know how you get this movie off the ground. I guess you think anything animated will work. And it's funny they use famous voice actors. Like, shouldn't you just use good voice actors? Does a kid care? Like a kid who's watching the Smurfs, are they going to care that Rihanna's the voice of a Smurf? Like that's for us, right? That's for an adult.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
But for an adult. Like John Goodman's a Smurf. What does that mean to a kid?
He's Papa Smurf.
Fine. That means in some way, shape, or form, they think John Goodman as Papa Smurf is enough to convince an adult to bring their kid. I don't know if the marketing should look. Oh, the Smurfs will probably make so much money, but I would just say, hey, you can save on the budget. I don't know why I'm trying to take money out of John Goodman's pocket here, but you can just hire a cheaper voice actor who can do the Papa Smurf voice. John Goodman does not matter for this.
All right. Well, what about Kurt Russell? Because he's also on this cast.
I heard all the names. I just don't think if you put them in a movie. Well, if you put them in a movie that's live action, I get it. But to dole out the cash, you got to dole out to get John Goodman to be Papa Smurf. I just think you could save on the production budget. That's all.
Yeah, I would agree. Like I'd never understood. Like I get maybe 1 or 2, but when the cast is this deep, I just saw the guy who played Blue Beetle's also part of this cast. Like it's insane. Like it's an insane cast.
I would just ask who were the casting announcements for? Because I don't have a kid, so I'm not going either way. But I just guess they think, hey, some woman who remembers Umbrella is really thinking Rihanna's the voice of a Smurf. So I guess I'm taking my kid to go see it.
So speaking of kids and taking your kids to go watch the movie, I do want to add a PSA before this next one, because I went and saw this movie Wednesday night. The I Know What You Did Last Summer movie.
Okay.
Someone brought a baby to the screening.
Oof, that's tough.
They did not end up staying for the movie, but they were there. I don't understand. Like you, I'm not a parent, but I don't think I would take a baby to I Know What You Did Last Summer, which is a slasher horror movie. I don't know. Like I get it. It's a baby. Like baby's not going to really, like a baby's not going to really process what's happening, but it's a baby. Like chill out with bringing your kids.
Well, we know how you feel about stuff around events you care about. You don't want to have small talk around the Super Bowl. That's a clip that that's gone a little bit. You've posted it, so I know how you feel, and I would agree. I guess as if you're a parent and you're desperate to go see something, you bring a small kid who's not going to recognize anything, not going to acknowledge anything. If you can get away with it, but is your kid one who won't make any noise? Because for the rest of us, that's most important. So while I understand the thinking, for a non-parent, of course, it's like when we go on a plane. Like, hey, is there any way you could have kept that kid at home? And the parent will say, no. In fact, there's no way for us to make this trip without our child. But for us, we would say no babies. But for them, they would tell us to shut up.
Yeah.
I've got a life. So yeah, I get it though. I get it. If I had my way in a theater, I would ask for no babies, but you just don't always get your way, Michael.
Yeah,
but what about the movie? What about the movie? Was the movie I've seen reviews that suggest that movie's not good. What did you think?
I thought it's fine. Like it's okay. It's not. It's obviously it's a continuation of the 97 or what was it 97 and then the 98 movies. So you do have Jennifer Love Hewitt. You do have Freddie Prinze Jr., but it's a whole new cast of characters. It feels kind of like a reboot, kind of, but not, because of the continuation factors. It's a crowd pleaser for sure. The crowd that I watched it with on Wednesday night really enjoyed it. It's got a ton of references to the 97 and 98 version. So if you can do a rewatch beforehand, that's probably going to enhance your enjoyment of it. It's a hack slash, popcorn horror movie that if you think about it for more than 2 seconds, you're just like, that makes zero sense, but it's fine. I mean, it is what it is at this point. And PSA, there's a mid-credit scene, so stay for that if you're a fan of this movie. But like, critics are hating this movie, 38% with critics, but audiences 69%. It's definitely going to be more of an audience thing if you're really into slasher horror type movies. This one you probably will want to check out, especially if you're a fan of the original.
I mean, I should assume this, but if it does well enough, is there an obvious setup for a second one, or would they have to kind of just make something up to get to a second one?
Oh, that mid-credit sets up for the future. The ending and the mid-credit really set up for something. But it also well, I don't want to say too much, but yeah, there's set up for a sequel.
So if the people show love, I guess we're getting a second. I know, actually, a second. I Know What You Did Last Summer. Considering how many did they get to the first time? Did they get to 3 the first time?
They got to
Or was
3. It was 3. 2 in theaters and 1 that went straight to like DVD or direct release in 2006.
Got it. Okay, let's take a call from Eric, and then we'll go to break, and we'll get to some more things with Michael. Eric, what's up?
Hey guys, how y'all doing?
We're good. How are you?
Yeah, good. Michael, I heard Aztec Batman Clash of Empires comes out September. It's animated. Do you think they'll make a live action one soon, hopefully? And also, it's confirmed that Clayface is going to be a horror film by Gunn. And so I want your thoughts on that. And one more thing. The greatest comic book movie ever made came out 17 years ago today, The Dark Knight. I'll hang up and listen.
Well, let's go with his Clayface stuff. Please talk about that quite a bit. I would think unless it's Clayface on Harley Quinn, it can only be a horror movie, considering how that story goes. What else could you do with Clayface?
Yeah, I mean, outside of just making him goofy, but I think we've talked about it a little bit on previous stints here. That
are you saying Eric's a little repetitive?
No, I'm not saying anything like that.
Because I hadn't noticed.
But yeah, I hadn't noticed either. But Mike Flanagan is doing the Clayface movie, so it's definitely horror vibes, suspense vibes. It's something that Mike Flanagan came up with, and he just kind of pitched it to James Gunn. So it's something that he really wants to do. James Gunn saw the script, saw the screenplay, and was like, yeah, let's do it. So it's coming out next year. If you want a DC horror movie, Clayface is where it's at for next year. I think they have somebody cast as Clayface. It's a relatively younger actor that I'm not super familiar with, but yeah, it's going to be a lower budget. Like I think they have it budgeted for like $40 million. So it's not going to be this big $100 million, $200 million movie. It's a lower budget horror movie that folks can check out next. I think it's September of next year.
Yeah, the actor's named Tom Rhys Harries. He's from Wales. Yeah, to your point, unless you're, even I watch a lot of things. I don't think I've seen anything he's been in.
Same.
Or at least not. Yeah, so he's been in some things, but we'll see how it plays out. All right, we'll go to break with that. And did you catch the animated movie he discuss? I haven't seen it.
I haven't seen it. I know he said I think it comes out in September. I need to watch a trailer for it, but anything DC animated, I'm all about. So I'm excited for it.
And we'll come back with his final question. We'll think about it during the break and see if we agree. Because he said, or at least his final comment, he said The Dark Knight is the best comic book movie of all time. It released, what did he say, 17 years ago today?
Mm-hmm.
Do we agree with that? Do we not? We'll give the break. We'll give ourselves a break to figure that out of if we agree with Eric or not. And if you want to ask a question or have a comment, you can. 713-780-3776 is me and Michael for one more segment. We'll be back.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
Stocks are edging higher this morning after records were set yesterday for the S&P 500 and for the NASDAQ. The market shrugging off any piece of bad news, whether it's about trade and tariffs, whether it's about the Federal Reserve and the risk of Jerome Powell getting fired, rumors and stories about Jeffrey Epstein and President Trump. None of that is seemingly denting any enthusiasm for equities, which continue to rise here and mostly abroad. Europe is also up across the board. Asia was mixed in overnight trade. Yields are a little bit lower this morning. 10-year note yield dropping to 4.44%. dollar slightly weaker against key foreign currencies, while oil is up 65 cents to 68.19 a barrel. Gold up $12 to 33.57 the ounce. Bitcoin is flat as crypto legislation is effectively now all passed through Congress and waiting to be signed by the president. Aside from that relatively quiet day today, we'll get housing starts and we'll get the University of Michigan's Consumer Sentiment Index, but not a lot else. Earnings, of course, are trickling in right now and lending a positive tone to the market.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at East River 9. Here's Del Olaleye.
Final segment of the show. I believe Paul Gallant is healthy enough to join us. He has been ill all week. He's done a couple shows, but to take care of his health and obviously to keep other people from getting sick, he wasn't out and about yesterday. I think he'll be back today. We welcome Paul back, and then the Killer Bees follow him. Okay, so as we were leaving last segment, I brought up what Eric said. Best comic book movie of all time. He says it's The Dark Knight. I've never been a Nolan head. I mean, it's fine. I like his movies, but I don't have the same affinity for his Batman stuff that other people do, like Raheel, who joins us. I believe he loved it, or he loved those Nolan movies. Is Christian Bale my Batman? Probably compared to Ben Affleck and others, but I can't go with The Dark Knight. I gotta go with the one that got me into comic book movies. We're going way back. I gotta go with Tobes. I gotta go with Spider-Man 1, the original Spider-Man. It's my favorite and best comic book movie because it turned comic books into something to take seriously. Like the X-Men did it too, a little bit. But as far as when we're talking about how I got into it and I became someone who was really locked in on comic book movies, and I think Spider-Man 1 was better than the X-Men movies, so I'm gonna go with Spider-Man 1.
I respect it. I respect it. It's, I mean, I always talk about it, or John and I always talk about it on Comic Cast, where there's eras to this comic book movie stuff. And I would say around 98, when we got Blade, that's when the first time like comic book movies started working. And then you got X-Men, then you got Spider-Man, all that. We were starting to, like 2006, 2007, things were kind of on a downhill spiral sort of thing. But then when you get to 2008, you get The Dark Knight, you get Iron Man. I feel like that's the next step in our comic book era, if you will. For me, The Dark Knight is one of my favorite movies of like ever, of all time. I really, really enjoy it. Now, is it the best comic book movie? Maybe not. You can maybe make a case that one of the Marvel movies, even one of the X-Men movies or something like that. But like for me, as just a movie and how Nolan was able to tell the Batman story, like some of my main memories are from my theater experience watching that movie and watching it multiple times and still watching it to this day and enjoying it. And of course, the Heath Ledger performance, I mean, a lot of his lines I've memorized. Like that one is for my personal one. And I know it was like voted as the top one on the New York Times top 100 movies of the 21st century list. It was 28th on that list. You could, again, I know some people like revisionist type history is like, well, it's not really Batman. It's more of an adaptation of it and stuff like that. So that's where it's like, is it the best comic book movie? Maybe not, but it's still a very, very good movie. And I love that movie to no end.
So Rotten Tomatoes has a list of their highest ranked not Superman movies, but because of Superman coming out, they have their highest ranked list of comic book movies. And if you just go by the top 5, 4 of the top 5 are animated. as far as how they were reviewed. Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse is 1, The Incredibles is 2, Black Panther 3, that's your 1 live action, and then Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse is 4, and then you get the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Mutant Mayhem from a couple years ago.
That's good.
Is number 5. So yeah, if we just go by Rotten Tomatoes, not the be-all end-all, they really love the animated fare over the last, they stretch back quite a bit, and the animated fare leads, and The Dark Knight for them is 7th. They're right behind Endgame.
Mm-hmm. And
all right,
if you argued Spider-Verse, I would not be mad at it. It's one of the best comic books for sure. Comic book movies for sure.
I would agree. Into the Spider-Verse. I just, for whatever reason, didn't click to think about animated movies, but it's up there for me. It's up there pretty high for me as well. Let's get to Andrew. He's got a question. Then we'll get to some of Michael's other choices. What's up, Andrew?
I've been listening to y'all for a minute or whatever, but I don't know if I'm getting too old for the super hero movies or what. But I just feel like that Superman movie I thought it was gonna be good, but it was pretty bad because Lex Luthor pretty much was a terrorist, and he pretty much killed a lot of people, and he still just went to jail. And Superman acted like he couldn't do nothing to him. Like he tortured a dog and all kinds of stuff on the movie. I was like, man.
Yeah, he did.
He did do a lot.
Then I wonder, how can Superman hold his powers back by kissing and all that stuff? And he can tear up stuff. Like, how can he do all that? Like, that's pretty crazy.
Well, we didn't get an origin story, but isn't that just part of the Superman's origin story, Michael? How he finds a way to balance his powers, like Smallville did it. If we're talking about just Superman fare, Smallville did that job. For people who haven't seen it, the entire thing, for the most part, was him trying to figure out who he was and how to control who he was.
Yeah, that's one of those things where it's like, if you start thinking about it a lot, like
Understand, Andrew. You might be too old, because once you start to analyze things, then yes, it kind of falls apart. But the suspension of disbelief has to play a huge part in a lot of these things. So I would say for you, because of what Lex Luthor did in that movie, they did send him to a prison for superhumans and supervillains. So he did go. He is going to the worst possible place you can go to when you commit the crimes he committed. Now, will he show up in the next Superman? Probably.
Yeah, because supervillain.
Yeah, he's a supervillain. But yeah, we get your point. He did in some ways torture a dog. Yes, among other things. And did kill a guy point blank. I won't tell you how he did it, but you can just watch it if you haven't seen the movie. But appreciate the call. All right, Michael. We touched on some movies, and you pointed to it being a little thin at theaters. Do you have any others, or are we moving to TV?
The other one I wanted to highlight really quickly is, are you a fan of Ari Aster movies like Hereditary and some of these other ones?
I am, and I saw at least one critic give a rave review of Eddington. I think that's the one you're talking about.
Yes, Eddington is out this weekend. I hated it. I thought it sucked.
Like, by the way, you're not alone. I mentioned the rave review. He called it like the movie of the year. Then I go to Rotten Tomatoes, and it's under 70%. So it's not being reviewed that well.
No, it's 66% right now on Rotten Tomatoes. It's set in May 2020 during the height of the pandemic, featuring Joaquin Phoenix as a small town sheriff who's going up against the mayor of the town, Pedro, who's played by Pedro Pascal. And it sparks a powder keg as his neighbor is pitted against neighbor in Eddington, New Mexico. It starts off as one movie, and then with Ari Aster's type stuff, he goes into a really dark, really just weird depth of madness type thing. Like the first act of the movie, I was okay with. I wasn't in love with it, but then there's a key moment that happens at about the first act, the end of the first act, that's where it started losing me. And it's the worst movie of the year for me personally. So I would just, I was talking to somebody about this earlier. If you want to go watch it, maybe you'll enjoy it more than I did, but that movie was just not for me. So, I'm saying hard pass. If anything, I would say just get your popcorn for I Know What You Did Last Summer. But I was not a fan of Eddington at all.
Yeah, the cast looks like something I would it's big enough and
Yeah.
certainly has enough names and people who've done good work that I might be interested in it. But yeah, it's one of those movies where I wasn't going to rush to the theater to see. It'll be on streaming, and I'll give it a chance. And but yeah, it's not one that was going to make me run to the theater.
Also,
So,
it's 2.5 hours. It's long. There's continuity errors. There's ADR issues where head movement's not matching mouth movement. Like it's just I think there's too much with it. I know we got to run out, but really quickly, I do want to say Untamed, a new limited series on Netflix. Give that one a shot this weekend.
all right, that's Michael Carroll. He is the host of Comicast. Thank you, Michael, for joining us.
Thank you.
He does that podcast with John Lee. You can hear it on Wednesday nights, 8 to 9 here on ESPN 975. And also you can listen to it anywhere you listen to podcasts. Paul just sat down, so he's in the building. He's back. I'm done for the day. AJ, I appreciate you. So since we're done, AJ, what does that mean? I love a producer who thinks on the fly. I'm assembling all of my stuff to go home. Paul Gallant's coming up here in a couple minutes. I'll talk to you on Monday.
focus on the positive, which is we had a really strong first half, and these guys have fought really hard. A lot of adversity, a lot of injuries, and a lot of people contributing and putting in this position.
Focus on the positives. Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show on this Friday. Gotta get down on Friday, July 18th of 2025. I'm Paul Gallant. I am back from the dead thanks to the power of steroids. And this is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. One you can jump aboard at 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975, and also available on the brand new ESPN Houston app, available for your iPhone and for your Android. We're hanging out here at East River 9 all afternoon. Not the prettiest day, certainly a little muggy, but no rain for now, and there's plenty of booze here in the River House. So I'm feeling a little bit better. Yesterday, I took the day off to go back to the doctors and ask, hey, why am I dying? And upon review, it seems that they never gave me the steroid that I'd asked for. So Saturday, when I went in after a fever of like 102 to the doctors, they said, all right, we're going to give you a couple of injections. We're going to give you an injection for antibiotics. We're going to give you an injection for something else. So I had to pull down the cheeks, expose them to the world. And I got one shot, but I guess I never got the second shot. So might be looking for a new primary care provider in the near future. But I got a little steroids in the system, and I'm feeling a little bit better. Wish they had just given that to me in advance like I'd asked. Oh, well. We're not all my sister when it comes to doctors. So if you want to get in, you know how to do it. It is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Astros and Mariners, second half of the season begins tonight in Seattle at 9:10. Ew, it's too late. On the hill for your beloved Houston Astros, it's going to be Brandon Walter, Luis Castillo throwing for Seattle. You heard Joe Espada being positive. That was after the Astros lost to wrap up the first half of the season 5-1 against the Texas Rangers. Here's more from Joe Espada, who believes his Astros are in a very good spot.
In a really good spot. If we would have drawn these up and envisioned us having a strong first half compared to last year, 16 games over 500. 5 games up in the division. That's exactly where a team that's trying to achieve a goal of winning the division, that's exactly where we wanted to be.
Hell yeah, dude. We're right where we want to be. That is true. I mean, I think they're further than where they wanted to be. I don't think they thought they would be 16 games over 500. Maybe they thought they'd be 5 games up in the division or more, but that's because I think the Astros don't really respect the American League West. Why should they? Even if the Rangers did win that one World Series that one time. They didn't win the division that season. It did take them 7 games to take them out. Your offense forgot to show up for that 2023 ALCS, except for the one time we were out here at the River House. Remember that one? Game 5? That was pretty damn fun. Spada feels like they're in a pretty good spot. I agree, but I think it is worth putting this out there. Take a look at the schedules for both the Astros and the Mariners over the next month. I think you can argue that the Mariners have a more favorable schedule. And being just 5 games back, plus this 3-game series starting this weekend, there is a world where they gain ground by, let's say, August 20th or so. Here's the upcoming schedule for the Mariners after they take on the Astros. They play the Brewers, who are pretty damn good, also 16 games above 500, 1 game back of the Cubs in the NL Central. But then after that, a series against the Angels, a series against the A's, 4 games against Texas, 3 against the White Sox, 3 against the Rays, who have lost 4 in a row going into the break, and I feel are going to lose more and more the more road games they play in this second half of their schedule. First half of their schedule loaded with the majority of their home games so they can play outside in Steinbrenner Field. Second half of the season, they're going to be playing a lot of games on the road. There's a Baltimore Orioles team who I am convinced is better than their record shows. And then they got a couple of tough ones to wrap up this next month of play against the Mets. Weird series where they have 2 games on the road and 1 at home, and then 3 against Philadelphia. So at the end of that, that's a little bit more difficult. But after this coming series for them, after the Astros against the Brewers, I mean, there's a chance they could beat up on those cupcakes. As far as the Astros are concerned, coming out of this series against Seattle, here's what they got. A around 500 Diamondbacks team, 4 versus the A's, 3 versus the White Sox. Paul, what are you talking about? Well, if you're one of those people that argues that the Astros play down to their level of competition, maybe you're a little bit nervous there. But after that, that's where it gets a little bit funky. They're going to have 6 games against Boston, 3 against the Yankees, and 3 against the Tigers over the next month. After that, it's going to be home cooking. They have one of the easiest, check that. They have the easiest schedule in baseball the rest of the way. But those series are going to be interesting, especially as we wonder when it is we'll see Jeremy Pena back. Seems like he's trending in the right direction. When it is that we will see Yordan Alvarez back, who effing knows at this point, and if we will see any of their injured pitchers by the trade deadline or after the trade deadline. Maybe they make a move at the trade deadline. Maybe they trade for a lefty bat. Maybe they trade for a pitcher. I think it is fair to say that the Astros are in a good spot right now, but I'm very curious a month from now where things will be, and I think that Seattle has it a little bit more favorable than the Astros, so better take care of business these next 3 in the Pacific Northwest. It is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. You can ask any question at 713-780-3776. That's how you call. It's how you text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. What do we have here? Paul, of all the strong, powerful, independent women, who's the strongest, most powerful, and most independent, in your opinion? The girlfriend. Duh. Trying to get me in trouble? Sheesh. From the 409, I'm actually scared of the Astros schedule. We cannot beat bad teams for some reason. Yep. Certainly has been a little bit more difficult than it needs to be. From the 704, someone asks if this person's mad because that I defended myself against the Killer Bees, I guess. Are you R-worded? The Astros have the ticket is your schedule. But take a look at the next month. You're playing Boston, who's won 10 in a row twice. You're playing the Yankees, you're playing the Tigers. Clearly you're not, which is why you're texting in angrily from the 281 on the most interactive sports talk show in town. Got to go get a left-handed bat at the deadline. Well, watch it be Yordan Alvarez. Just watch it be that, okay? Anyway, you can also join in on Twitch. Twitch at ESPN 975. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Tony the Handsome says, I had the Astros undefeated at this point in the season. I was way off. Fair point. It's a very fair point. But guess what, guys? God has willed the Astros to this point in time right now.
God
So,
wills it.
there we go.
God wills it. God wills it.
Hell yeah, B-Mac back in mission control with the assist. God wills it indeed. We'll see what happens against the Mariners. I honestly don't know what to expect out of this series. Seattle is playing better, and I think it's an important one for the Astros. Listen, you built yourself a lot of room for stumblage with what you did against the Cubs, with what you did against the Phillies and Dodgers, which was completely unexpected. But then when you lose 5 of 6, you got to step up. We'll see what happens. It is the Paul Gallant Show. Up next, special friend of the program should be joining me via phone. We will see if we can connect with this legend who sicked me upon the world to do something that I didn't do so well at. It's the Paul Gallant Show. We are hanging out at East River 9 on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, 713-780-3776 to call to text. Stick around. No, that I'm expecting nothing.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9 for opening day. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. We're hanging out at East River 9. The power of steroids have me back. Prednisone, baby. Why does it have to be prescription only? If I were to take a bunch of prednisone, would I get super jacked? These are the things I wonder about. The war between me and the Killer Bees are over. I actually am thankful. We talked a little bit afterwards. I have to actually respond, but they did reach out afterwards and stuff. We were just, I think, busting balls. I got a little bit pissed off about some of it, but someone texted it. Jeremy rebuffed and said he could kick your ass. Sure. That's all I got. Another texter. This is our resident incel. He listens all day. Get off your girlfriend of 2 months dong. Dudes who get zero strange are so weird. It seems like that's you because you listen all day and you don't like the show and you constantly complain when people ask me about things going on in my personal life. So I don't know. I hope you're really good friends with your right hand or your left hand. Make sure that you bring some P. Diddy oil, okay? P. Diddy branded oil. So look, this second half of the schedule for the Astros, I just think the next month could lend itself to the Mariners potentially finding their way to being one game back or drawing even. I think that September bodes very well for the Astros, especially relative to the Mariners. Mariners have it pretty tough in September, but I would say about a month from now, that's when things will be pretty tough for the Astros, given that they have 2 series against Boston, who's won 10 in a row somehow. I don't understand that at all. The Yankees, who are still the Yankees, even if you don't respect the Yankees. And then they also have to play the Tigers one more time. They did take care of business the last time around, so that's definitely a promising sign. But these are things that are on the top of my mind. From the 832, Paul, you just stopped touching yourself. You've been gay and alone for years. Relax. That's so true. Never, ever, ever had sex. From the 281, are you ever going to do stand-up comedy again on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday? That's an interesting question. So we're hoping that we can get Donnell Rawlings on the show today. We were hoping to do it next week, but I'm going to be out of town next week for a wedding for one of my best friends from college. So I'm going up to Boston. It's in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. This is the thing that I went on the bachelor party for in Rhode Island. So we were hoping to do it next week because that's when Donnell Rawlings is actually going to be in town at the Houston Improv. So the last couple of days we've been trying to connect. Wednesday we were going to try to do something on Zoom so that you guys would be able to see both him and me. We'd be able to make eye contact and stuff because when he was in studio, it was such a blast. That was 2 years ago. He was supposed to join us last year in studio, but then the derecho hit. So that wasn't happening. And yeah, so right now we're hoping that we can get in touch with him. I think that he has had some actually really bad car trouble, so he might be a little hot if we do get him before the end of the show, but we are hoping that we'll be able to get him aboard. This texter asks, are you ever going to do it again? I might. The jokes that I used the first time around, I thought that they were funny, but in retrospect, I realized they would have been funny if I told them to you. I don't know if they would have been funny from telling them to a general audience that I've never met before, because a lot of them were like jokes about how lots of people think I'm gay. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. So I felt 100% the burden of bombing in that moment in time. And some people afterwards said, oh, it's funny. I don't know. I was so mad at myself afterwards. So I'm glad that Donnell stopped and joined everybody for his show. What was it, like 30 minutes later or so? Because he was awesome. For when he does come to the Houston Improv, not this weekend, but next weekend. It was really, really good. And if you don't know him already, he was on Chappelle's show. He was on The Wire. And there's this funny clip of him. He was recently on another television show, and he got killed. I think he's like a veterinarian or something like that, and he's helping a guy after hours. And the guy beats the hell out of him and throws him in an incinerator. It's pretty messed up. You can check it out on his Instagram. So there you go. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. The 832 are not beating the allegations of being an incel, saying he listens to the station all day. We appreciate everyone who listens to the station all day, but being angry and listening to the station all day, it feels like you're doing that on purpose. You don't have to, buddy boy. You can listen to something else, anything at all, like the sound of your own thoughts as you slowly get closer to the grave alone and by yourself. But hey, you just got to take things a day at a time, because today, this Friday, July 18th, 2025, texter, it could be the greatest day of your life, but it's all about the mentality you're taking. And the mentality you're taking is a bad one. Maybe you should try a little yoga, perhaps a meeting with a therapist. All of these things can help you. All of them, I say. So maybe think about those things. Blue skies are... Wait, is it? Gray skies are gonna blow up. Put on a happy face. Na, 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 na. You know? So there you go. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. As far as the lefty bats that the Astros could get at the trade deadline, I am really curious as to how much they're going to be willing to pony up to go and get one. I did see that Chaz McCormick is in the midst of a rehab assignment. And in this rehab assignment, he did hit a home run in the Florida Gulf Coast League. But at the same time, I'm also wondering what happens when he gets back, because did you guys see this? I saw this reposted by Michael Schwab, but it does seem like Michael Schwab is about to have a kid based off of the post that I just saw. Courtney and Chaz McCormick announced that they are having a baby. So is Chaz McCormick going to be finally back, and then he's going to go straight to paternity leave like he's Christian Walker? That would truly be the story of the Houston Astros season. A guy's back, but he's not actually back. But I would imagine he's going to be back before, obviously, the birth happens, given that they're just making that announcement right now. So congratulations to the McCormick clan. That's very, very cool for them. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975 on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. We're definitely going to get into some NFL conversation over the course of today's show. I thought it was pretty noteworthy last night to see that Stephen Colbert's CBS show had been canceled, and already you're seeing the conspiracy theories run amok. Hey, is it because he spoke out against his employer for settling in a lawsuit with President Trump? Hey, is this because he leans so left? They did this to appease Trump? Put on your tinfoil hats. What did they do to my Stephen? Ultimately, I think it's this. Late night TV's dead. It just is. Colbert was winning in terms of the actual numbers among the network TV shows. He was beating Jimmy Kimmel. He was beating Jimmy Fallon. But as a 36-year-old man, I can't remember the last time I watched late night TV. Generally, the TV I would watch, if I ever could watch it, would be Conan O'Brien interviews, preferably with Norm Macdonald. But listen, whatever Conan O'Brien does, I'm a fan of because I thought he was unique. I know some people are more fans of Dave Letterman, and maybe you're old enough where you could appreciate Johnny Carson. Jay Leno never seemed to be anyone's cup of tea because his stand-up is so much different than what he was actually doing, I guess, as a late-night talk show host. Late night talk is dead. I mean, what's crazy is those three network TV shows are being beaten by a nighttime show that is openly political, that's on cable TV by a significant amount, like Gutfeld on Fox News. The format's changed. You can't do as much on network TV. And sure, I don't think Stephen Colbert necessarily helped himself out. I thought Colbert was great when he used to be on Comedy Central, when he was on the Daily Report, the Daily Show, as the comical riff off of Bill O'Reilly or Glenn Beck or whatever. He was making fun of the right-wing psycho pundits that were taking over at Fox News at the time. It was a funny character. He had his own show afterwards. That show I thought was very funny. I have one of his coffee table books as well. Like I enjoyed him. And then he moved into the late night TV show world, and everyone in the late night TV show world did move politically, but I don't think that's why they're gone. People just don't watch network television anymore. So I'm seeing all these like conspiracy theories about why he's out and everything, and I just don't buy it. Like I think the Grim Reaper is coming for all of us in the old school industries, radio, TV, you know. No one's watching these things that have commercials the same way that they used to. And sure, there's commercials on Netflix now, and sure, there's commercials on Amazon and stuff now. But like, ask yourself the last time you remembered like a fun moment on a late night TV show. Jimmy Fallon was way better when he was giggling on Saturday Night Live. Jimmy Kimmel was way better when he was on The Man Show. These shows like became weirdly preachy and all that, but that's not why people aren't watching them anymore. Like maybe one specific half of America isn't watching them anymore. But I just think people as a whole don't watch them anymore. Those numbers that they were showing for them and what was actually being watched, I was surprised by how low they were. Like really, I would have figured that they would have been significantly higher given that it's network TV that we're talking about. Nope. So there you go. Chad Shipman's comments, shout out to Craig Ferguson. He's the Irish guy, right? There's some reel of him online being suggestive with all these strong, powerful, independent women that have ever graced his presence on the show. And gotta say, the guy's got game. It's pretty smooth. Look it up for yourself if you don't believe me. Ask Gallant Anything Friday, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. So you know how to get in. The two incel texters, if you got any other thoughts that you could bring to the table, please have at it. Coming up next on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Apparently Craig Ferguson's Scottish, my bad. Confusing the Scots and the Irish. Did anyone see the thing that went down at that Coldplay concert? Let's talk about that next. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. We are hanging out live at East River 9. Cloudy day, humid day, who cares? Come out and have some drinks with us. Why not? Call in sick. Pretend you're me. I have the whooping cough. I have the black lung pop. Just do it. I'm sure your boss will let you out early on a Friday if you really sell it. Maybe get a little ketchup, you know. put it in your mouth, have it like leaking out of your mouth, maybe out of your nose or something like that. Bleed a little bit. They won't want you to finish the job if you're bleeding. Go into the bathroom, headbutt a wall, bleed. It's kind of funny how, like, if you're bleeding a little bit, people don't want you to keep playing sports. Maybe I take flag football a little bit too seriously, but I remember, like, my junior year, we're playing a game against some frat, and I wanted to prove that I was, like, as hard as this frat. And I remember at one point I hit my nose on something, so I'm just bleeding everywhere. And at one point, like, the blood is coming out of my nose. And honestly, I didn't need to do what I did, but because I had watched The Last Samurai, and there's that awesome dude that's played by the guy from Shogun. I forget what the character name was in The Last Samurai. But at one point towards the end of that movie, like, he's clearly dying, but he's still fighting, and he's standing up, and he just spits his blood everywhere. So I decided to spit my blood everywhere as a show of force, and then they kicked me out of the game. They're like, "You're gross, dude. You can't play the rest of this one." Cost my teammates dearly that day. Anyway, anyone see what went down at that Coldplay concert in Foxborough Stadium? This took place on Wednesday night. So the CEO of this company by the name of Astronomer and his colleague, Kristen Cabot, who turned out to be the head of HR, were very clearly canoodling, like spooning in public. I don't know if they were in a suite. It looked like they were. Wherever, maybe towards the back of a suite. You know how if there's in a suite, you see a suite at an NFL stadium, and there will be a row of seats that are on the outside, and then at the top of the suite, there's like a little row that you can lean over and watch out. You're inside, but you're not outside. Well, this guy is seemingly having the time of his life with this lady. So, of course, it's a cute couple, and the Coldplay camera, they're zooming around, trying to entertain people in the midst of their concert. I used to rule the world. I used to rule the world. Like, they're not great, you know? I'm not a hater, but they're not great. Sky Full of Stars is good. Scientist is like kill yourself music. So it's not exactly the most uplifting concert, but these two are having a great time. And if you see two people having a great time, you're going to put the cameras on them. You're going to try to show them off to the world. And as soon as they noticed that they were on camera, the reactions were hilarious. They Streisand affected themselves. Had they not reacted like that, I don't think anyone would have done a damn thing. And there might be two marriages still living. Instead, the man just drops to the ground out of frame, crouching behind a chair. I don't know how he got that low. He seemed to be rather tall. And the HR director does a little spinaroo, and she's behind a woman who's clearly a colleague of hers who knows that this affair has been going on for a while. And it seems like she was mouthing something, perhaps saying, "Oh my God, my marriage is over," to this woman. If you haven't watched the video already, you need to. A lot of people have been offering this. Well, now they're going to have to be a couple, you would think. These two some advice and say, like, yeah, you can't do that. Well, it's too late now. Now you got to gaslight. You got to gaslight. I don't know if there's any way to do it. Hey, we just have a really European relationship at the workplace. Yeah, we're really Italian at Astronomer, okay? We do it. We get a little Cuomo-y from time to time. Like, there's definitely things that you could potentially throw to your significant other as a Hail Mary, and maybe there's a chance of winning here. But I just think it's funny that a boss does this with the head of HR. And again, the people that we have here at Gal Media are awesome. I don't have a bad thing to say about any of them. I'm so thankful that they gave me a chance after my last shindig didn't work out so well. But I have worked at places before where there have been affairs taking place in the office, and they were so obvious. And one of them featured my boss, and I wish I'd used it to get a raise. That's the thing I'm thinking about the most coming out of this Coldplay concert, is that everyone at our station / job that I used to have knew that we had a boss who was cheating on his wife. We 100% knew it. And it was with somebody in the office. Part of me was like, how? She's out of his league. The other part of me was just thinking, man, I'm covering up for this guy because I'm a team player. I'm loyal. Which, again, like, Do you want to actually tell anybody that someone is cheating on them? No, you don't actually want to do that unless you're a sociopath who likes delivering bad news like you're Elliot in that one episode of Scrubs back in the day. But that's like the first thought that I had. Damn, I should have used this for me. Maybe I'd be making the big bucks. Maybe I would have been able to jump the line at whatever job that may have been. Don't worry, this person's no longer in Houston. I thought to myself that I could have done something there, and I didn't. And I'm bummed out about it. So that's how I make that about me. The memes online are hilarious. I can't tell what's real and what isn't anymore. There's been so many fake things posted about this in the last 24 hours or so, and almost all of it's fake. There's been like 3 different fake statements put out there. There's a guy who claimed that he got fired because he joked about this. There's been all sorts of stuff thrown around. And ultimately, I'm enjoying all of it, and you should too. We desperately needed this during a rather slow week, huh? A slow sports week. And these two were sporting. The oldest sport in the book. Hide the pig in a blanket, right? That's the oldest game that's ever been played. One of the claims that actually might hold a little bit of sustenance is that this guy is from my hometown, Hanover, Massachusetts. That's like the one thing that I think might actually be true. And I saw a bunch of people talking about how this guy was a D-bag in high school. One of them claimed that he'd beat him up. So again, I'm taking everything a little bit with a grain of salt, but I want to believe that this guy's from my hometown. I want to believe it so much. And I think like he's within walking distance of where I grew up. So I'm wondering if I ever interacted with him. Was he ever like a paper guy for me or something like that? Very curious on that front. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. If you want to weigh in on Astronomer Gate, where CEO Andy Byron and his colleague, the head of HR Christian Cabot, were canoodling in public. The worst is going to be the HR course that everyone has to take as a result of the boss banging the head of HR. That's going to suck. You know how those go. Thankfully, here at Gal Media, we don't have to deal with that. Now, that might change in the near future. It just takes one person to sexually harass someone else. But we do not have to take like those video training courses where you're like offered a solution like, hey, what do you do here? And the options are like, put your penis on the table. Like, it's so funny, the options that they give. They're all very clearly obvious answers as far as what to not do. And then there's one answer to like do. We do not have that. But at my last company, we definitely did. And I can imagine anyone working at this company, well, they're probably laughing hysterically at the fact that this finally got exposed because they were all talking about it behind closed doors. But now they're all going to have to take some sort of HR course. Some comments here. YouTube. Chad Shipman says, want to know how I know you're gay? You listen to Coldplay. That's a fantastic reference to the 40-year-old virgin. More comments here. Tony the Handsome says, he was out in public with her. I don't think he minded that much. Well, his wife like changed her last name immediately. So I don't know. I think it did. Day One Donna says, never get your money where you get your honey. I mean, there are situations where it can work. Just don't be married. Like, don't do that. Inner office shaboinking. I'm fine with it. Like, I don't think it should need to be cleared by HR. Consenting adults do consenting adult things. It doesn't have to be a relationship, you know. But when you're married, you probably shouldn't cheat on your wife. That's a thought. Coogblay says, I want to take Paul to a Coldplay concert. Huh. Well, yeah, there's something. Did that count? Was that good enough for you? It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Coming up next, hey man, let's go around the south side of the AFC because one, I have no idea why these people are talking. And two, a rival has tried to pull off a rebrand. I don't think it's going to work out so well for him. All of that's next in the South Side. Stick around. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975, live at East River 9 in East Downtown.
This is the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town, 713-780-3776 to call to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston and Twitch at ESPN 975 on an Ask Alon Anything Friday. Astros back in action against the Seattle Mariners for 3 starting tonight. Seattle 5 games back in the American League West. We'll see if they're able to do any damage, denting that 5-game lead. Astros did a lot of damage to it themselves last week. You can ask any question. I'll work it into the show. Before we get back into your Ask Alon Anything shenanigans, let's take a trip around the south side. South side of the AFC. Everybody do the south side. Yeah. Everybody do the south side. Yeah. Everybody do the south side. Yeah. Doesn't matter, Brian. AFC South champions. Jeffrey Simmons is the best
Doesn't matter,
player on the
Brian.
Tennessee Titans. Love that feedback. He's their best player, and he's upset. Why is he upset? It's because he doesn't think the Tennessee Titans and Cam Ward are getting the respect that they deserve. Here's Jeffrey.
First off, I think that our team, Tennessee Titans, never get the respect and attention we need. I never seen the number one pick overall never get the respect and, quite frankly, the attention that he deserved. But I think that's a chip on his shoulder. You could tell the way he go about his business, his swagger, his demeanor. This is going to be one of the ones that, I'm excited to see. I'm excited to get back to camp with him next week to be more around him and to learn a little more about him.
Jeffrey Simmons could pick me up and throw me through a door like I'm Jazzy Jeff on Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, okay? But with all due respect, Jeffrey Simmons, blow it out your ass, dude. I mean, the Titans suck. They've always sucked since moving to Tennessee and that one Super Bowl that they went to. No team has missed out while being the one seed in the AFC more. 0 for 3, one and done each of those 3 times. And they draft the quarterback. We're supposed to believe that this time in that organization run by that family, it's going to work out. I mean, post Steve McNair, name one quarterback that was worthy of respect for more than one season. Vince Young, it was just one season as a rookie. He was his own worst enemy afterwards. We're talking about cocktail Kerry Collins. We're talking about Matt Hasselbeck. Remember first-round pick Jake Locker? Remember Marcus Mariota? Told you he was a bust before you guys realized he was a bust. Ryan Tannehill was smoke and mirrors, second-best quarterback in Titans history. And then there was Will Levis. Don't tell us what we need to say about this team. They're an afterthought with ugly uniforms, and Cam Ward doesn't deserve any respect as the number 1 overall pick. No number 1 overall pick deserves respect. You earn respect by playing. You earn respect by winning. F the Titans, F their cannibal fan base, and piss off. Like, we don't get enough respect. Stop. You don't deserve any. You don't deserve any time. You should be relegated to Thursday night football games in the middle of the year and only get to play the Jacksonville Jaguars. End rant. Like, I get it, Jeffrey. You're upset. Demand a trade and get out of there. But the Titans don't deserve any commentary, mention, respect. They suck. And they will continue to. How about the Jaguars? Are they going to be disappointing this coming season? Trevor Lawrence, their quarterback, was on Pardon My Take, and he finally said something that I have been waiting to hear from him and from the Jaguars over the last couple of seasons, because there's always been so much hype for this team and so little of it paying off. Here's what he said with Pardon My Take. There he is, Liam Cohen, head coach of the Jaguars. This is what he had to say on Pardon My Take earlier in the week. He was actually pretty realistic.
And yeah, I mean, like where I'm at in my career, year 5, like it's time to go and start winning consistently and be not just that team where it's like, you're always like, no one really takes you seriously. You want to be that team that's always competing for, playoffs, Super Bowls, and you're in the hunt.
Yeah.
So that's, of course, I see it through that lens of like, yeah, it's year 5. And, I feel like this is like getting into my prime. Like I got a lot of good years left ahead of me and I need to really turn it on. And I think what we've built around me and what they've done this offseason has been a great start.
It's going to be really interesting to see what James Gladstone, the new GM of the Jaguars, does, and if any of it works out. I tend to root against him because of all the LinkedInese that he has used to describe what his vision for the Jaguars is this offseason. Just listen to the guy talk. And then you look at him, and is he trying to grow a mustache? Is that just stubble? Does he never shave? I'm not really 100% sure what he's going for there. If you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, you can see I've got about like 3 days of facial hair going. He always looks like he has like 2 to 3 but it's never actually like standing out. I don't know. It just lends you to look at him as if he is a child and not the general manager of an NFL team. They traded a lot to go and get Travis Hunter first. And second, they have to cut ties with a lot of players that they thought were going to be key players. Maybe that does help them out, sweeping everything out. But I don't know. The way that this guy's talking just makes me have a hard time believing that he's going to be able to surround Trevor Lawrence with the guys necessary to elevate his play. Lawrence is an average to above average quarterback. I think he's better than whatever the Andy Dalton line of quarterbacks would be today, like the 18th, 19th, 20th best quarterback in the league. He's probably a little bit better than that. But the overthrows are constant. He weirdly does not have as much control of his body as you think he would, whether it's with the accuracy issues that he has from time to time. He sails a lot of passes. And on top of that, with the like almost slide that wasn't a slide that Azeez Al-Shaair knocked his world out on, I don't know what he was trying to do there, but it felt indecisive. And I feel like that's his issue. He's got all the skills, but there's something missing. And yeah, I don't think Travis Hunter playing defensive back and wide receiver is going to improve that, you know? By the way, the former Jaguars executive who stole a ton of money from the organization, he's been charged with 6 counts of grand theft under Florida law. He's embezzled $22 million from the team. For those who don't know Florida law, if you are charged with 6 counts of grand theft, they actually take you to a swamp and they will have a gator bite your arm off. I'm from Florida, so I'm familiar with this process. It does a really good job, I think, of keeping people from stealing, but I think that's what he's going to have to deal with in addition to jail time. So jail and a little nub as a present, because that's what you got to do. That's what you got to do, okay? What else is going on around the South Side? I saw this the other day, and I feel bad that my first instinct was to say, oh, this guy's trying to pull off a rebrand. But Anthony Richardson is now Anthony Richardson Sr. At some point in March, he had a son. He named him Anthony Richardson. So now the back of his jersey says senior. Congratulations to Anthony Richardson. Congratulations to the woman who brought that child into the world. I hope that they have a great life. I hope their family goes on to have great years together. There is a part of me, though, that feels like Anthony Richardson is attempting to rebrand himself after a season where his maturity was called out often. The guy subbed out of a 3rd and long against the Texans when the Colts were still hanging around in the division race. It was a pretty key 3rd down. You're just subbing yourself out of the play. And I think that this is perhaps changing your name to Anthony Richardson Sr. and having people calling you Anthony Richardson Sr. on your jersey. It feels like you're trying to convince people that you're a little more mature now that you have a father, or now that you are a father. And I think a lot of people believe that, like, hey, if I have a kid, I've got a little more wisdom than you. Hey, if I've got a family, I've got a little more wisdom than you. And yeah, in those elements, for sure, you definitely have that on me. But it doesn't necessarily make you like a more street smart person or something like that. And I don't think it necessarily makes you more mature. And I'll say this about this, like, hey, I hope Anthony Richardson's a great father, but if I were in the midst of a quarterback competition with Daniel Jones, I don't know that I would want to be thinking about raising an infant. Just personally, I think it would be tough. Going to be a lot of long, sleepless nights, you would think, right? But he's going by Anthony Richardson Sr. now. And that, to me, was interesting. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Hanging out at East River 9 on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. You want to jump in, you can at 713-780-3776. It's how you call. It's how you text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975 and available on the brand new ESPN Houston app. So make sure you jump in. Coming up next, what's the biggest key to a successful Houston Astros second half of the season? 713-780-3776 to call, to text again. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975, the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. It is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. You can ask any question. I'll work it in to the show. What's the biggest key to a successful Astros second half? I saw Chandler Rome put a piece together in The Athletic, and he asked a couple of questions. And I suppose these perhaps could provide the keys. What injured pitchers will the Astros actually be able to rely on? A great question. Honestly, with the returns from Lance McCullers, who has been god awful at Dyken Park, but has been decent to good on the road. You don't trust him right now. He's been out of pitching for a while, so I suppose that there's a ramp up towards the end of the year. And maybe at the end of the year, he'll actually be pitching a little bit better and more consistently and not giving up 39 runs at Dyken Park. But you're not going to feel comfortable with him on the mound the rest of the season. And then after that, Christian Javier, Luis Garcia, I don't even know how to gauge the recovery at this moment in time. Every single little breadcrumb the Astros give us as far as injury updates go, it always feels like there's a lot that they don't tell us. And that part is so damn frustrating. And we've bitched and moaned about this ad nauseum. I don't know whether those two guys are going to be enough to give a little bit more consistency in the rotation. You got to tip your hat to Colton Gordon, to Brandon Walter, and to everyone else who has been stepping up the way that they have. But I am not expecting those guys to be able to do that all season long. Remember when JP France did it for a full season? I was skeptical about that. I was skeptical about Ronel Blanco being able to do it all season long last year. And he did. And then, of course, yeah, you saw what happened this year. It seemed like he actually was developing into a consistent pitcher. So I don't know the answer to that question. The injured pitcher the Astros will actually be able to rely on. The second question, this one concerned me because of the way it was asked. Is Jordan going to return? So he was originally diagnosed a muscle strain in his hand. Then we found out there was a small fracture, just a little fracture. Then there was a setback as he was close to returning from said fracture, which was supposedly what? 60% healed, 80% healed. But that setback turned to be inflammation, at least per the Astros. And we talked about that inflammation 2 weeks ago. Does it take 2 weeks for inflammation to go away? I would think that a bruise is going to be gone more quickly than that. So it does make me wonder if the bone has had some sort of setback, which of course the Astros aren't going to tell us about, but it just feels strange, the idea that 2 weeks for inflammation is a thing. So I'm wondering now, is Yordan Alvarez going to be the guy that Dana Brown says is the Astros trade deadline acquisition? Or are we just going to be asking questions all offseason and then perhaps questioning Yordan's toughness going into next season? And I guess the third key from this article, a pitching or lefty bat, what do you go after at the trade deadline, pitching or a lefty bat? I think at this point with the arms you have, you have to basically roll the dice and hope that one of the guys who comes back from injury is going to help you out. But the lefty bat, like if Yordan's not back, I think you're going to have to be a little bit more serious looking at that. I think you're now in a moment where Victor Caratini should be playing the majority of games and kind of has to, just given the way that things are currently stacked. But every single day, Victor Caratini, how's that going to look? How's that going to go? Can he keep doing what he's been doing with Yordan out? Pretty skeptical about that too. I mean, everything you've gotten out of Victor Caratini to this point this season has been well above something that would be, I think, fair to ask of him going into this year. So what's the biggest key for the Astros this second half? I think it really is as simple as these guys need to be back from injury. And if they're back, they're going to have a chance at the 1 seed in the American League, and they're going to have a chance at home field advantage throughout the American League. And they'll put themselves in really good position come playoff time. They're just going to have to take care of business if they have a good opportunity. It's an Ask on Anything Friday. You can ask any question. 713-780-3776 to call and to text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Paul, what do you know about Bitcoin? Nothing, but I will say this. The people that are constantly hawking Bitcoin, and I'm not just talking about the Hawk Tua girl, are generally so insufferable that I want it to fail. No offense. You guys are too culty with it. If you were a little bit less culty with the messaging, maybe I'd think about it. But I don't know. I go online all the time and I see people just constantly posting about, this Bitcoin that I'm in is great. It's like some fake Dogecoin crap knockoff. And I'm like, okay, guys, good luck. Best of luck. But I don't know. I think it's dumb. I don't know anything about it, though. So there's that, too. It's an Ask on Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. HX Rhino says that I look like Jack Burton from Big Trouble in Little China. Is that the guy that's played by Kurt Russell? That's the most complimentary thing that has ever been said of me by a texter. Generally, everyone's saying I'm gay. So that's definitely a step in a different direction. I appreciate the compliment, kind sir, especially as I try to get back to 100%, which I think I'm a little bit closer to thanks to the power of steroids. Why do we vilify steroids so? We should all be doing steroids. Your child should be doing steroids. Everyone should just pop a couple steroid pills, Should be available over the counter. We'll all be hot. We'll all be jacked. Maybe our things get smaller, but we'll be hot and jacked. No one's in. Fine. Maybe Joe Espada is the key to the Astros in the second half of the year. I saw an article of Michael Shapiro from Houston Cron, not to be confused with the Houston Chronicle. They get mad at each other. But in Cron, he wrote a piece about Joe Espada and a little thing that Dom Toretto approves of. Hashtag family. Joe Espada? Like that nickname? No. We talk about fatherhood. We talk about the changes to our life. Our schedule said Mauricio Dubon when talking about what he talks about with Joe Espada. I see him with his daughters. He's a great dad. He takes the time to enjoy that part of life. He wants me to also. Dubon continued. He's got what? 30 sons here? He knows how to deal with us. Joe Espada? Joe Estada? Do you want to start calling him Joe Estada going forward? I mean, he is the father of the Astros on their great journey, God wills it. And I look at them and I see a guy that is definitely in the manager of the year conversation, given all the injuries that this team has had to overcome. Here's what Jake Myers had to say about what Joe Espada told the team at the beginning of the year. Remember we played that clip? It wasn't exactly the most compelling speech. You're definitely not going to put this in a clip in between, William Wallace and Braveheart and Henry VIII, or was it Henry V? I forget which one, but the you know what? I can't even remember the guy's name off the top of my head. Kenneth Branagh, that Kenneth Branagh movie. What was it? Henry V, where he gives that great speech. Hell yeah! Before the Battle of Crispin's Day. It wasn't one of those speeches. It was kind of underwhelming, but he said it's going to take all of us. Defense, pitching, offense. The defense has been really good. More on Joe Estada from Lance McCullers. Last year, we started slow and bounced back. A lot of that is Joe. This year, we're injured and still rolling. A lot of that is Joe. He has that touch, that presence, that invisible touch. Takes control. Soon, it tears the AL West apart. He's a way bigger piece of this than anyone might realize. Hell yeah, bro. Well, that's nice. Joe Estada. We're going to call him that going forward because it sounds like Joe Espada, but instead we're saying Joe Estada. What else do we have here on an Ask on Anything Friday? For the 936 baseball should do steroids. Yes, I agree. It would be a lot better. From the 832, the liberal in you just came out. Ooh, I wonder how you'd feel about the last 24 hours for me. Your child should be doing steroids. Stay away from the kids, Paul, you weirdo. No, your child should be, because he can make you wealth by being a great athlete. Don't you know how to use your kids for wealth? Come on now. From the 409, it's Joe is Padre now. Ooh, I like that. Joe is Padre or Joe is Dada. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. These are the important decisions that we are making on arguably the most consequential episode of the Paul Gallant Show of all time. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Bryant C asks me, are you 60% healed or 80% healed? I think I'm 80% healed. I just wish they had given me this when I asked them to give it to me on Saturday. It's kind of getting frustrating if you go to doctors, and again, maybe my insurance isn't the best, but you really have to tell them what you want. You almost have to have a list and ask them of all the things that you want. And you might not even necessarily get all the things that you want. Because I said, hey, man, can we do a steroid shot? That would be nice. Then I'll be good to go by Monday. And they were like, nah. Because it's brought the inflammation down significantly. And they couldn't just give it on Saturday. What the hell, man? So I got to find a new primary care provider. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Also available on the brand new ESPN Houston app. You can also join us on Twitch at ESPN 975 and YouTube at ESPN Houston. Up next on the most interactive sports talk show in town. What's the last time you've been on a plane? And did you actually have a favorable experience? Because the friendly skies are becoming angry once again. You'll hear some examples of this next. Stick around. It's the Paul Gallant Show.
It's the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. It is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Chris from Humble says, sounds like you have the Astros medical staff as your doctor, Paul. No, we're back. Just, they screwed up at first, didn't give me the roids. And yes, roids for baseball players. I mean, Cal Raleigh and Aaron Judge are already on him. I don't know. I think Cal Raleigh just has a huge ass, and that's how he's blasting balls into outer space. That's why they call him Big Dumper. Aaron Judge does look freakish. Aaron Judge is definitely your throwback. Looks like a 90s baseball player. But he's also, like 6'9"? He's huge. So that's why he's hitting all of his home runs as well. I'm not suspicious of those two. And even if they did, I wouldn't care. Truly. If you're an athlete, you're playing a professional game, you know the consequences that could happen if you're taking steroids or if you're taking HGH, which generally means that your body's going to fall apart later in life. You're going to develop some issues. Perhaps certain things stop growing, stop working, yada, 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 But if you're willing to put in that sacrifice to make yourself the best athlete you possibly could be, to help your team win, to help you go the furthest you can, I don't personally have an issue with it. I can see how others would, though. And I know baseball is the league that's always had the most issues with this kind of cheating. Another texter. There should be two leagues, one that allows all the cheating, steroids, sign stealing, juiced balls. The other league is not cheating at all. Which one would get better ratings? Yeah, if you turn baseball into wrestling, it would be fun. But then again, it would be maybe more like the Savannah Bananas than it would be like the league that we're currently watching. Then again, the Savannah Bananas sell out everywhere they go. I watched it on television 2 weeks ago. It was on ESPN. We were in between going to see Jurassic World and F1. And I saw it on TV for the first time. The dancing is the worst. I hate it with a passion. But people like it. It has an audience. They sell out everywhere they go. I just couldn't believe that they put it on ESPN. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. Dr. Trey on 290 asks, Ask Gallant Anything Friday. When you get a massage, do you prefer a male or a female? And what style of massage? Truly, I don't know what any of those words mean that you said afterwards. Shiatsu, medium, deep tissue, no idea what any of those things are. I'd rather have a female doing the massaging, but I've only had one massage in my life. I think they're expensive. Paul, you sound like a little bit of a cheapo, don't you? Maybe just a little bit. Someone I was dating a couple of years ago, this was why we stopped dating, wanted me to go with her to like a Korean spa. And I guess at the Korean spa, you strip completely naked and then you go off with people of your gender into like a sauna or whatever like that. And I was like, wait a second. So this is like $200 and I'm not even going to get to see the significant other at all. I'm just going to be hanging around with a bunch of dudes. Sounds terrible. That was our last date. $200 a piece so that we can each not be near each other and just sweat. I don't get saunas. Does that actually help people out? Anyway, flying a plane these days, not the most fun thing in the world. It's difficult to get to the airport, especially in Bush. What a disaster, an abomination that place is. And generally, you're dealing with annoyed TSA who don't want to be there, flight attendants who don't want to be there, people who have never been on planes before, a lack of etiquette. If you're on Spirit Airlines, your spirit will die, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And things are starting to get more feisty on the airlines these days. First of all, this happened, I think, over the weekend. We didn't get a chance to play it earlier in the week. A lawyer, she called herself this, as the plane landed, got out of her row as quickly as possible and just decided to walk all the way up to the front of the plane. This is how that unfolded. Here is audio of this lady going back and forth with a bunch of different people.
It's just a Karen, and that's just the way it is. Just deal with it, people. My God. Why don't you all shut up? It's not affecting any of you. No, but you're sitting in the You guys are so funny. You're the Karens about it because you're the ones who are making noise. Nobody's bothering you. It's not even if you're. I'm sorry. Do you have my permission to record me? It's public.
Oh.
Yep. Because you've never said one. I can tell you have. Oh yes, I can. Given your accent, I can tell you've said the F-bomb. You can be a jerk. No, you're not going to insult someone because of an accent. We're not doing that. Okay?
This is a low IQ human being.
Yeah, it is.
You ain't gonna change this.
I love when they say ain't and they talk about low IQ. I use ain't and I'm in a doctoral program. So well, that's a big deal. I'm a lawyer and I don't say ain't.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of took the lawyer's side with that last lady who chimes in, like, "Oh, don't you talk to me about paid with an accent?" And she has an accent as she's saying it, as she's coming in to like combat this lady, and then afterwards, like I can kind of understand why she snipped. Like, oh, I have a doctorate. I mean, it is a kind of annoying comeback. Those two, I think, should have been left to themselves, a one-on-one for the ages as they try to dress each other down. Like, I would have enjoyed those two. But that lady sucks. Here's the thing. If you're on a plane, this idea that you can't get up as soon as you land is a load of crap. B-Mac, I think you would agree. Like, B-Mac, you're taller and bigger than me. I'm reasonably tall. When the plane lands, I almost always sit in the aisle. I like to stand up because sitting in a plane seat for 3 hours at a time is brutal. And I think you can stand up. You can get in the aisle, especially if you're sitting in the aisle. But if you're in the middle seat or if you're in the window, sit there. You're going to be there for a little bit of time.
Yeah, I mean,
but you are allowed to. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't mind. Now, I haven't flown as often as you have, so I don't know what the etiquette here is. But, like, if it's an idea of cutting the line or something like that, I sympathize with that. But, yeah, I would totally at least stand up, maybe go out in the aisle. I would then let people get past me if I was, quote-unquote, cutting the line. But you're right. Like, getting in those seats, I even have that problem sometimes at, like, going to games at stadiums or whatnot or any place like that, maybe sometimes even older theaters where your legs just don't have enough room and it really starts to hurt after a while.
It sucks. And I mean, it's not a fun experience, but okay. So this lady, the only excuse I think you have to get to the front of a plane is if you have a connecting flight. And if you want to get to the front and you don't want to piss people off while trying to get to the front, you got to be nice. First off, you can't just like push through. You can't just put your shoulder into people. I see a lot of people do that. If you're nice and you talk to every single person as you go through, hey, I'm sorry, I got a flight to make. Any chance you would let me come by? Some people are going to let you go by. Not everyone. And you might get off the plane a little bit more quickly than you normally would. But you got to ask, and you got to ask nice. I would never do it. I'd feel bad doing it. Basically, to me, it's like luck of the draw. If you thought you had a tight connection, try to get the seat that's the furthest up in the plane so that you can make said connection. And like that's what you got to deal with. But if there are people that are trying to get through, one of the things I will do is I will stand in the aisle and I'll just block them. Like, because I like to let all the people that are in front exit the rows in an orderly fashion. But I am going to stand in the aisle because I want to stretch. And I'm not even that big of a guy, but you sit in those seats for a while and you don't put the seat back because apparently you're not allowed to put the seat back according to the unwritten rules of being on a plane. You're going to want to stand up and stretch a little bit. So that's one of the videos that's gone viral this week as the airlines are getting less and less friendly. Here is another crash out. This guy is the realest guy on the East Coast.
Yeah, you're literally pissing off your customers. Shut the up. Take those glasses off. You don't even deserve a seat. You. Bro, I'm done with this, bro. You're disrespecting all your clients at this point. Bro, call the police. I'll them up. You guys mess with the wrong one. You guys with the realest person on the East Coast. Like, I'm really doing a feature with Kodak Black. I'll on all you guys. We're taking off in 5 minutes so everybody's getting off this plane. And I'm getting money for everybody. I'll go up. Like, go ahead and call the police. Like, just release them off serious. You think I give a Come on.
The amazing part about this guy, and BMAX, shout out to you, censoring all those swears. The craziest part about this guy, there are 2 videos. Each of them are like 2.5 minutes long. And no one is coming up to this guy that's on this flight, which apparently had been stuck on a runway for an hour. And he's just getting up and he's walking back and forth. No one got up and tried to subdue him. No one got up and tried to calm him down. And I mean, he's being pretty intense in this situation. I was of the impression that he was probably doing cocaine or something like that. He's just very aggressive all over the place. Maybe he's had a few drinks. Like over the course of these videos, he's saying like, I need a shot right now, but like only Don Julio. Like anything below that, like just throw that bleep away. So the realest guy on the East Coast was just like walking up, standing around, walking around in a circle. That guy actually sucks. There was a person that at one point just their blood boiled and they just started yelling, "Shut the bleep up! Shut the bleep up!" Like they were Al Pacino. And then the guy kind of got confrontational again, and somebody got in between both of them, and the guy who got confrontational realized, like, oh, wait, I'm just adding to this. But if you're on an airline with someone like that who just won't shut up, I actually do not know what you do. I would assume this person wouldn't have a weapon. I would assume that I would be able to say something, and that street justice would not perhaps see me
on the East Coast.
from the realest person on the East Coast would not see me, I don't know, falling asleep early or something like that. But a situation like this with some guy who's just out of his mind and who won't stop talking, I don't know what the solution is in that spot. Bad job by the flight attendants just standing around and not doing anything. Yeesh. But that guy's the realest guy on the East Coast, everybody. It's an Ask on Anything Friday.
Person on the East Coast.
713-780-3776 to call to text on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. A couple of questions being asked here. Ooh, this is just a comment. Sorry to you, Mr. 936. We're flying to Denver next week with a 1.5-year-old and a 6.5-year-old. FML. Well, I think the 6.5-year-old might behave. The 1.5, that's like, you got no hope. Be understanding of people that have kids that are 3 years or younger. For the most part, I think everyone's embarrassed when the kid starts crying and you can't stop them. You know, I think it's not their choice. From the 832 on an Ask on Anything Friday, do you like using subtitles? I have to from time to time. Like Mobland, that TV show on Paramount, which I just started, I have no idea what's happening whenever I watch that show. So you have to put subtitles on. Because all these English shows are like, in London, like you'll hear one word. So I always have to turn subtitles on for that. Other shows I will occasionally. There are times where I forget to turn the subtitles off. Subtitles can ruin a comedy because you'll see a line coming before it actually comes. But if it's a show where there's accents, I almost always have to do it. And if it's an old movie, I often have to do it too because sometimes the audio quality is not great scene to scene. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, and Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, we're getting closer and closer to the start of the NFL season, 49 days away. And we got Jim Harbaugh press conference highlights. You'll hear that next. Stick around. 49 days away from the start of the NFL season. Who is the best 49 in NFL history? I think a lot of people are going to say Roger Craig from his time with the San Francisco 49ers, a running back. You ever watch him play? High knees, high knees, high knees, high knees, kneeing people regularly. But Hall of Fame-wise, Bobby Mitchell is probably the guy. For those who don't know, Bobby Mitchell played for the Cleveland Browns from 1958 to 1961, and then for Washington from 1962 to 1968. You could argue that the Browns' bad luck started when they traded Bobby Mitchell to Washington. Here's a story from 1962. Under pressure to integrate the team by the U.S. federal government, the Washington Redskins selected Heisman Trophy winner Ernie Davis with the first pick of the 1962 NFL Draft. There's actually a movie about him starring Dennis Quaid. It's called The Express. I know this because I went to Syracuse University and it came out while I was in school. Ernie Davis is basically the reason Syracuse beat Texas in the 1959, what essentially was the national title, the Cotton Bowl. Davis ultimately wins the Heisman. He's the first black man to win a Heisman Trophy. But he was going to, I guess, want a lot of money. So the owner of Washington at the time, George Preston Marshall, who was under pressure to integrate but didn't want to pay Ernie Davis what he wanted, they traded Ernie Davis to the Cleveland Browns for Bobby Mitchell and first-round pick Leroy Jackson. No one knew at the time, but Ernie Davis had leukemia and he died. It's a really tragic story. He was a young man, and I mean, who knows what he would have done. But he gets traded to the Browns to follow in the footsteps of Jim Brown, and that happens. And okay, the Browns definitely had some decent years in the 1960s, but you could argue, like, you trade a future Hall of Famer for a guy who passes away. Bad luck definitely was in that moment. The bad luck continued. As far as Houston Texans players who wore the number 49, here you go. Cameron Collins, Jake Hansen, Josh Keys. I couldn't tell you a thing about any of the three. Not one of them. TJ Watt got paid. The Steelers pass rusher signed a whopping $123 million deal over 3 years with $108 fully guaranteed at signing. His deal edges, on average, Myles Garrett's deal earlier this offseason. He's going to get $41 million a year. Myles Garrett's getting $40 million a year. Will Anderson is probably going to get more than TJ Watt. So just something to keep in mind down the road, especially when the Texans also have to give CJ Stroud an extension. Perhaps other teams are starting to take the 3-year contract approach that the Texans have been married to. I am curious to see what kind of contract CJ Stroud gets after this coming season when he's first eligible for an extension. But anyway, bringing it back to TJ Watt. TJ Watt in this 3-year contract will make more. Check that. Will almost make as much as J.J. Watt made over the entirety of his career. J.J. Watt had over his 12-year career made $129.7 million in salary, and T.J. Watt's extension's 3 years for $123. That would piss me off. That would definitely piss me off. I think J.J. was a more complete player than T.J., largely due to his size, but T.J. Watt got paid. Jim Harbaugh is the head coach of the Los Angeles Chargers, who the Texans bleeped up in the playoffs last year. He did his first media availability of the offseason, and as always, he was vintage Jim Harbaugh. He had just seen the president of the United States and had this to say about what the president was most curious about on the Los Angeles Chargers team.
He wanted to know a lot about Justin. His talent, and what we were doing. I said that's top of mind, Mr. President. Is is Justin Herbert, getting him the weapons and protecting him. I told him same thing I told you all. I think Justin's biggest weakness is those around him that he's counting on offense, us coaches and playmakers and players on offense. We got to get to Justin Herbert's level.
So he's kissing Justin Herbert's ass some more. He's done a lot of that. But, I mean, it's pretty funny along the way. He's talking to the president of the United States and saying, yeah, we need to get Justin Herbert some weapons. We need to stockpile some more weapons, man. We have some very interesting recent news in the National Football League, and it has to do with NFL Players Association Executive Director Lloyd Howell, who resigned last night. Why did he resign? Because he charged the union for 2 strip club visits, including a $738 car ride from the airport to Tootsie's Cabaret in Florida. Per ESPN, Howell was picked up in a sedan by a car service at Fort Lauderdale International Airport Thursday, November 2nd, 2023 at 10:26 p.m. The car's first stop was at a nearby Miami Gardens address, where the driver was hired to wait 7 hours outside. The guy was at a strip club for 7 hours. Nearly 8 hours later, at 6 the following morning, the car dropped off Howell at his luxury condo in Sunny Isles Beach, the receipt shows. A young union finance worker noticed the car service's exorbitant cost. The employee Googled the Miami Gardens address and discovered it was Tootsie's Cabaret. The 76,000 square foot venue bills itself as the world's largest strip club, full nude, #1 rated. The employee flagged the receipt to the union's travel department for a higher level of review. 2 people familiar with union operations told ESPN. The head of union travel then forwarded the documents to compliance for review by union lawyers. More than a year later, Howell and 2 employees visited a strip club in Atlanta, according to the expense reports obtained by ESPN. Damn! Also, during this year's NFL Players Association Summit, February 21st, Howell accompanied 2 union employees to the Magic City Strip Club for an outing that included $2,426 in charges, including cash withdrawals ranging from $200 to $525 from a club ATM. They used 2 VIP rooms. According to the expense report, the purpose of the strip club outing, quote, player engagement event to support and grow our union, end quote. Oh, my God, this guy sucks. What a weasel. Got to say, though, there's a chance this might not have been caught. ESPN did a little digging. Had they not done their digging, which has only started in recent weeks, would this have gone down? Holy smokes. Crushed him. Poor Marine says he resigned. He got away with it. That is true. He did resign on Thursday, but I imagine there could be fraud brought up against him. Criminal fraud. Is it criminal fraud when we're talking about over $2,000? More around the National Football League, 49 days away from the start of the NFL season. Per Cam Hayward, Aaron Rodgers has bought into the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's awesome. That's great. This offseason, Cam Hayward was like, I'm not going to bend over backwards to welcome Aaron Rodgers here. Well, okay. He didn't have to. And now he's bought in. Championship Steelers. Also around the National Football League, Deshaun Watson got married in the last week, and guess what? Jimmy Haslam was invited to it. I'm sure he'd love that. Another second-round pick was signed. In fact, 2. Shamar Turner of the Chicago Bears and Alfred Collins also agreed to deals. So it had been a while before anyone had given a second-round pick a contract after you saw the Texans give Jaden Higgins that deal that was super bold in that it gave Jaden Higgins a fully guaranteed contract, another second-round pick got a fully guaranteed contract. And everyone else has been in a holding pattern, but now 4 of the 32 second-round picks in this year's draft are officially signed. And one last one to wrap things up. Shamar Stewart is not going back to Texas A&M, at least per Texas A&M head coach Mike Elko. Even if he were to go back, it doesn't really make any sense because he would still be someone that's beholden to the Cincinnati Bengals. They would own his rights for one more year. I believe that if he just doesn't sign his contract, he theoretically can re-enter the draft next year, but he might be making less money at whatever team he ends up signing for. Paul Gallant Show. I'm Paul Gallant, live at East River 9, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. And on the brand new ESPN Houston app, it is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Stick around.
This is the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. We're talking about the head of the NFL Players Association, Lloyd Howell, who used the company dime to go to strip clubs not once but twice. You get away with it. I can see why you would do it a second time. A texter says, clearly Paul's never partied. 7 hours at a strip club is light work. Yeah, strip clubs just don't do it for me. Obviously, they're fun to look at, but the booze is outrageously priced. And I don't know, if you got to pay for it, is it the same? Not really. I think it could be fun if you got a very, very open, significant other. It could be fun to go on a date, but I don't know how many girls are into that. I don't know if my lady would feel that way. Texter asks, Paul, are you single again? Nope. The old girlfriend might be more famous than me. She just got interviewed for how awesome her place is. It's posted on my Instagram story. Gallant says if you want to check that out. Tallest girl you ever dated, Paul. She was definitely a little taller than me. I think she was 5'11 and a half. I remember one time we were about to go out and she was going to put on heels and she was going to look like half a foot taller than me. And this is definitely D-baggy behavior. But I was like, hey, babe, how about we stay in this tonight, huh? How about we stay in tonight? So we stayed in. She looked great. I just was embarrassed at how short I was. They were great heels, though. Anyway, hey, it's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, and Twitch at ESPN 975. We're still talking about some football. What's going on with the Dallas Cowboys? It's been a rather messy week. Let's play with the boys. What a song. So now that TJ Watt has signed an extension, you would think the Cowboys would get a little sweaty when it comes to what they're going to do with Micah Parsons, who is still unsigned. Parsons was on the 6 Feet Under podcast and said he wanted to get his contract done by now, and it's the team's fault a deal hasn't been done. Quote, we obviously wanted to get done early. We want that relief off our backs. Well, no, you want the relief on your backs, right? Anyway, he messed up at saying it's fine. But obviously ownership is always going to make it drag out, make it more complicated than it has to be. Lack of communication at that standpoint. But, I just always say God has me this far. He ain't done with me yet. So, I just got to keep working, keep going. And then when it comes, I'm going to be ready. But, ain't going to be no drop off. Maybe the Cowboys are saying that to him behind closed doors, thinking that, hey, if we pay you, is your play going to take a step back, given your obsession with podcasting? Are you going to do all the leadership things that we want from you? Especially considering they are probably in the twilight years of Dak Prescott as their quarterback. I don't think Dak's going to be there that much longer. I don't know how much longer, but I think that for Cowboys fans, they've tried it. He's been good. He hasn't been great. By the way, as far as Dak Prescott goes, Dak said he will be good to go for training camp, which is going to be in Oxnard, California, and will be at least through 2030. Less people are going these days. I would be pissed if I were a Cowboys fan in training camps out of state. I want to actually go watch them. I guess people go watch them to see them, but they're not like Dallas Cowboys fans. They're global Cowboys fans who are generally the more annoying of the Cowboys fans out there. Cowboys punt returner Cavante Turpin was arrested on gun and drug charges. Yikes. That was 2 weeks ago, but still, that's on brand for the Cowboys, as is this. The Cowboys have fined Trevon Diggs $500,000 because he wasn't rehabbing with the team enough. He will lose $500,000 from his base salary because of that, because he was supposed to participate in 84.375% of the offseason program at the team facility. He has not. I'm assuming he hasn't gone to any of it at this moment in time. Diggs tore his ACL during a week 3 practice in 2023, and he had chondral bone graft surgery, which means transplanting pieces of bone tissue into the joint to stimulate growth. He could miss most or all of the 2025 season. Damn. That sounds pretty brutal. So I can see why he's rehabbing away from the team facility. And honestly, given what the Astros have been doing to their players, I can understand why other teams are maybe a little bit hesitant to work with the actual team doctors. One last one to wrap up playing with the boys. There's rumors now that Nick Saban, and this is coming from Callan Coward and from Albert Breer, but Nick Saban as a Dallas Cowboys head coach, is that a possibility? It's being discussed. So there you go, guys. Playing with the boys, the Paul Gallant Show. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Let's answer this football question. Paul, as the Texans are presently constructed, which teams, the Ravens, Bills, Chiefs, would you put the Texans above? I say Chiefs and Bills. You can't put them ahead of the Chiefs. They lost to them twice last year. You can't put them ahead of the Ravens. They've lost to them 3 times in the last 2 years convincingly. You can say the Bills. That was the game where I think Nico Collins left after the first play, which was that deep touchdown pass. Things were a lot more laborious for the Texans offense the rest of the way. Their defense made Josh Allen look very, very human, which is a great sign for Texans fans this coming season. That defense is going to be a problem for a lot of teams. I think they improved, especially adding C.J. Gardner-Johnson to a secondary that was rolling out a bunch of different guys at safety after Jimmy Ward got hurt. And Jimmy Ward, when he was out there, he wasn't particularly great either. And obviously he's dealing with some off-the-field issues too now, so I don't even know if he's going to make the roster, how much he'll even be at training camp practices. I'm not even sure if he's had an availability since what went down. So I'm looking at the Texans defensively, and I think that you could say in a matchup against the Bills, I'd feel good about their ability to beat the Bills. But I don't know how they protect against Kansas City and that defense of theirs, and I feel the same way against that Ravens team that has just abused them the last couple of times. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call and text in. Poor Marine says the Bills would roll the Texans any other game. I mean, this is my AFC East bias checking in, but I think the Bills are regularly overrated because they're the media darlings of everyone that's a football fan. Everyone loves Bills fans, and they're like, yeah, we want to see the Bills win. Do you? You don't know what they're like. I do. I actually went to school with them. They were all nowhere to be found until right after Super Bowl 42 ended. And they were nowhere to be found right after that when the Patriots went back to stuffing them in a locker. Anyway, it's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call the text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, live at East River 9. 1 hour to go before we turn things over to the Killer Bees. Stick around. Most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975, and on the brand new ESPN Houston app on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. You can ask any question. I'll work it into the show. Astros, Mariners from Seattle tonight. First pitch at 9:10 as the Astros look to build on their 5-game American League West lead with Brandon Walter on the hill against Luis Castillo. I do think that this next month for both the Astros and Mariners is going to be very interesting in addition to this series. I think the Mariners' schedule is a little bit easier than that of the Astros. You take a look at it. The Mariners over the next couple of series, they play the Brewers, who are creeping up on the Chicago Cubs, but it's the Angels, it's the A's, it's Texas, it's the White Sox, it's the Rays who seem to be falling apart, it's the Orioles. And then they have a series against the Mets, and they have a series against Philly, and both of those are mostly on the road. So, okay, maybe, just maybe, the end of that stretch evens everything out. But the Astros schedule coming up, 3 easy series after the Mariners, Arizona, the A's, the White Sox, but we know how the Astros do with those. After that, they have 6 against Boston, 3 against the Yankees, and 3 against Detroit. I think it's a significantly tougher stretch. The Astros do have the easiest schedule in baseball the rest of the way, but if the Mariners are going to make things nerve-wracking, it would start with this weekend. So I'm hoping the Astros take care of business with a good old-fashioned what they did to the Mariners in the 2022 Division Series. 1, 2, 3, sweep. You're out of here. We'll see what happens. They're going to need some offense to step up. They have been winning with a lot of smoke and mirrors on that front for quite some time. It is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. We do have a couple more bizarre questions. First, before we get back into talking about something we discussed a little bit earlier in the show, we're going to somehow turn it into an Astros conversation. From the 409, this is Keeman. One of my employees is under the impression that he is dating Miranda Lambert. He recently loaned her $10,000 to buy out her management because they are keeping them from being together. Oh my God. I don't believe this is real. He is 63 years old and lives in an RV. She paid him back with $50,000, but it's Bitcoin, and he's unable to access his account. Please use your influence in media to help. I beg of you. I don't know what to say. I mean, first off, Miranda Lambert is an American singer. Isn't she married? I thought she was. Yeah, she's she's single. Maybe. Unless she's married to she's married to Brendan McLaughlin. Okay, all these country singers, they all seem the same. So no, person is this is one of those things where should I need to say anything? Are we this doomed already? Like the artificial intelligence hasn't even gotten good yet. You think you're dating this lady? Are you crazy? You're 63 and live in an RV and you haven't seen her? Someone nearly catfished me once back in the day when it was just plenty of fish. This was before, like, there was the free version of Match.com. This was before Hinge and Tinder and Bumble when I was first down here. And I could tell that this person wanted to do a FaceTime call. Oh, my camera's broken. And I was like, oh, okay. So then I looked up their address and I was like, oh, this has been the guy I've been talking to this whole time. And they're using pictures of porn star Tory Black. So that took me a while, but I was suspicious. This person, oh man, buddy. I suppose when you're 63, this stuff can happen to you, but yikes. Anyway, clearly this person is not real. Tiffany Gomez would say this mother bleeper is not real. Are the Astros the realest team in all of Houston sports? On the third coast, just like this guy is the realest guy on the East Coast? It's a question many are wondering. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston. and Twitch at ESPN 975. This is a very interesting story, and my BS alert is going off. This is from ESPN.com and their Titans beat reporter, Teron Davenport. A noose was found at the site of Tennessee Titans' new Nissan Stadium, according to Metropolitan Nashville Police Department. They're investigating the incident. The Tennessee Builders Alliance, which is leading the stadium construction, said work at the site has been halted amid the investigation. This week, a racist and hateful symbol was discovered on our site. There is no place for hate or racism in our workplace. Wow, bold stance. We reported the incident to law enforcement, suspended work, and launched an investigation. And a reward is being offered for information leading to the identification of the individual responsible. I have no idea what's going on behind the scenes. All I know is that this makes me think of the Bubba Wallace incident back in 2020, right in the midst of the pandemic, where the FBI did an investigation. There was a rope in a garage at Talladega that was attached to the garage door, and I guess it was fashioned like a noose. So the FBI looked it up, did a huge investigation into this, only to find that it was just like a rope that was being used as a lever. Doesn't it stand to reason that at a construction site, there would be, I don't know, ropes used in similar fashion to the way it's being used on that garage door? I'd like to see a picture. I'd like to see why someone thought that it might have been. Maybe it was, but that Bubba Wallace incident just has me a little bit skeptical. If there's a noose just lying around, does that mean hate crime now? There's a part of me that, and this is really perhaps spitballing and putting the tinfoil hat here on, but I'm looking at this story and I'm seeing the Tennessee Builders Alliance putting out a statement. And there's a part of me wondering, is it possible, at all possible, that the Tennessee Titans and this Builders Alliance are in some sort of impasse, and this is a way where they can delay building the stadium until they get a little more money? Just a thought. Just a thought. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility when it comes to the Adams family and the Tennessee Titans. So anyway, guys, there you go. Titans Stadium production projected to open in February of 2027 has been halted, and I'm pretty skeptical about this one. Then ask on anything Friday, 713-780-3776 to call and to text, and you can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. From the 832, Paul, my boy, wink, wink, has placed himself in the friend zone. Oh, boy, sorry, buddy. Is there any getting out? If so, how? Yeah, you got to walk away entirely. And it still might not work out, but you just have to cut contact. At a certain point, you can say, listen, I like you more than as a friend. And if you don't want to be more than a friend, I don't want to waste your time because that's all I want. Sorry. There's a polite way to do it, but the only way that it ever is going to happen is if you cut ties entirely. She might miss the validation enough to give you a shot. She probably won't. You got to stand strong when you cut the cord. You got to. I think a lot of us try this out. It doesn't work out so well. So that's how you get out. You just got to leave. If you love something, let it go. It might come back. From the 832, Miranda Lambert and Carrie Underwood are the same person. That's a load of crap. What are you talking about? Carrie Underwood is a significantly stronger, powerful, and more independent woman than Miranda Lambert. Okay? From the 936, Paul, if you could be the undisputed GOAT for any sport, what sport and position would you choose? Ooh. Well, I'd want to be doing what I already do and think I'm good at. I'd want to be White Ed Reed. I guess I would still be disputed. I mean, no one's overtaking Ed Reed as far as like the best deep center field safety. It would be something football wise, maybe wide receiver. But I don't know. I have a hard time believing myself as a GOAT at any sport. Like I just can't go that far. Undisputed GOAT for any sport. I mean, the football one is the most important one in the United States of America. It's my favorite sport, though. That would mean a lot. From the 281. No, I guess you never worked in construction. Yep, I definitely did. They never teach how to tie a noose. You learn 50 other knots. There's no need for a noose. Okay. The suspicion sense is tingling on that one, but perhaps you're right. Then again, there was a garage door handle that was a noose in Talladega. We'll see where that story goes and if there's like an actual FBI investigation that goes into it. But it is a very bizarre story, and I can't help but think about the Bubba Wallace story. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975 live at East River 9. Coming up next, your weekend homework. Everything you could do this weekend to pass the time, plus your Ask Gallant Anything Friday questions. Stick around.
It's the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Ooh, we got a not guy on the text line. Thank goodness. Appreciate you for offering this. So a surveyor's nod, I guess, can be confused for a noose. It's extremely widely used in fishing maritime environments, rigging, and constructions. All right, let's look this up. Surveyors. Just to be sure. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. But anyway, appreciate this person offering random words that I can now use to pretend like I know literally anything about the construction game. Ask on anything Friday before we get to your weekend homework. Carrie Underwood or Lainey Wilson? Are you serious? Are you serious, sir? Are you serious? Actually, you know, Lainey Wilson, I apologize. I was not familiar with your game. I was not familiar with your game. This is a tough one. I think they're both strong, powerful, independent women. How about that? I think I'm so used to Carrie Underwood on Sunday Night Football. But honestly, I kind of miss Faith Hill during Sunday Night Football. Now, the more that I think about it. So, you know what? Upset. I'm going to go Lainey Wilson here. Brian C. asks on YouTube, would you rather live in the Pokemon world or in the Dragon Ball? I mean, the Pokemon world, imagine like you have a pet and you're essentially Michael Vick. And you're just roaming around and you're just trying to make your pocket monster like take out other pocket monsters so you can capture them. So kind of messed up from that perspective so that they can fight for you too. It's not even like you're not raising them as a pet. You're putting them in a Pokeball for when you're not using them. And then when the Pokeball opens, you're basically having them attack something. And by the way, like you play the video game, no one ever dies. They faint. They should die. If they died, there'd be real stakes. You know, you'd learn a thing or two about like abusing your pet / using it like you're Michael Vick. So that world seems like it's a very, very dark one. And plus, in Dragon Ball Z, if you're like a high enough level, you can fly. You know, now the constant invasions and apocalypse possibilities that happen when you've got, you know, you got Vegeta stopping by or Frieza stopping by or Cell stopping by. That's bad. But if I could have the ability to fly, I think it would be worth it. Anyway, everybody, it's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Ask any question. I'll work it into the show. It's time for your weekend homework. What's going on this weekend to watch and to enjoy?
So what are we doing this weekend? Yeah, what are we doing?
I'm going to need you to go ahead and come in tomorrow.
Oh, and I almost forgot.
I'm also going to need you to go ahead and come in on Sunday, too.
Because Paul Gallant has weekend homework for you.
No days off. No days off. Anyway, listen, you got the Astros, 3 games against the Mariners this weekend. I think these are all worth your time. I just hate how effing late they are. 9:10 tonight, 8:40 tomorrow, 8:40 on a Saturday. Kiss my ass. And then on Sunday at 3:10. So it's Brandon Walter Friday. That's tonight against Luis Castillo. Tomorrow, it's Lance McCullers on the road with the Marine Layer in Seattle against something called Logan Evans. He's 3-3 with a 3.75 ERA, 6'4", 215 pounds. The Mariners just throw out great pitcher after great pitcher, it seems like, from their farm system. And Sunday, it'll be Framber Valdez against TBD for the Mariners. So both the Mariners and Astros are doing some shuffling when it comes to their actual starting rotation right now. So those are the baseball games to watch this weekend. Let's be honest, you're not watching any other baseball games. You're not doing that. I guess it's the WNBA All-Star Weekend, and Caitlin Clark is not going to be there. She's not going to be in the three-point competition, and she's not going to be in the game after a right groin injury that she suffered Tuesday. She was named a starter and captain for tomorrow's All-Star game after receiving the most fan votes. I wasn't going to watch it anyway. I'm not even going to pretend like I was going to watch it. We'll talk about that a little bit more in the next segment. Let's keep it going here. Weekend homework. I guess last night there were a couple of good concerts that we missed. Goo Goo Dolls. Yeah. With Dashboard Confessional at Smart Financial Center. If you've never seen the Goo Goo Dolls play in Buffalo in the pouring rain singing Iris, check it out. One of the better music videos you will ever see. It's not like a music video, it's just a recorded concert. Live concerts that have been recorded, it's incredible. I have no idea how they were able to pull it off without electrocuting themselves. What else do we have? Steve Earle was at the Heights Theater last night. I don't know how many people watched The Wire. Steve Earle plays Waylon in The Wire. He's like this guy that's trying to get Bubs to come in and do rehab and turn his life around. He also invented the song Copperhead Road, which is a very random place for a character on The Wire. But he did that. Mo Amer, did I pronounce his name incorrectly? I apologize for that because I know he's a big deal down here. Of the Houston-based Netflix show, Mo is going to be at the 713 Music Hall tonight doing some stand-up. I've never seen the show, and I've never seen his stand-up. Both of these things I feel like I need to. I think the show is about the experience of a Palestinian-American living here in H-Town, and I'm told it's a very Houston show. So at some point I'll probably watch it. Other events, concerts taking place. Trey the Truth, I know nothing about him, but I recognize his name. It's going to be at the House of Blues on Sunday night. Movie-wise, what's going on? I Know What You Did Last Summer. They remade it. What are you waiting for? Like an iconic moment for Jennifer Love Hewitt. Absolutely bastardized. So I guess they're remaking everything now. They're even doing another Smurfs movie. Jeez. If you got kids, sorry. I guess you're going to have to watch that. A24 is going to have a movie called Eddington that debuts this weekend. It stars Joaquin Phoenix and Pedro Pascal. In May of 2020, a standoff between a small-town sheriff and mayor sparks a powder keg as neighbor is pitted against neighbor in Eddington, New Mexico. Okay. That could be fun. TV show-wise, what's going on? Dexter Resurrection. It's on Paramount Plus. The first episode, I enjoyed it. He's now in New York City. He somehow didn't die, and there's a lot of plot armor going on in the first episode that explains why he's not in jail after Dexter. What was the last? There was another post-Dexter series, and it wasn't called. Thanks, P-Mac. It was Dexter First Blood, because there was also the prequel series, Dexter Resurrection. Hang on a second, I have to look this up. Dexter New Blood.
Oh, my bad.
Oh, you're good. And then there's another one, which was the prequel series, which honestly might have been first. Original Sin. There you go. Like, pretty close, though. So he's back. I enjoyed the first two episodes that were available on Paramount Plus right away last week. Seems like Dexter's son, Harrison, is in the friend zone or something like that. Other shows with new episodes that have piqued my interest. These are all on Apple TV, and I cruised through a bunch of Apple TV while dying over the weekend. There's Foundation on Apple. I guess it's a sci-fi show. I know Dell and MC have been talking about it. There's Murderbot, which is a Skarsgård like robot sci-fi movie, which is also on Apple. And then there's that Owen Wilson golf TV show called Stick. So there you go. You can watch all those things over the weekend. And, of course, there is Quarterback. I've watched a couple of episodes of it. I just have a tough time watching NFL documentaries these days. It's been fairly enjoyable, but I feel like all the good clips are being spoiled online. and I'm watching the clips online and not feeling like I want to watch the show because I've already seen the cool clips. TV's getting ruined, everybody. So there you go. That's your weekend homework. You want to jump in on an Ask on Anything Friday before we get out of here? 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, a shout out to this man who has provided the lone highlights of the sports week this week. We'll talk about him next. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Most interactive sports talk show in town. Stay put. Yeah, it's definitely.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's Paul Gallant.
Talked about it in the last segment. I wasn't going to watch the WNBA All-Star Game. I wasn't going to watch the WNBA three-point competition. Nah. Wasn't going to do it. And now I wonder how many people actually do watch it, seeing as Caitlin Clark has opted out because she's dealing with a groin injury. I ultimately don't care that much about it. I want everyone to know that. But at the same time, I'm not trying to flex about it. I just think a lot more people need to be honest about, do they actually care about the WNBA? Because I think a lot of the people that are talking about it these days are using it because there's not a lot else to talk about, and anything that can turn into a Caitlin Clark versus the black women of the WNBA I guess, throw out some some dynamite into the lake and let the callers and commenters go at it. It's very easy content to throw out there. I want to go back, though, to something that happened earlier this week. This is perhaps the best moment that we have ever seen at a award show, which I always find to be rather self-indulgent. I'd like to think that if I were nominated for an award, I wouldn't change my mind on this. I probably would. But Shane Gillis, who I am a big fan of, I think he's very funny. I think his sketch comedy is great. I think his stand-up's pretty awesome as well. Gave the monologue to open up the ESPYs earlier this week. Didn't have a chance to talk about it yesterday because I was dead. But here he is introducing the people watching the broadcast to WNBA star Brittany Hicks.
Four-time WNBA All-Star Brittany Hicks is here. Give it up for Brittany, everybody. I'm joking around. That's my friend's wife. I knew none of you knew WNBA players. That's crazy. You clap for that.
I love that last part right there. That's crazy. You clap for that. I understand that a league like this, for some young girls and for some women out there, is actually an enjoyable watch. But it's certainly the minority, and I would imagine that there are more men watching women's basketball than there are women watching it. And I think a lot of guys feel obligated to pretend that they like the sport. And I know that when I was in Seattle that I was essentially, because there was no NBA team, obligated to do that. They had the Seattle Storm. The Seattle Storm were in the midst of an impressive run. And it was great what they were doing, but I don't know. They're killing everybody. It wasn't even really competitive. And I didn't feel like I needed to watch it. But I did feel like I needed to talk about how awesome they were at all times. And I needed to talk about how Sue Bird's the GOAT at all times. And it got tiresome, to be frank. Very tiresome. And I know a lot of other people are like, yeah, well, we got to talk about it. You know, you got to pay your respect. Like, no, you don't. And one of the things I've just been seeing a lot of when it comes to WNBA coverage done by people that don't ultimately care that much about it, like you could tell that they don't give a damn about it. So don't talk about it. Just be honest with us. Instead of like trying to BS us and tell us like, yes, this is the best. This is awesome. This is a fantastic thing. No, like stop pretending. Stop pretending like you know every single WNBA player out there. Hell, I would tell NBA players who do support the WNBA probably more than anyone. Like, you might watch a few games from time to time, but you don't have to pander. You don't have to lie. You don't have to say, yeah, I'm watching all of this and I'm super into this. You don't. So I like that Shane Gillis did that and exposed a lot of the people out there who saw a black woman and racistly assumed she was a WNBA player because Shane Gillis was leading them that way. Well, Paul, maybe Shane Gillis shouldn't have lied to them. I don't know. I thought it was funny. The 281, you would have clapped too if you were there. I wouldn't have gone. If I had, I would like to think that I would have taken the Trey Parker and Matt Stone approach, which is to be high on all the drugs and perhaps wearing a dress and to just talk about how courageous things are, like they did when they went to the Oscars that one time. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. You can ask any question. I'll work it into the show. Gillis, I thought, was fantastic. From the 832. If the Rangers win the division, will the Astros have a fire sale? Man, that's going to be tough for the Rangers to do. Their offense has been as bad as the Astros, and looking at where the Rangers are standing right now, I'm having a hard time seeing them making up 8.5 games. You know, I'm having a hard time seeing them even catch up to Seattle, who they currently trail by 3.5, you know? Like, they played well this past week, but they're 48-49, and all they've got is really good pitching. I just don't see it being the Rangers. So I guess if it happens, sure. But the fire sale would literally have to be like losing 2 weeks worth of games before the trade deadline, you know? The trade deadline is less than 2 weeks away. Taking a look at the strength of schedule the rest of the way for teams going forward. And where are the Rangers right now? So the Astros have the second easiest schedule in all of baseball. The Guardians have the easiest one left the rest of the way. The toughest games all coming up. 6 against Boston, 3 against New York, 3 against Detroit. They'll have 3 more against the Yankees, 3 more against Seattle, and 3 against Toronto, who is suddenly in first place. The Rangers, meanwhile, have the 6th most difficult schedule the rest of the way. Tigers, Brewers, 6 against the Astros, Phillies, Blue Jays, Mets. So, yeah, I'm having a hard time seeing Texas catching them, especially like it would have to happen in 2 weeks for the Astros to think to themselves, oh, my God, we're done. And I don't think that they would. Kane Darko comments talking about WNBA versus NBA. I enjoy watching regular season WNBA games more than regular season NBA games. That's fair. If there was a team here, I probably would talk about it. Because I do enjoy this element of the WNBA. They beat the hell out of each other. They don't flop. They don't do all that bull crap that you see across the sport these days. You know? Love it. Absolutely love it. The actual game itself, less dunking. It's not the prettiest game, but yeah. I think I could potentially watch it and talk about it from time to time. I don't know how many people would stay tuned in, though. You know, like the reason we talk as much Astros as we do is because people want us to talk about the Astros. I prefer to talk about football, but we're in the midst of a baseball season. Training camp hasn't started yet, and the Astros are once again the Astros. So what are you going to do? You know, what else do we have? It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Poor Marine asks, Paul, do you like ketchup on your hot dogs? I don't mind it. I used to like ketchup on them. Now I want mustard, relish, and I want the dog burnt. Not burnt to a crisp, but like I want it to be pretty damn burnt. Like I don't want it to wiggle, if that makes any sense. Virginia Buttonweed asks, what's your favorite pudding flavor, Paul? Butterscotch. Duh. Come on now. Another texter on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. I was dating this person, and then when Trump got elected, they told me they were illegal. Haven't considered contact after. But should I? Well, what's holding you back? What's holding you back there? You think that she's going to pull the goalie and you're going to end up with a kid or something like that? Like, what's holding you back? Is she the strongest and most powerful independent women of them all? Because, I mean, that's the case. And, like, screw it. Look the other way, you know? So, I don't know what your problem is here, pal. Love is love. Chase love. Find love. More questions on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Oof. F, marry, kill. I'm going to say passion, marry, kill. Pelosi, Whoopi, Rosie O'Donnell. Oh, man. Well, killing Rosie. If I married Nancy, I mean, listen, Nancy for her age ain't bad. And she's packing some heat. So I think I'm marrying Pelosi because she's got all the money. She's got all the insider scoops. And yeah. How often can you say that you've slept with the head coach of the New York Knicks, which she was in the movie Eddie? That'd be funny to tell the Knicks fans. So there you go. Another person asks, Margot Robbie or Jamie Presley? Trick question. They're basically twins. I actually think Jamie Presley's better. How about that? Bet you didn't see that coming. It's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. We'll have a little garbage time and more. Before we get out of here, stick around for the last part of the Paul Gallant Show.
This is the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's Paul Gallant.
Last chance to dance, Paul Gallant Show, live at East River 9. Astros and Mariners for 3 this weekend. We'll see if the Astros can build on their American League West lead. They have a 5-game lead on Seattle. First game is tonight at 9:10 with Brandon Walter on the hill against Luis Castillo for Seattle. I do think the Astros have a slightly more difficult schedule than the Mariners for their first month back. I think it's going to get easier for the Astros. Really, right now, the Guardians have the easiest schedule in perhaps all of baseball. The Astros might have just woken them up, getting swept by them last week. The Guardians are about to play 3 teams that are below 500. But very curious to see how this weekend plays for the Astros, if the bats can get back, if any of the injured bats are perhaps close to making a return. I'm looking at the Astros right now, and at some point, as brought up by DeLion on YouTube, they're going to have to get it back. I don't know how they get it. I don't know how they make a trade for it. I don't really know what they have to move. But I do agree with this texter in that they're going to have to go and get someone at some point. Anyway, let's do an extended version of a garbage time before we turn things over to the Killer Bees. We've got quite the predicament in the SEC. I do not know how this keeps happening. We talked about this, I think, on Wednesday's show about how Vanderbilt's quarterback came back to win a national title and how Vanderbilt's coach thinks they have a chance to play in January. For the fourth consecutive year, Vanderbilt actually received votes to win the SEC championship. Here is the SEC media preseason poll. Texas winning the title got 96 for the SEC. Georgia, 44. Alabama, 29. LSU, 20. South Carolina, 5. Florida, 2. Ole Miss, 1. Texas A&M, 0. Tennessee, 1. Oklahoma, 3. Auburn, 1. Missouri, 0. Arkansas, 0. Kentucky, 0. Mississippi State, 0. Vanderbilt, 2. That is effing insane. I feel bad for the Aggies. At least one of those votes should go towards the Aggies instead of Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt's going to win the SEC. Stop. Who did that? 2 people. 2 people did that. Do they both work for Vanderbilt? Were they held at gunpoint by the quarterback and the head coach? That's the only way I can explain that happening. We got a scandal going on in college basketball. The NCAA put Memphis men's basketball on a 2-year probation. They also got a 1% budget fine because 2 softball players were paid $550. That's it, to complete coursework for a former Memphis basketball player. The academic counselor who paid the softball players gets a 10-year show cause penalty. I love that for the academic counselors. All right, he's just not going to be working with the sportsy folks anytime soon, but I'm sure that this academic counselor is probably just a part of the actual institution as a whole. Man, $550. If you're doing somebody else's homework and test for $550 in the age of NIL, you are doing a poor job of marketing your services. You need to be pushing for more from these kids. Come on, what are we doing here? What else is going on in garbage time? This story continues to make me laugh. Former NFL Players Association leader Lloyd Howell is resigning after an outside investigator hired by the union received documents this week that showed Howell charged the union for 2 visits to strip clubs, including $738.82 for a car service that took him from the airport to one of the clubs. More than a year later, they visited a strip club in Atlanta and incurred expenses of $2,426. Per the expense report, the purpose of the strip club outing was player engagement event to support and grow our union. Shout out to Pablo Torre, who dug all of this up, along with the help of the ESPN heavy hitters, which are Don Van Natta, Seth Wickersham, usually the guys who put these articles together. Is this article from Don Van Natta, Kalen Collar this time around? But Pablo Torre, that podcast he does, Pablo Torre Finds Out, he does a damn good job, man. He really does. I'm impressed by it. He always finds something new. I'm surprised that this detail wasn't in the first thing that they did when looking into Lloyd Howell. What else is going on in garbage time? This warmed my heart. Vin Diesel and Sir Michael Caine had lunch in London the other day. Vin Diesel is pushing Michael Caine around in a wheelchair, and apparently Michael Caine sang. Here's what excites me for this, and I know there's no Sean Mapes here who shares in my enthusiasm for the Fast and Furious franchise, but I need Michael Caine in a wheelchair in the Fast and Furious franchise. Give him a little nos in the wheelchair. Let's make this happen. Let's professionalize the Fast and Furious franchise just a little bit, bringing a top-notch actor in for perhaps his last ride. Maybe he could play Paul Walker's character. I don't know. I'm just asking the questions. Paul Walker's character later in life, after he's lived a full one, and can look back on it fondly. Damian Lillard is back in Portland. He signed a contract to return to the Portland Trailblazers after the Milwaukee Bucks cut him this offseason, bought him out. The deal is for 3 years and $42 million, combined with the deal that he has been bought out for. Damian Lillard is going to be making a net salary of $70 million this year. He might not even play. A salary of $141 million is over the next 2 years, ahead of an opt-out in 2027. That is wild. $70 million to do nothing. And Damian Lillard actually cares. He's not like Ben Simmons, who didn't give a bleep about anything. But, man, Damian Lillard is winning life. Barstool is partnering with Fox Sports, who made a bunch of changes to their daytime lineup. Specifically, Big Noon Kickoff is going to feature a lot more Dave Portnoy. I wonder how that's going to go. I'm a huge Portnoy fan, but do you really need somebody who's just constantly singing all things Michigan on? Because that's what he's going to bring to the table. I think he's going to be more of a troll. At least Pat McAfee's kind of funny. Now, again, I enjoyed reading Portnoy growing up on that Barstool website, but I don't know. I don't know about this on Fox Sports. There's also going to be an 8 to 10 morning show. It should be part of my take. I don't think it's going to end up being part of my take. Pete Davidson and a strong, powerful, independent woman are expecting. Her name is Elsie Hewitt, and holy guacamole, just like everyone else that Pete Davidson has dated, this is one of the strongest and most powerful independent women that you will ever see. She had a hilarious caption. Well, everyone knows we had sex. I don't know what she's been in as far as TV shows and movies. All I know is strong, powerful, independent woman. I am woman. Sydney Sweeney, as Garbage Time continues, is the top name on the casting list to be the next James Bond girl. Well, duh. Especially that she went to Jeff Bezos' Amazon birthday party. And on top of that, I mean, what are we doing here? Amazon now owns the James Bond franchise, by the way. We will see if that leads to good movies in the future. I actually liked the last James Bond movie, but I know a lot of other people weren't the biggest fans of it. Skyfall was definitely the best of the Daniel Craig era. Casino Royale, pretty good as well. Chimpanzees are trying out a new fashion. A group of chimpanzees in Zambia have resurrected an old fashion trend with a surprising new twist. 15 years after a female chimpanzee named Julie first stuck a blade of grass into her ear and started a hot new craze among her cohort at the Chimfunshi Wildlife Orphanage, an entirely new group of chimps at the refuge have started doing the same thing. Said someone who watches the chimps, we were even more shocked that they were doing their own spin on this by also inserting the grass and sticks into a different orifice. The chimps, he says, have been putting blades of grass and sticks into their ears and butts, simply letting them dangle there for no apparent reason. Well, that's fun. That's certainly a fresh take on fashion. We wish those chimps well. Have you ever heard of polyphonic perception? Well, this woman has gone viral for believing she has polyphonic perception, which seemingly means that she can identify a beat. This is a viral TikTok that happened. I don't know how it happened. All I know is that at this moment in time, get this, it's a thing. So if you can catch a rhythm and catch a beat, that means that you are one with the music. And you should definitely tell all your friends about it because you're totally not insufferable or anything like that. Anything else in garbage time before we get out of here? Oh, some good old-fashioned extortion. A woman's been arrested in Thailand for having sex with Buddhist monks and blackmailing them with sex tapes. You hate to see that. Anyway, guys, appreciate you bearing with me during a rather low-energy week as I've been dealing with this crap. Definitely felt better today, so that's nice. And I should be better about a week from Monday. I'm going to be in Boston for a wedding next week. Appreciate everyone who tuned in. If you haven't already subscribed to the podcast, it's available on Apple Podcasts and on Spotify. And if you haven't downloaded the brand new ESPN Houston app, what are you waiting for? I am merely Paul Gallant. Big thanks to Brian McDonald and for Sean Maves back at home. Big thanks to everyone who tuned in, our texters, callers, YouTubers, Twitchers, and appers. So long, farewell, and have yourselves a wonderful weekend and wonderful next week. Killer Bees are next. Peace.
You guys the realest person on the East Coast. Like, I'm really doing a feature with Color Black. I want all you guys.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing? It's a Friday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM as once again the usual suspects are back to wrap up your week and take you right into the weekend in style. Barry Laminack and myself live from East River 9, this phenomenal layout of a par 3 golf course with a beautiful view of the skyline right out our window and pickleball, fat people's tennis, as I like to call it, and a driving range
really
and
call it that?
all kinds of fun and games. And Barry, since we kind of always revert back to the way we used to do radio, which seems to be a really successful way as much as people fight it, we've had anecdotes the first 2 days breaking the ice with the escapades of Barry Laminack. Is there anything to add to the escapades?
No, I can honestly say normal day, normal
Okay.
night, which is good. All's quiet on the Laminack front. Happy to say that. Although I will say, and if you work in this field, I apologize, but insurance can suck it.
Suck it. Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Because Nort had that wreck, and we
Yep.
got it, bro. I don't know if insurance gets paid by the amount of times that they can anger you.
Oh, they're thieves.
It might be a bigger scam than like timeshares, and I sold timeshares back in the day.
Oh,
but dude, it is just this whole dealing with the insurance company thing has just been maddening.
I have never, and I'll tell you what I did at a certain point, because I have never had a positive experience with insurance companies unless I was paying my bill. For
Yeah.
them, that's the only time they're helpful. But I will say this. The one thing that helped me was I found a friend of mine who literally had a friend that was their insurance person. So when we moved out to Sugar Land, she said, no, you got to get with my insurance guy because he knows what he's doing. And lo and behold, he forgot to put flood insurance on our house. And then the flood hit. And I'm like, okay, way to get off to a good start. Like, I'm trusting you. You're a friend of my friend. This is the way I'm supposed to do this. And now I got a bucket in my hand every hour going out by our pool going, if this thing goes and this house, and we just moved into it. So I was a little skeptical. But then as time went by, you realize that they're less likely to just screw you and push you to the side and try and get whatever, get through what you're doing and not be like overly helpful if you actually know them. So I built up a relationship with this guy over time so that he won't just give me I can sweep this under the rug and see how much you want to fight it and then go.
Man, I guess. I mean, I don't know. It just because the thing is, you're not dealing with them when it comes time for claims and stuff. That's the problem. Because Nora got in a wreck.
Right.
It wasn't her fault, but her car was totaled. And long story short, I don't know if I told this my first day here, but
I don't remember.
Yeah. So the lady that hit her car only had a certain amount of coverage, and what happens is her car is worth more than the lady has as far as
I've
coverage
been
goes
there,
because she's got the minimum. So then I have to now open an underinsured motorist claim to make up the difference. And my insurance company has messed it up. It's just been, I don't know. I'm like, why? And you know what the bottom line is? Now my premiums are going to go up because I had to open a claim. It's just the biggest scam. It's the biggest ripoff. It's just, you know what? Put it on the list. Put it on the list of stuff I hate. John Singleton.
You just made your list is growing by the day now.
Dude, it's just been like all I've been doing all day is fighting with insurance.
You know how we got
and they
to
try to be nice to you, and I'm like, don't be nice to me. Don't patronize me. If you're already like, there's certain phrases I want to use.
Right.
You're
not on the stage right now.
You're already giving me the business, but just don't be nice to me while you do it. Don't. Ugh. Sorry if you work in insurance, but
what you
make
told your
toast in the
ex-girlfriend.
tub.
Don't be nice to me when you do it.
Yeah.
I mean, here's the thing, though. The way that where we have a happy relationship with my insurance guy was exactly what you're talking about. Like, you remember, I was on my way to the show one day, and I got the same thing you're talking about. The girl ran a red and crushed me, and I called you and Nick, and I said, hey, fellas, I'm not going to make the show. I just got crushed by a turn. my mic down. Yeah. I got crushed by a girl, literally 18-year-old, and she didn't have the insurance to cover it. So my insurance, they handled my car when they didn't have to because she couldn't afford. She totaled 2 cars, my car and another car. So then I'm calling my insurance guy, and this is the guy that we had just started a relationship with. Well, I had left several messages because you know me. I'm like, I'm going to stay diligent on this because I'm not going to let them screw me over. And I'm like calling. Well, he left me a message one day and forgot to hang up the phone.
Oh, no, he didn't.
And so when he got done and he thought he hung up the phone, he
He had a
goes,
hot mic.
he goes, yeah, exactly. Yeah. And much like, it's like, it was almost like he was sitting on the bench when he decided to just decide to like air it out. And I called him back and I go, hey, tell me how you really feel. He goes, what are you talking about? I was like, well, whether you know it or not. And I started verbatim quoting, and he was like, oh my, and I go, yeah, why don't you stew on that for a while and call me back? And I hung up, and then I didn't answer his call for like a day. And then all of a sudden I'm getting all these gushing, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean that.
Blake.
My staff and blah, blah, trying to blame it on somebody else. And then the gift cards started coming. I thought, I might want to sit on this one for a few extra days. Like,
Dude,
to see.
you got gift
Yeah.
cards?
So then from that point forward, it was like, okay, I got you. So now you got to help me.
Oh, man, you got lucky. You got gift cards out of the deal?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you got bribery stuff. I got none of that. I got none of that.
Yeah, because the insurance companies, they ain't fun, man. That's just one of those things where I don't wish that on anybody.
It has not been fun. I ain't gonna lie. It has been a nightmare. But it's one of those things you got to have it. It's the same thing. I learned this when the year I sold real estate. I had to stop selling real estate because I realized I hate people. But the year I sold real estate, you have to have home insurance, right? Obviously, you have to cover your house and everything.
Yeah.
But did you know if you have what they call a sunken living room, which is basically if your living room has you step down one step.
I'm okay. I almost used a bad word, but yeah. I understand.
Yeah, they call that a sunken living room, but it's like you step down one step. If your house floods, they won't cover that because they consider that a basement. Did you know that?
No.
They would call that a basement,
really,
and would not cover the contents of your living room. Facts.
Well, I'll say
facts.
This,
facts. Look, I know there's somebody listening that's in insurance. Text, call. I guarantee you, they would call that a basement and say, "Sorry, your stuff isn't covered. That was in the living room. That's a basement because it's below foundation level."
I got screwed.
Isn't that crazy?
Yes. Same kind of situation. I got screwed here, totally fully insured, when what was the hurricane? Which one? Allison. When Allison hit, I lost the whole first floor of my townhouse, and I had all the insurance and the coverage, and it wasn't flooded per se, but because of the natural disaster, it came in through the windows. It knocked the windows out, and then all the rain came in that way. And they're like, yeah, we're not covering this. And I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm like, I did everything your people said, and I did all that. And they're like, yeah, no, because you didn't have the flood insurance too. And I said, but it didn't come in. It came in through the window. And nope. And they didn't. And I fought it forever, and I lost, and I was ticked.
Yeah, it's a racket, bro. It is just so. Yeah, that's why I'm angry. So
well, at least we got because like Brian remembers this, but Brian and Jeremy asked me one day, "Are you angry every day?" At least once.
Well,
and I wanted to say no, but then I started thinking about it. I go, well, I drive in Houston. So first and foremost, yes, that's probably true. And the more I thought about it, it's absolutely true. And I kind of wanted to add it to the Valvano speech. You know, you want to move yourself to tears every day. You want to lose yourself in thought. You want to laugh. And then, you know what? I want to get pissed off a few times because it's just whether I act on it or not now, because, you know, my wife is so totally against the fact that with road rage and the stories she covers that I can't get as mad as I used to.
That's Nora.
Oh, my God.
That's Nora.
And
I'll be on the phone.
Have cats. I got kids.
You got kids. Bro, yeah. Well, Nora's like, you got to be around for our cats. I'm like, but yeah, that's Nora. I'll be on the phone with Nora. Somebody cut me off and I'll start yelling at him, and she's like, "You stop doing that. People are crazy." I'm like, "I'm crazy. They need to be worried about me. I'm the one they need to be worried about." She doesn't care. She gets so mad. I'm like, nah.
We were so, and that's what I said. The other night with the kids are visiting grandma and grandpa, and so we at night take the dogs for a walk, and I walk these dogs every morning for like 2.5 miles. I know exactly what these dogs
Now,
do.
do you pick up after your dogs?
Absolutely, every time.
Okay.
You know why? Because I have 4 dogs, and if I don't, or even if someone else does it in the Facebook chat, they're going to look at me. Oh, the guy with all the dogs, he's the one that's not cleaning up. So I pick it up, right?
Is this petty?
Yes.
So no. You know what I was going to say?
Yes.
Nora and I went for a walk one day. There was this old lady walking her dog ahead of us with a kid. Maybe her kid was maybe teens, young teens, 13s, whatever. Her dog took a dump in a yard. Wasn't my yard, a yard. I happened to have my phone. She didn't pick it up. She just let the dog dump and kept walking.
Ooh.
So I took a picture of her and posted it in the Facebook group. And I was like, hey, if you find dog crap in your yard, it was probably this lady and this dog, because I just saw her take a dump in this, or her dog take a dump in this yard. And then I said what house. I didn't give the address. I was like, it was at the corner of this, and didn't pick it up. So if you go out and see it in your yard, it was this lady, and anybody else, it might be her. Is that not?
You're losing your fastball in your old age.
Why?
Because you normally would just
Give the
run right
address.
out and get in her face. And
Nora was with me. I would have if Nora would.
okay.
Yeah, see, I have to. Yeah, no, Nora was with me, but Nora was yelling at me the whole time. Don't take her picture. I was like, no, she's gonna learn a lesson today in the Facebook group.
Yeah, I wouldn't have started there. I would have tried to talk to her first, or point it out
You're
to
a
her.
grown ass woman. You
Bro.
done lived through the depression, bro. You know what you're doing. Your old ass went through the depression. I don't need to school you on picking up your dog's feces. By the way, just so like when I told you, shouted out Michael yesterday because I met him at the grocery store.
Yeah.
He was like, by the way, I just want to tell you I'm a big fan of all your Facebook posts in the neighborhood group. You are the meanest. I give them hell, bro. That's the best part. If you're in a neighborhood Facebook group and you're not giving your neighbors hell, you're wasting
So anyway,
Facebook.
on the wife front, too,
Sorry.
right? So, like, I walk these dogs every day. I know when they
Yes.
got to do their business. I know what I'm doing, and I know when to stop and everything. Hey, Joel, stop. She's got to pee.
Lisa's doing this?
Oh, yeah, behind me. Like, I have all 4 dogs, but yet she's like the general behind me dictating traffic. So we're walking.
She's telling you when to stop.
And we've got in our neighborhood, it's like it's off the beaten path. So you can walk in the street if you want. So I've got the 4 dogs. We're walking, and we're like along the curb, but we're walking. Here comes this SUV hauling ass, rips around the corner, coming right at us. And I start looking, raising my hands up. No, don't do that. Don't do that. You cannot do that. And I start getting, I go, what do you mean I can't do that? We have kids that ride their bikes in the street. What if the kids were riding their bikes right now? But you don't know them. I go, so what are you telling me? Because I want to protect my family, and because we got our dogs right now, and this guy has a blatant disregard for where she goes, no, but he might have a gun. I go, in our neighborhood, you're going to be worried more about she goes, well, what happens if you mean mug him and then he rolls down his window? I go, then I tell him to slow his ass down. She's like, we just can't have that. We can't have that. I was like, oh my God, I'm going to go back to the Facebook page. Because it's just I'm like, what are we doing?
Lisa and Nora are the same person. I think that's every wife now, though. I think
might be.
that's every wife in 2025. I really do.
It very well might be.
My ex-wife probably would fight still because she was like that.
Yeah.
She was pretty gangster, but like I think that's most wives now. I really do. Yeah.
I mean,
I don't doubt it.
You're getting all kinds of comments on yours.
What?
Barry is a snitch.
Hey, man, pick up after your dog, dirty old lady.
I mean, I don't blame you on that. I have literally, if they poop on my lawn, and like one of my buddies from the gym lives down the street, and he was walking. I wasn't home one day, and he was walking his dog, and I've got security cameras that show up on my phone. I took a screen capture of the video of him with his dog on my lawn, and I texted to him. I said, if that dog drops and you don't pick up, your ass is mine. And he's like, how do you know? I go, don't you worry about how I know, but the picture's right there. If that dog squats, it's on you. I won't gonna let that happen.
Oh, I've taken it to people's houses.
That's a bit much.
Why?
Okay.
No, you remember I told that story on the show before. I knew who it
You
was.
take the crap to the house?
Yeah, I remember. I found out who
Take
it
it to the
was,
house.
and I took the poop to their house and left it on their porch because their dog crapped in my yard. You don't remember me telling that story on the show?
No.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
Must have been a different
Yeah,
co-host.
don't do that. We don't play that.
That's funny.
Oh, we
All
don't
right.
play that.
That's the icebreaker for the day. Now we're going to get into the real business of the show, which is, of course, talking Houston sports and so much more. We got a lot to talk about. Astros back on the diamond tonight in Seattle to open up a big, if you're a Mariners fan, 3-game series. The World Series in July yet again for the Mariners as they host our Astros in a big 3-game series. Let's get into that next. Let's talk about matchups. Let's talk about ramifications. Let's get your feedback as well. 713-780-3776. You can call that number. You can text that number. You can always reach us on social media at Barry is Funny. Brian's back at the station at Sacked by BMAC. Our engineer is at Pac-Man Joel with a K. I'm also at Pac-Man Joel with a K. It's coincidental. It's weird, but it's here. And we want you to be a part of the show. We're back with a whole lot more. It's the usual suspects edition of the Killer Bee ESPN 97.5 FM.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Well, we'd like to congratulate our first winner of the day here at East River 9. You have won a prize, ma'am or sir, because you texted the show 832 ending in 8022 Y'all's wives are some PABs, and you know what you are? You're banned from the show. So enjoy texting somebody else somewhere else and have a great weekend. That's not necessary. Barry, you are catching a lot of heat, though.
For what?
Because of the fact that you exposed this woman on your Facebook page. Barry the snitch.
No.
Barry the B word. Barry is a Karen. Mind your damn business, Barry. And I disagree with that one wholeheartedly. Barry is the pooper scooper police patrol. Okay.
I like that.
All right.
But
I like
you
that
know
one a
what?
lot.
Don't let your dog crap in people's yards and
I
not
agree
pick
with
it up
that.
because eventually it's going to make its way to my yard and someone has to put a stop to this tomfoolery.
This is what I did.
Listen, buddy.
I post a reminder every so
16
often
yesterday.
to the Facebook page. I post a reminder if you're walking your dog in our neighborhood, please pick it up.
Yeah.
And then I say, and honestly, the reason why more than anything else is I'm the guy with 4 dogs, and if you don't, I get blamed for it, and I ain't taking the hit for you. So do it yourself. And they get that.
See, now the difference between you and me is I would post and be like, hey, if you're out, how hard is it to pick up the poop when your wife is out there? It's not that hard. If you're out there walking your wife and she poops, just pick up after her.
Ouch. Not
I've
touching
seen
that.
some of your wives.
See, after Texter got banned for talking about ours. Oh, so we're getting the program director remotely. It's Friday. Stop talking about dumbass insurance companies and talk about something positive, like your text. That's what we just did now. That was positive. Someone said a friend of mine that sold insurance told me they were literally trained to deny every claim for as long as humanly possible to the point that you get a lawyer involved so that you will give up instead of them having to pay. I actually believe that to a certain degree.
Yeah, that's what's happening right now. They literally were like, oh, sorry, this got mixed up and that got mixed up, so now that's a delay. And I'm like, you know what? This is not good.
Someone said their dad refers to insurance companies as thieves with permission.
Oh, wow.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
And then the last one on that, some D-weed broke into my truck in my driveway. The insurance company said it wasn't covered by homeowners and that I should sue the city because the driveway is considered public land. That's
false.
some BS.
Yeah, that's false.
You need a new insurance. You need someone to get in on that one. All right, so Astros kicking off tonight, late game in Seattle. We've been there and done that before, right? We've been through this whole exercise where we've seen the texts and the tweets and the messages about Mariner fans, give them hell and come out of the woodwork and do this and do that. And then after the 3-game series, they're left to pick up their pants and the Astros are on to the next, probably get by a bad team, but nonetheless handling their business with the Mariners. I was thinking about it this morning to ask both of you guys, but I'm wondering where you're at this. It's always like it's the Mariners World Series. And it's always like that big, we have to do this now if we're going to get back into it. But how big of a series is this for the Astros? We talked yesterday about the fact that Hunter Brown is going to be skipped in this series. So you get Fromber on Sunday and Lance and Walter. The Mariners have pitching. They were hitting prior to the break. We've been there and done this before, but it seems like in the past it's always been on the Mariners in terms of the magnitude of the series. I kind of feel like this is a more important series for the Astros this year than maybe in the past. I don't know if I'm right or wrong on that.
I don't think this early, not just out of the All-Star break, because you're not even healthy yet. Now, if you get swept, then maybe.
Yeah.
But I think that's the only way all of a sudden it becomes, maybe just alarming. But they have plenty of time to make that up. They have the second easiest schedule in baseball down the stretch. I think they have I forget who has the easiest schedule, but they have the second easiest strength of schedule left. So plenty of time to make up for it, but you definitely don't want to go out and get swept. That
was one of my concerns is like, okay, well, we talked about yesterday and you brought it up. Like, even if you only win one of the 3 games, the fact is that you only lose 1 game, you're still up 4, and away we go with the rest of the second half, which is less than the second half. So, and like you said, and their schedule's conducive to them having success. But we know that the Mariners have plenty of ammunition to go out and make some moves before the deadline. We know that they were playing much better baseball when they basically knocked, 3 games off of the deficit before you went into the break. And you know that the Astros aren't anywhere close to full strength. And what we thought we were going to see in terms of some of those players coming back once we got done with the All-Star break don't look like they're coming to help you anytime soon, to where you could be in a vulnerable position depending on how this series goes as it sets up the rest of the year.
Yeah. I mean, it was a valid point. I think it's a lot of moving parts that you can't really control. You know what I mean? You don't, like, you can control, okay, we can control going out and playing our game, but you can't control injuries. You can't control, for the most part, you can't control when these guys are coming back. You can't control. Unfortunately, I hate to say this, but Lance McCullers Jr., I just don't know that he's going to be who we all expected him to be the rest of the season.
Okay.
So I just feel like it's weird timing, but I think you're right in that this is bigger for the Mariners now than it is pressing for the Astros.
But it's always been that way. It's just like in the past, I was never worried about the Astros. I always felt like they were still going to be all right. This is now because of how many injuries there are. This is because the updates we got that we talked about yesterday with Arrighetti and Jordan and even Pena and Jake don't look like they're coming to help anytime soon. That I'm like, we talked about how bad the bottom half of that lineup is. It's basically all Space Cowboys, to where you're going at a certain point, no matter how good you've been, you're running out of troops to try and keep fighting.
Yeah, don't even say the J word.
No. I mean, that's for later in the show.
Help.
But I will give it plenty of time to breathe so that you can vent.
But, I mean, look, this is one of those teams where I don't want to say you're playing with house money because of where they're at, but did you really expect them to be this good?
The Astros?
Yeah. Did you expect them to
At
be?
the start of the year, I said they were going to win the division.
Did you expect them, though, to be this good with the amount of injuries that they have?
I don't think anybody could have.
No.
Like, I would love to say yes. And I did the cash it and trash it and said that by the All-Star break, they'd have a 5-game lead and be in first place. But it's cash it or trash it for a reason. It's supposed to be more of an outlandish take and prediction than just a no-brainer. And so I was pleasantly surprised they did what they did. But like I said, at a certain point, you can't keep doing what you've done when you didn't expect Jake, the two hottest guys, arguably two of the hottest guys you've had all year, suddenly get hurt as well.
Looking.
In your case, both. When Jake and Pena get added to the list week and a half before the break, now you're even in a bigger predicament, because now you keep trying to backfill, and suddenly the backfill's going to run dry.
No doubt. Look, the well is dry. They got nothing left, right? I mean, you can't fade any more injuries. But what I'm saying is, here's the thing. I won't say they've done it with smoke and mirrors, because what they've done well, they've pitched well.
Yeah.
And the only thing that the one thing I'm more concerned about than anything is Hunter Brown's last two starts. Everything else, you should get guys back. Hopefully Pena's injury is not serious. Jake's is just a calf strain, and he can come back and everything's hunky-dory. But you need Yainer Diaz to start hitting. If Walker can figure things out, and those guys can, look, if Hunter Brown can figure out, and maybe those two starts were just
a little fatigue, right? He's thrown more innings than he's thrown in the first half.
It's, like we said yesterday, if it's dead arm, if it's something that a little more serious that they're not telling us, or maybe they don't even know about yet, maybe he doesn't, God forbid. But if it's just needs a little rest, I feel okay. I really do. I feel okay, because that the reinforcements are coming. You just got to be patient. And they've held them off this long. But
there's still enough games where you got to keep. You can't just hold them off. You have to kind of.
But their pitching is good enough, because the schedule is weak enough.
The schedule's weakened, but like you just said, you might be limited, at least early on, with one of your two best pitchers. So how does that affect how good those two guys have been?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what concerns me more. It concerns me more so Hunter Brown his last 2 performances concern me more than anything else right now.
Even Jordan.
Even Jordan.
Okay.
That is the most concerning thing because look at the lead they built without Jordan. Look at what they've done. I mean, you talked yesterday. You guys were like disagreed with me that you think, and I can see the argument that this team could be an ALCS contender without Jordan. I don't necessarily agree with that, but I accept the argument.
Contender?
Yeah. Okay. I mean, but I don't necessarily agree with it, but I could see the argument for it, right? Based on everything else. If you get who you get back and how everybody else plays and who starts hitting and yada yada. But yeah, I mean, that's the most concerning thing to me right now.
All right, we're going to take a break. I want to get BMAC's thoughts on this. If you guys want to chime in here, how concerned are you and how big of a series is this for the Astros as opposed to every year previously where it seemed like the Astros, as much as it was Seattle's World Series in July, the Astros came in, handled business, and basically reminded everyone who they were. Are you concerned? If so, what level? We'll come back with a whole lot more. It's Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
Back at East River 9 on a Friday with Barry Laminack and myself, BMAC, back at the studio as we take you into your weekend, talking sports and a whole lot more. Honey Glazed Branham saying, why can't people let their dogs poop in their own backyard and let the lawn crew run it over like normal lazy people?
What?
I just got it because it's honey glazed branum. But yeah, he wants you to just leave the poop and let the lawn guy run it over. It is lawn talk. It is fertilizer.
No, it's not, because first of all, I do my own yard, and I don't want that in the tires of my mower. No thanks.
Thanks, Mo. Is that your name or just what you do?
No.
All right, so here's the deal. I got a little monkey wrench for you.
Uh-oh.
We're still going to get to because
boy.
this is
If
going to
this is
actually
about the
add
Astros
to.
training
Oh
staff,
no,
I'm
it's
gonna
about
hang
the
myself.
Astros though. Okay,
I'm gonna hang myself.
John Singleton. No. Here's the deal. Brian McTaggart. I asked the question before the break. All right, I asked the question before the break from an Astros perspective.
Are you trying to make me have an aneurysm?
Patient, son. Just shut it and listen.
Try to make me have an aneurysm.
How big of a series is this if you're an Astros fan? Okay, you know what we talked about yesterday about the 3 pitchers that the Astros announced. I'm here to tell you right now, whether you say it's breaking news or not, but Brian McTaggart about 20 minutes ago, he tweeted the following. There's been a change. The Astros have changed their rotation for the Seattle series.
Aha.
It now includes Hunter Brown.
Aha.
And does not include Framber Valdez.
Oh, shoot.
Brown will now pitch Sunday, replacing Valdez. Valdez will pitch in Arizona next week.
Okay.
Does that change your perspective at all?
Yeah.
Not only what we talked about previously, but how we're looking at this series.
Means we just wasted a day and a half of radio.
I mean, wouldn't be the first time.
It's a good sign. I mean, all of the fear, all of the concern, why isn't he starting out of the All-Star break? He didn't play in the All-Star game, or he didn't start it or pitch, or his last start was prior. What's going on? Why is this a thing? What's happening?
I disagree with you.
Why? What?
I disagree with you for this very notion. I disagree. I understand what you're saying, but what if he's only doing what he has to do because they need him to, because the plan was to give him a couple extra days, but now whatever's going on with Framber bumps him, and now he has to because they still know that there's a little bit more significance to this series. They need another good pitcher, and they need one of their pitchers, and so now he's not going to get that extra rest.
Do you have tinfoil under that Bucks hat? What are you talking about? What kind of conspiracy are you on?
Do you have dog poop under that skull of yours?
Possibly,
Okay.
yeah.
All
If you
right.
talk to my wife, I do. No, I think this is just the fact of the matter is they probably wanted to check in with him. Hey, kid, you look tired down the stretch. You got the dog snot beat out of you your last 2 starts. That wasn't the Hunter Brown we saw in the beginning. Let's get you some rest. They checked in with him. How you feel? I feel good. Run me out. I'm ready. I want to be there for my boys. Put me in. I'm ready.
But
okay.
you can say
You
that,
sure?
but you don't know until he actually goes out there if the velo
Well,
returns.
this is why, but this is what I'm saying. This is why I was like, well, is it dead arm, or is it something else, or is it just fatigue? Is he just tired? And that's why now I think it's like, okay, this returning means it's maybe just it was none of that other than he was just a little tired and needed a break. And now he's feeling it. He's got some electrolytes, maybe an IV.
I'm not buying it.
Maybe he went out on a date and got him some, and now he's good to go.
I think it's more so what I said was they at the time they had the luxury of being able to say, we're going to give you a couple extra days. We're going to push you back to the Arizona series. But if Framber's the guy that isn't feeling right, or
But why are you assuming Framber doesn't feel right?
Because he was scheduled originally to pitch the 3rd game of the series with a whole lot of rest
But he's
already.
still pitching.
And but he's not pitching in that series.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
No, it doesn't.
Why doesn't it?
Because those other 2 guys are already in their rotation doing that. You know this. They've already gone through, okay, 2 days before you do this, 1 day before you do this. They're already scheduled, right? So Lance is already doing the stuff he's supposed to do for tomorrow. So you can't
you're
change
missing my
that.
point, Barry. You scheduled Framber for Sunday like he was fine. Now suddenly he's not in the series. You don't just yank him for no reason.
But he hasn't done anything that would material affect, warming up or getting ready or doing any, 2 days out or 1 day out stuff for this series. Hunter is scheduled to go like he was supposed to. You run him out there.
But again, Hunter hasn't done anything to let you believe that he's fine either until you see him back out there.
But he hasn't done anything other
But they
than
didn't schedule him in the series, and now
outings,
he's being thrown into the
according to
series
them.
because Fromber, who was scheduled, is now being pulled out. So the question is, why is Fromber being pulled out?
Maybe they like the matchup better.
Oh, I'm not buying
Maybe
that.
they like the matchup better.
I mean, of the two guys, Fromber's the guy that was dealing before the break.
That's the thing. Again, this goes back to what I was saying yesterday. Everybody wanted to jump the gun and land-based the Astros and the medical staff and everything, but we don't know what happened with a thumb or a calf or whatever because they didn't tell us. But we don't know. I tend to agree with you guys that they share some blame.
We know you missed the deadlines.
But we don't know, right? We don't know because they don't share anything. So we don't know why this move was made, and we probably never will. But you can't just assume it's because something's wrong with Fromber. Maybe they just like the matchup
I'm not assuming
better.
there's something wrong with them, but I'm wondering, my question is...
It's just wild. Like,
doesn't it give you enough ammunition to at least wonder if he was scheduled and they're pulling him out?
And then I feel better now because this means there's nothing wrong with Hunter Brown.
I don't
This
know
is a
that- I don't know
huge
where-
weight off my
You
shoulders.
just said that they didn't tell us anything as to why Fromber's being pulled out, so we don't know.
Oh, my God.
But now we don't know why, if Hunter Brown's okay, or if they just got to use him now because Fromber's not.
See, this is the difference between you and me. I'm glass half full. You just got a glass, and theirs is half full. Because, this is we're just sitting here talking about how Hunter Brown might have something wrong with him. It's why he's not going. And now they're like, hey, he's going to start. And you're like, there's something wrong with Fromber. Why he was going to go?
But can I say this in the fact that I'm okay, and I said it before the break, because of his last two starts, I was okay if he didn't pitch in the Seattle series to give him a little extra rest because it's almost like without having to play a game and worry about not having him and having him miss a start or two, that the All-Star break was a way that he got the extra rest and you didn't miss any games. But now he's not going to get the extra rest that you thought he was going to get missing the Seattle series because now he's in, and the reason why he's in is because your other best pitcher, whether Jeremy hates the term ace, but one of your two aces.
Why does he hate the term ace?
It's just a long story. But if you lose Fromber because now suddenly he's being pulled out, you want to know, well, why is he being pulled out? His last two starts were great.
Hold on. Let me go to the Astros schedule on ESPN. It'll tell me exactly when Fromber's starting. If he's starting the next game, we've just wasted an entire segment.
I'm tired of you being like Donna, trying to be assistant to the assistant.
No, I'm
program
literally
director.
just saying if he's
Have you
scheduled
learned
to
listen
start
to this station? There's plenty of wasted segments.
But if he's literally starts the next game in Arizona, it's moot because they just pushed him back one game because they probably like the matchup better. Or Hunter was like, nah, son, I want back on the mound. Look, I know I can't go in place of Walter or Lance because they're already in the routine of going, but put me in, coach. My arm is good. I'm not tired anymore. I need to get a win. I need to get a dub.
I hear what you're saying, but can I not rebuttal this? Ideally, if I'm Joe Espada or the organization, and I don't know how you missed your mouth with that straw.
Can we turn this camera off,
But
please?
but here's
Like,
the thing.
nothing on. Like,
If I'm Joe Espada, Dana Brown,
here,
or
come over
whoever,
here, Puddin'.
right? Ideally, I want both those guys pitching in this series. I want to
that's too late.
I want
That
to
ship
step on the
sailed.
throat of the Mariners. Ideally, I want my three best starters pitching against Seattle. I want Fromber and I want Hunter Brown.
True, but you know what? Also, ideally, you just need to get Lance going. That's ideally, that more.
We're going to
than
get to
anything.
that,
but you're right. Yeah, you'd love to have those two guys going in this series, but they didn't set it up like that. And maybe it was one of those. Hey, man, let us know when you feel good, and we'll we'll hopefully pencil you in for Game 2 in Arizona. Maybe you'll be the fifth guy out after the All-Star break.
mean,
Let
you
us
see
know
what
how
I'm
you
saying,
feel.
though?
And maybe he came back this morning and went, I'm good, bro. Let's go.
Dr. Dre says, coming up next is Fromber Sleepless in Seattle, 713-780-3776. Hey, Dre, there's a chair next to Donna where you guys can program out for us what we're going to be talking about next week on the show. Come join us. You understand what I'm saying, though?
I do.
I would ideally
but
like my two horses to go out there and just stomp all over the Mariners.
No doubt. But
their
you know
pitching
what?
is good.
But you know what? They didn't set it up that way to begin with. But so you can't fix it now. But again, it's one series. It's one series, and of 162, it's 3 games. It's one series. They've got plenty of time.
Texter said Fromber got hit with that comebacker last game. Maybe that's it. Okay.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, if that,
But
that's
he was
the first,
scheduled to go.
I mean, with all the horse bleep you just gave me, I'm not buying into.
I didn't give you anything. I just said it doesn't matter
Right, I don't
because
like
he was
anything you
scheduled
gave
to
me.
go.
It's nice to actually have a disagreement without worried about me being you trying to embarrass me. But at the same time,
I know I didn't.
But what I'm saying is that is a legitimate response that I'll buy into. I just have concerns when he was already scheduled and then you yank him out. Like, I need to know. Just give me why. It doesn't even have to be a medical. Just tell me what you said. It's a matchup.
I'm with you. Now that's something we need to spend segment upon segment on. Why won't this team just tell us more, give us more information? Stop trying to be the Houston Patriots. You're okay, Dana Belichick. You know what I mean? Like, stop. Just share with us what's going on with this organization and with these players. I know they're not going to, and they're never going to. Okay, but it makes for great talk for us pundits that, we can spend several segments on stuff. But if we don't know, then we just sit here and debate and guess and spin our wheels and spend several segments on what's wrong with Hunter Brown, only to find out he's going to start the first series out of the All-Star break and then have to wonder, is there something wrong with Fromber?
Well, someone just
we don't
texted
know.
in, what time is Todd Callis on? Well, funny you should say that because there's the guy we can ask to get some of these answers for. Top of the hour, 4 o'clock, Todd Callis will join us from Seattle, getting ready to call that game tonight between the M's and the Astros. So we'll get some insight, hopefully, from Todd Callis on that. But let us know what you're thinking. Everybody seems to be, and some people love me. 713-780-3776 to get your comments in on the show. We'd love to hear your feedback as we continue to roll on live from East River 9 right here in Edo, where you have a wonderful view of the skyline, a par 3 course, a full driving range, pickleball, and a great restaurant. Come and join us. We're here till 6. You can be here and stop in all weekend to watch a little of the Open Championship and get some of the great food and bevs and have some good times. It's all that and a whole lot more coming up as we get Todd Callis coming up at 4 o'clock right here on the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
Back on the Bees as we take you through till 6 o'clock. At 4 o'clock, Todd Callis will join us live from Seattle. So hopefully we'll get some feedback and answers on a whole lot of questions that we have about our favorite baseball team getting ready to start the second half. If you got questions for TK, send them our way, 713-780-3776. I'm checking the text line so that I can make sure if you guys have some valid ones, we'll get them to Todd. But we were talking about this switch. Brian McTaggart reporting within the last hour that Framber Valdez now will not start on Sunday. Hunter Brown will. I just, from my perspective, if I'm Joe Espada, if I'm Dana Brown, if I want to really kind of send a message to the team closest to me in the race for the division, Seattle's going to put their horses in their rotation to face the Astros. I would like to have both Framber and Hunter Brown ideally in the rotation. So I'm not panicking, but 832 ending in 0452 says, Barry, one thing about Joel, he panics. CJ Stroud had major shoulder surgery this offseason, according to him. See, that's where you got to pull your head out of the crevices where you wipe and understand that I never said he had major surgery, but doing what I do for a living, I know this is weird for you, but if my quarterback, that's my franchise quarterback, that it basically holds all the cards to how successful my team's going to be this year, ain't throwing, but he's there for an extended period of time when the entire team is gathering and practicing, yeah, I'm going to be a bit concerned. And again, similar to what we said about the Astros, if they're not telling me anything, if they're not giving me anything that of substance to where I can ease my own fears and my mind starts working and everyone, by the way, not just me, all eyes on him, and all he's doing is handing off the football, I think it's pretty valid to wonder what the hell's going on.
I wonder how that became a thing in sports where they just don't share.
It's what you made this point even this week. I understand the gamesmanship. If I got a game Sunday, I'm not telling you what's going on with my quarterback.
Yeah.
It's flipping June.
Yeah. I just wonder. I mean, I get it in that regard of medicals the day of a game or whatever. But I just, from an overall perspective, why would you need to be so secretive about where we are with, Jordan or Garcia or even CJ in June? You know what I mean? Like that's the part that's perplexing to me, is just put the cards on the table and let us know. Because what happens is, and maybe I'm wrong, and people out there listening, tell me I'm wrong if I'm wrong. But as I do this. We talk for a living, yes, but I'm also a fan. Everybody that does this is also fans, and as a fan, it also makes me lose faith in my team when we talked about it yesterday ad nauseum, but when you start to lose faith in the medical staff, when you start to lose faith in the things you're told about injuries and what's happening to a player, it comes back to bite those teams in the ass when they're not truthful or forthcoming with the information. I just think sometimes these teams outsmart themselves by being quiet or not forthcoming with the information. Maybe I'm wrong. But as a fan, do you lose faith? Do you not trust those teams when they don't come forward and tell you that stuff?
I think timing matters. I think that I understand it if it's in the middle of the season but I think when it's right in front of your eyes, when you see a guy that looks like something went completely wrong or his arm just gave out and you say he's got discomfort. I mean, pull this and it whistles Dixie. I mean, you're lying through your teeth, and we're not dumb enough to buy into what you're selling. So from that standpoint, I know that they don't owe us anything. But like in this particular instance, if you're in OTA or not even in OTAs, if you're just you're in OTAs in June, there's no game this week. There's nothing that you have to deal with where you have to worry right now or hide anything. Just put everybody's mind at ease and say, hey, guess what? He's not throwing because he was lifting weights. He tweaked his pec a little bit. He's fine. We just don't want to risk it right now. And everybody would go, oh, cool, nothing to see here. But because you play it the way you did, every news station in the city and more was up in arms and freaking out by the day because they didn't have answers. So that's what you have to deal with. We'll continue this when we get done, but we got to get to a break because Todd Callis is going to join us to open up hour number 2. So there's plenty to get to with Todd. Hopefully he has some answers for us. Stay tuned for that. 1 in the books, 2 to go. Second hour of the show coming up next. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, 92.5 FM. I'm going off on You heard the man, our good friend Todd Callis, joining us from Seattle, Washington, where the Astros open up the second half of the season, so to speak, after the All-Star break with a big series against the Seattle Mariners. TK, thanks so much, as always, for joining us. You got Jeremy out this week, so we got my good friend Barry Laminack joining us. Question for you right off the top, because I threw it out at the top of the show. We know this is the Seattle Mariners World Series, and it's become kind of like almost like Christmas. Every year we get this series they bill it up and try to get Twitter all and their fans all to get involved in this massive series, and the Astros do what they do, and they basically send a message and let everybody know it's still how the West was won. But now we're talking about it from the perspective of a team that's been decimated by injuries. How big of a series is this for the Astros starting off the second half?
Yeah, it's pretty significant. Obviously, that's the team directly behind you, and there's still a chance, I think, that Texas can make a run. That team still scares me a little bit based on their pitching and what their lineup could do if they're clicking, like in the last few weeks. But, yeah, I think Seattle's obviously the team directly behind the Astros. Coming out of this 3-game series, you're either going to be 2, 4, 6, or 8 games ahead. That's a big swing if one team sweeps the other and it gets to 2 or it gets to 8, obviously. The likeliest scenarios, one team wins 2 out of 3. But coming out of the gate, you want to do well against any team after the All-Star break, but especially the team directly behind you. I think it helps shape how aggressive the Mariners. I think the Mariners are going to be aggressive at the trade deadline no matter what. But if you're within 2 games or you're within 8 games, that kind of changes how aggressive you might be. So, yeah, let's see what happens here. They have broken Seattle's hearts numerous times through the years, including maybe the most electric atmosphere we've seen in a playoff game in a long time. Some Astros players have still told me that Game 3 here, that 18-inning game, that 1-0 game with the Pena home run, was the loudest stadium they've been in for postseason, including Yankee Stadium, Fenway Park, Philly. They think that atmosphere here for Game 3, because they hadn't been in the playoffs in 20 years, is phenomenal. So, yeah, the Astros have broken Mariners fans' hearts for years. And it wouldn't hurt me if they started the second half with winning 2 out of 3 or 3.
What's the mood of the players right now, Todd? You feel like the All-Star break came at a perfect time. It seemed like it was all sunshine and rainbows for most of the first half, and they kind of scuffled down the stretch in those last 2 series. Are they pretty upbeat? Does it feel like this is kind of a fresh start for the team and the guys?
Yeah, it was. I think it's pretty upbeat. We didn't see the full squad yesterday during the workout. Some guys were coming in from the All-Star break, and some guys were already here. But I think for the most part, the guys are happy to have that 4 days off. This is a team still pretty wounded. When you come out of the break and you have Jake Myers, Jordan Alvarez, and Jeremy Pena sitting on your injured list, that's not ideal. But hopefully we'll get an update on a couple of those guys today after the 4 days off. But, yeah, you're talking about, 10, 11 weeks left in the season. They are still happen to be 5 games up despite the 1-5 homestand. They know the importance of this series, and hopefully they come out ready to play. It's going to be a lively crowd tonight and through the weekend, you would think, here at T-Mobile Park in Seattle. Brandon Walter is a guy that I'm kind of looking forward to seeing what he can do tonight. He's never pitched against Seattle before. He has been very impressive to me in terms of, if you watch where the catcher is set up, I assume tonight it's going to be Yainer Diaz, but if you watch where Yainer or Victor is set up and where Brandon puts the pitch, it's amazing how accurate he is with hitting his spots. He's probably the best on the team and one of the best in the league in terms of command. So hopefully he can keep the Seattle team off balance today, and the Astros can come away with a win.
Todd Callis is the voice you are hearing. He's the voice of your Houston Astros. He's brought to you by Pipe Fitters Local 211. They do it right. And Todd, you mentioned Walter pitching tonight, but the big thing that I'm keeping an eye on, Brian McTaggart tweeted out at about 3:05 that they made a change to their rotation for the weekend, taking Framber Valdez out of Sunday's game and putting in Hunter Brown. I had said going into the break, based on the last 2 starts from Hunter Brown, I wouldn't be mad if they let him sit out the Seattle series, maybe get a little extra rest. The velo was down last game, maybe just kind of recharge the batteries a little bit. So I was fine when he wasn't listed as one of the 3 starters. But now, call me crazy and please be here to calm my nerves. But I was a little concerned that suddenly he's being put back in and Framber's being taken out because Framber's been so good, and I didn't think there's anything to worry about there. Is there what's the word on what's behind the decision to flip these guys?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing what Joe Espada says in 2 or 3 hours whenever he does this media session today, because I really don't know why that happened. Usually, you've got a plan in place, and they had extra time to think about it. And Framber seemed to be the Sunday starter, and then that changed, as you said, in the last hour or so. So I'm as curious as you are. There's not a real advantage one way or the other, a righty or a lefty against Seattle. So I don't think that it's one of those where sometimes, they're lining lefties up against certain teams earlier in the season. That wasn't necessarily a thing with a righty here going with Hunter instead. So I was with you. I thought Hunter could have used the extra breather. I was surprised to see only one of those two in the rotation for this weekend because of the importance of the series. But the fact that it was Fromber made more sense to me because he had pitched earlier than Hunter going into the All-Star break. So, yeah, Hunter's still going to be on 6 days rest, so he's going to be fine. Whether he was going to pitch Sunday, Monday, or Tuesday, it's fine for him to go Sunday. But why is Fromber is moved back is something curious to me. I haven't looked into the Arizona numbers. Maybe they're a little more susceptible against lefties. I'm not sure, but we'll find out here when Joe addresses the media.
Because, we take it from the listeners all the time, but I'm not crazy for thinking if I'm Joe Espada, Dana Brown, or even Todd Callis and Jeff Plum, I'd like to see in a series against the Mariners that has some kind of extra cachet to it, I'd like to see Hunter and Fromber pitch in that series if all things are equal, right?
Yeah, I was, to be honest with you, when I saw the three names come out, and I've already told you what I think about Brandon Walter, I was surprised that it was not those two and Brandon Walter in this series, or those two and Lance McCullers in this series. I was really surprised to see it was just one of those two. I don't know the reason for it, and I'm sure the Astros have gone through the process of looking ahead to who might match up with whom, and maybe that's part of the equation, but I'm not sure why your two studs aren't pitching in this series.
All right, Todd, I don't know if you get into these kind of games. Let's play a little game. You got to get one of these guys going and on track. You got to pick one and only one. Walker, Yainer Diaz, Lance McCullers Jr. Which one if you had to choose?
Oh, wow. Good question. I don't know where to go with that. I think just because it's going to be another month or so, maybe, a few weeks at least until these guys that are starting their rehab assignments on the pitching level, because you're not sure when you're going to get an Arrighetti or a Garcia or Javier back, that if you can get Lance going to go along with Hunter and Fromber, and if Walter keeps pitching well, now all of a sudden you've got four solid guys that you can choose from. And then, nothing wrong with Colton Gordon or Ryan Gusto and what they've done in their rookie age. You're never going to have rookie seasons that go smoothly from start one to whatever they end up with, let's say 15 or 20. So those guys have been fine too. But if you have Lance going at what he can do, similar to what he did last time when he pitched here in Seattle in that 1-0 18-inning game that we referenced earlier, that could go a long way. Obviously, you'd love to see Yainer and Christian get it going, but if I only could pick one, I'm going to go with Lance.
TK, I'm curious, we obviously ask you quite a bit leading up to the trade deadline, what they should do, could do, what do you think they might do. But now we got the information over the All-Star break that, Yordan's still not swinging a bat. They don't know when he's going to come back. And if he does, and when he does, he might not be 100% all season. And then Arrighetti still isn't to the point where we thought he'd already be. So does that kind of magnify what Dana might have to do now at the trade deadline, regardless of what the plans were earlier, that now because so much is still up in the air, and you mentioned some of it with the pitchers, that maybe that they're going to have to be a little bit more aggressive and be a little bit more creative because they might need a little bit more help based on where these guys are in their rehabs?
Yeah, that's possible. And obviously you're looking for answers. We're sitting here on July 18th. You've got 13 days. You're looking for answers that are going to try to solidify themselves. They need to know. They need to know by July 25th or whatever the date is. They need to know what Yordan's situation is going to be. And that obviously impacts how aggressive the Astros are going to be at the trade deadline. So, that's a huge X factor for the Astros. Pena, is going to be on the track back. Jake Myers, hopefully, a little bit beyond that. And then Yordan is the big X factor. You're going to need a lefty stick with or without Yordan, I think, to be added. But whether the Astros are willing to cross that next threshold for the competitive balance tax, we'll find out. But right now, that's the big question. How healthy is Yordan going to be in the final 2 months of the season?
We saw that this kind of mash unit that's been able to kind of keep it together for the Astros, especially in the offense, the bottom half of the lineup, with the guys that they've been throwing out there with Short, with Cooper Hummel, with Trammell, and then even Corona to some degree. But we saw that Chaz is down in Florida. He had a home run. People took notice of that. How soon do you think that we might see Chaz McCormick back up on this roster?
Man, I thought we were going to see him this series, to be honest with you. I thought the fact that they put him in the Florida Coast League was that they could activate him sooner than later, because the minor leagues took off just the same amount of time as the big league team during the All-Star break. So they were looking for Chaz to get games in, and to me that was a sign that he was really close. So I'm guessing it could be on this road trip, but if not, I think for sure on the next homestand. I think it's just a matter of time for Chaz until he feels like he's getting consistent contact. He struck out a bunch in his first few games for Sugarland. I think until they get to that point where they feel like he's consistently making contact and feels comfortable to play, it's just a matter of time before Chaz is in there. Especially, Taylor Trammell can go and play center field for you. Kennedy Corona can go and play center field for you. Chaz is a very good center fielder, and obviously he's been there, done that in the past. So it could be any day now. And by the way, since I talked to you guys earlier, I did look up Arizona's numbers, and they are better against righties than lefties. So I don't know if that's the reason, but that's possibly why they pushed Framber back to face Arizona. Who knows?
There you go.
Hey, so Todd, thoughts on them re-signing John Singleton again?
Todd, let
Bringing
me
him back
preface
up
this
here?
by saying Barry's
Yeah.
not the biggest John Singleton fan in the world, so let me just preface that with that.
Yeah, so John's obviously back on the team, not on the 40-man, but he's on the roster, the Sugarland Space Cowboys roster, because they feel like there is at least that possibility, if they do not acquire a left-handed bat at the trade deadline, that John or an Omar Narvaez or somebody down there at AAA could be a left-handed stick to come off the bench and provide a pinch hit appearance for you. The Astros currently carry a 26-player Cesar Salazar, who is purely insurance for Victor Caratini or Yainer Diaz playing in the game at the same time as the third catcher. At some point, though, if you move along and you don't acquire that lefty bat at the trade deadline, I think John is a guy who could give you a decent pinch hit appearance off the bench. I know he's been there, done that with the Astros twice now. He'd be the second Astro ever to join the team for a third time, joining Hector Neris. So we'll see. Right now, is it likely? I'm not sure. If John goes on a tear like he did last weekend and has 10 RBIs in 2 games and does that, hits well consistently for a stretch of a couple of weeks, they might have their hand forced. Same with Omar Narvaez, which he can provide you as a third catcher with the ability to hit righty or lefty off your bench. So I don't think it's out of the equation that one of those two guys joins the team at some point, but we'll wait and see.
Thank you, TK. It made my day because you and I are on the same page, and I love looking at his facial expressions and how he's going to have to stomach. I've already said it, Todd. I'm just letting you know. John Singleton will be back up on this team at least one more time between now and September. I feel it. I think that, like everything that you just said, that he's got some pop, the left-handed bat. He's going to have to fill a void depending on how the bottom half of the order hits. And I think Espada would like to have a guy like that on the bench that's been there, done that. So I want to tell you how much we appreciate you again, and the fact that the listeners love you too, because we just got this text. TK's walk-up music is, I ain't no joke. He's straight gangster. I mean, you guys were doing it the other day with the Mike Jones stuff, which was hilarious, by the way, and was fun to listen to. But, that's why we love having you on, because we get the stuff that we need right before a big series like this. Have a great time in Seattle. Call some great games. We'll be listening, and we appreciate you. We'll talk to you next week.
I always like going on with you guys, and you're the only ones I talk to, so I'm trying to get it to you as real as I can.
Appreciate you, my man. Have a safe travels and get us some wins, and we'll talk to you again next week. That's Todd Callis, brought to you by Pipe Fitters Local 211. They do it right. So does TK. We'll kind of discuss what Todd told us and have a little bit more with some feedback from you guys on the text line as well. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
All right, back from East River 9, where we always love being. Kind of awkward that I used the restroom during the break, and one of the patrons decided that would be a great time to strike up a conversation.
That's the worst.
I mean, I'm minding my business
Bro.
at the urinal, trying to take care of business and get back out there, and he goes, "Hey, Joe, how's it going?" Good. How's the show going so far?
No,
Okay.
don't talk to me.
Like, yeah, what are we doing, right?
Don't talk to me when we're hanging out. You know what I mean?
Exactly. In more ways than one. Right.
That's super inappropriate and awkward. You know what I mean? Like if you want
Extremely
to
awkward.
If you want to talk, just let me get finished first. That's like I don't mind, and it doesn't happen as much now that I don't do radio full time. I still have people recognize me even at 5 years removed from us doing the show. Back when we did the show, it would happen a lot. As you know, it tends to happen. And I would have people come up during, like Nora and I would be out having dinner, and people would come up, hey, big fan, whatever. Cool. I don't mind that. That's not that big of a deal. But the one time that you cannot come up and talk to me is in the bathroom. Bro.
No question.
Don't. And you know what? Period. Though, even if I know you, like you know that.
Yeah.
Like when we're at work and we're if
Now,
we happen to go to the
you wait
restroom
to
at
the
break,
sink.
yeah,
If
at the
you're
sink
washing
is
your
fine.
hands, it's
But
one
if I'm in the stall and you don't say nothing to me, man, that's weird.
Yeah,
That's weird.
That was a tough conversation right there.
I wouldn't have said nothing. I'd be like, hey man, can we just?
I can't be rude to the guy.
Yes, I can.
I mean, he's not a Twitcher. I can't be rude. to him.
It don't matter. I'd be like, hey, can we just do this out there? Because
He
this is
meant
weird,
no
bro.
harm. It's just-
Yeah, great. Well, me neither. But that's just weird, bro.
I mean,
Can
you
we
have
do
the whole
this?
world in your hand. But,
Can we? Yeah. Can
I
we
mean-
just do this out there? Because this is awkward.
All right, let's get some of these text messages. All right, so we got quite a bit of reaction based on what we were leading into with TK, and I think TK validated a lot of what I was talking about in terms of there is at least reason to at least raise an eyebrow.
I didn't hear
look for
that.
an answer, try and see what the concern is. Now, 832 ending in 0452 said, y'all sound like sports Karens. Wipe your and toughen up. No team owes you an injury report. Well, guess what, tough guy or girl or lady or man?
Yeah, he said, wipe your Virginias.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, how about the fact that you talk a really tough game from your grandma's basement and just because she raised the rent, don't blame that on me.
Yeah.
Like Todd just said the same thing that I did. The fact is, until you know differently, then there should be reason to have some concern and there should be reason to ask some questions as to what the hell is going on. So that's what I did, and that's what we do. Someone else said, 409 said, Hunter Brown, Fromber, Valdez, CJ Stroud, Amen Thompson. Those four is everyone allowed to overreact about until we hear differently. I would add Kevin Durant to that list now because he's so important to this team.
Yep.
But thank you for validation there. For you, Barry, I think more than anybody, John Singleton equals the Big Dipper instead of Dumper.
If you hear an audible scream from across the city, you'll know why. It'll be me. The moment that they announce he's been called up, it'll be me.
Okay.
It'll just absolutely
well,
be me.
believe me, you won't have to hear it from a scream. I'll be texting you and calling you to remind you that it happened. Barry hating. Oh, this is great. 281 says, Barry hating Singleton is fake outrage. I don't believe that it would upset him. Oh, you don't know.
Yeah. You have no idea. You have no idea. That you're wrong. Trust me. There is few things in sports that genuinely anger me. I've lost friends. I've literally lost. There was a guy that was going to join my show that I do. He does his own
What is the show you do?
podcast. Barry on Deck. Thank you.
Get a plug in.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I try not to take advantage of it.
Take
like I said.
advantage of it.
But there was a guy who has his own show and blog and all that, and he was going to join. And we got into it over John Singleton because he's one of those kind of fan blogger guys. And he was like, John Singleton's great. I was like, and then we started arguing about it because my genuine disdain for John Singleton, not as a human being,
right,
but just as a baseball player, as I should say, as a Houston Astro. Go be a Marlin, bro. I don't care. Go be a Rocky. Yay. But don't be an Astro, please. For the love of God. See, here I go. I can feel my blood pressure rising. This is not fake, I assure you.
I mean, I like I told you, I hate to break it to you, but he's going to be called up at some point. I think sooner rather than later, just because of the fact that there's deep concern about the lack of offensive production from all the guys that they have at the bottom of the lineup.
You know what? It's like, they're like, oh, well, Crane doesn't want to pay the luxury tax. So he would just rather pay the misery tax and just be miserable with this dude on the roster, just out there, just flailing about.
It's going to happen.
Like, literally, this dude is just like.
So 281 ending in 0167 agrees with you. No reason for John Singleton to be on the Astros. There's a reason no team signed him. So that's one in your favor.
He's like, I don't know. He's like Wish Chris Carter. He's like Timu Jose Abreu. What are we doing?
Rocky says, I'm with Barry. Singleton's like a bad venereal disease.
Yeah, he's flaring up again.
I mean,
look, another season,
bad?
another
So
season,
then what's Corona
another Singleton flare up,
and all these other guys that can't hit and can't do anything.
But you know what? Some of these cats never been here before, never been up, or never had. This isn't a dude that's been around this organization for a decade doing the same thing, which is nothing of consequence.
But you need
and a guy that you spent millions on.
Aside
and
from you, I think if you ask people that are Astros fans, who do you have more confidence in, even if it's in a pinch hit situation, John Singleton or Cooper Hummel?
Neither.
I say John Singleton.
No. Why?
Yes, why?
What gives you that?
Because you're
what
just
gives you that?
Because besides the fact that he had the
Confidence.
one double dong game, he's had extra base hits. He's hit major league pitching.
Oh my God!
I've seen these guys at the bottom of the lineup, and
Do
what
I
I've
need
seen
to
of them,
read
I
you
don't have
his
confidence.
numbers?
But I don't have confidence in these guys that they have right now.
Bro, his career numbers are trash.
But it's better than what they have currently that they're throwing out
That
there.
doesn't mean anything. That's
It
like,
has to mean something.
No, it better than doesn't mean good or even okay.
If he's better right now at the plate than Cooper Hummer, Taylor Trammell, or Corona, then yes, it does mean something.
No, it doesn't.
Why?
Because better than awful is terrible. That's not good.
But
It's
right
not
now,
even
that's what your
average.
choices
It's
are.
not even okay. So you're telling me my choices are terrible and awful?
Yeah.
They both suck. I don't need this. You know what?
But you got to take the lesser of two evils.
No, you don't.
Why?
Then go get a different evil. But you've seen this evil movie. You don't need to see it again. Bro, you're telling me there's no other left-handed stick anywhere in the world that they could have tried?
But they also have to worry about the tax, so they don't want to go
Tax,
over that.
okay.
And so if they need help, and he's already been there, done that, and been better than the guys you're going to throw out there, throw them out there.
I'm just there's nobody in the world, Joel. Not a single left-handed guy, not a single left-handed baseball player on the entire planet that they haven't seen that they could give a shot besides John can't Singleton.
You have to.
Can't Doubleton, can't Tripleton, can't Hiddleton.
You
like,
have to,
bro,
you have
they've
to,
seen this.
At least you have to kind of bring that in a little bit and say, right now they're not looking outwardly. And so right now it's anybody else in your system. And the answer is no. Johnson, and the fact that he's coming off a 3 home run, 10 RBI stretch of a week.
You're telling me it's because they're familiar with him? Familiarity breeds
he's familiar
contempt.
with Major League pitching. He's been there and done it before. And right now he's on a heater in
You know who
Sugarland.
else is?
He's on a heater
Well,
in Sugarland.
ooh, oh, wow. Against
Corona wasn't?
AAA pitching in the Arizona League.
Barry, he's
which
better than
is-
what you have.
But, bro, do you understand
trying to
how
win baseball
but
games.
you understand how inflated those numbers are in that league?
Yeah, I
Because of
do.
Yeah.
And yet the guys that
exactly.
are hitting instead of him because you don't want
And
him
it's
up,
the same
they
thing that
weren't able to even do that.
It's the same thing that happened last time. His numbers were great, and then he comes up and in key situations outside of one double dong game. I'm glad that the new stadium sponsor is AC Company because he's going to be bringing a lot of it with all them strikeouts.
Barry,
he might as well put a patch on his bat.
If nothing else, it's the Janet Jackson philosophy. What have you done for me lately? Last week in Sugarland, he had 3 home runs and 10 RBIs in a 3-game span. What has Corona done? If it's supposed to be so favorable to hit in that league, why hasn't Corona hit? Why hasn't Cooper Hummel hit? Why hasn't Taylor Trammell been better hitters?
Because
they're not.
Yeah, exactly. Because that's you're scraping the bottom of the barrel. He wasn't even there.
But right now, you need the best of whatever you have to choose from to try and give yourself the best chance to win.
You really?
I truly think John Singleton
gives
right
you
now
the best
gives
chance to win.
better than the guys I just named.
You know what? We're not friends anymore.
Okay, that's cool.
So we're not friends anymore.
Well, that makes you.
You know what?
I'm
texting Nora right now. Do not
means
send Joel a Christmas card.
That means you and Jeremy have the same thing in common.
Do not send Joel a Christmas card. No, don't you put that evil on me, Ricky
No,
Bobby.
I'm just saying,
Don't you put
we're
that.
not friends anymore. I'll live with it. It's still fine. It's not going to change my opinion that they're better. And by the way, Total Dallas is the one in the background clapping his hands with his Ranger hat on because because he's been deprived of his social media Twitch.
Look, John Singleton's still better than anything the Rangers have on offense. Don't even try it. Look, I just can't believe that you would think that there's no other option that the Astros would have available.
He is a better option than what they have right now. 1-3-780-3776. Tell me what the better options are. Tell me who is better than John Singleton right now.
Would be a better option.
My daughter, yes. Taylor Trammell, probably not.
No, but your daughter, please.
Okay. I'm just telling you.
I'm telling you, bro, this is it just doesn't make any sense, man.
409 says my wife can't stand Singleton because of how he leaves his jersey unbuttoned. So there you have that. So there's another thing to factor in on your side.
I'm telling you, bro, Nora doesn't watch baseball, but I kid you not, she doesn't know much, but I am not making this up. She doesn't know anything. She knows who Jose Altuve is. She knows who Correa was and Springer was and Bregman was, right? She doesn't know any other players, but I kid you not, when John Singleton walks to the plate, she goes, oh, easy out. I swear to God, she doesn't know any other player on the Astros. But when she sees him, she yells, easy out. That's how bad he is. My wife, who doesn't know any other player, knows that that's an easy out.
All right, we got plenty more. We got feedback coming in. Let us know yours, 713-780-3776. John Singleton, the next best option. Do you want to see him back on the roster or not? Very aspirant. You're getting it right here as we go to the second half of the show next. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
The Killer Bees are broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Now back to Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Okay. Jeremy out enjoying some vacation time this week. Barry Laminack in as we wrap up the week of really a lot of fun over the last almost 3 days now, as we've been kicking it back and forth and talking about what everybody wants to talk about. And right now it's the Astros. And somehow, some way we got to John Singleton. And, boy, people are chiming in as well, some on your side, some against you. And here's one, but he's not been good. But 832 says, can we just forget about Cooper Hummel and Singleton and pick up DJ LeMahieu? Now, DJ LeMahieu has not been good for the Yankees.
No, he is not. But it's one of those things where, you know what? Okay. Because you know what? We haven't seen that. And I would much rather do that than go back to another retread again. Because I've seen what John Singleton, I don't even want to say can do. I'd rather say can't do. What we don't know is, look, we know that LeMahieu struggled, and that's why he lost his job at the Yankees, and then got an attitude, and that's why he got let go and all of that. But I talked about this on my show, is that, LeMahieu does kind of make sense in a way, too, because you can put him at second. Yep. You can put Altuve in left.
But you don't even know when Rodgers is coming back.
Yeah, so that kind of actually does make a little bit of sense. And if maybe a change of scenery does him some good, and maybe he figures some things out, and I've
never been against kicking the tires on a veteran that's out there if there's any chance he can help you. And I would throw LeMahieu into the same boat as John Singleton to say that if you have major league experience and you're better than the guys that the Astros are currently throwing out there, I have to consider all options right now, because I'm not running away with the division, because I do need some production at the bottom of the lineup, and I can't keep flipping a coin going which one of the four guys at the bottom are going to be what Short has done for you in small doses this year, and find it when you need it. Yeah, and the suggestions rolling in. Someone said Shea Whitcomb. I would love Shea Whitcomb to be that guy. It's just that he hasn't been so far. You'd like to hope that he can. You're also looking for more left-handed help until you get Yordan back. So
yeah, and I mean, LeMahieu doesn't fill that. He's a righty, so that doesn't help him that way. But if you're just looking for offensive help, right? I mean, it does help in that regard, that you can move Altuve to left field, put LeMahieu at second, and that helps. But yeah, I mean, look, DJ LeMahieu this year has a .7 WAR. John Singleton has a -1.1 for his career.
Yeah. Look, and other people are throwing out suggestions that are basically worthy of coming from Twitch. Yuli Gurriel, Evan Gattis. I mean, come on, people. Let's be real.
Vince Young. Let's go get Vince Young.
Dre says I'd rather have any skinny guy than John Singleton. So now it's about his weight instead of the fact that he can't hit his weight.
See, I didn't say anything. I didn't take
Dre
any
said
shots at the way. Yeah.
Well, now, 832 says if Crane won't spend over the tax for a bat, I better not hear he wants to win. That's fair.
Hey, facts.
I think that's absolutely in play, and that's fair. Because the window's always open, according to him.
Yeah.
And when it's open, then you need to do what you need to do, especially in a situation like this where the deck has been stacked against you with injuries.
Right.
If you're still trying to win, then you got to do what you got to do and go over the tax, because this team needs it, because they've earned the right to be considered a team that can contend this season. So get them the help they need, even if it's short term. That's the way I feel about it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The window's always open. What he didn't say was how wide. Right? It might just be like a little crack. Like, growing up, my parents used to smoke. And when we would go on road trips, they would crack it about half an inch. And that was it. But they would tell you, the window's down. Stop complaining. And it was just like, that's it. It's not down. It's open. It's just cracked. It's not enough.
Right.
But yeah, there's a difference, right? There's a difference between always going for it and the window being open. So are you going for it, or are you just, hey, we're still in the running,
Right.
Like,
Josh from Seabrook says Singleton's the Astros equivalent of the X you can't stay away from.
Hey, that's it. That it's exactly
I think this
right.
is desperate times, desperate measures. I don't think it's the X.
Desperate's one word I'd use.
They let him go. They made the move.
There's
to
a reason.
Let him move on.
And there's a reason.
But the reason why they brought him back is he's a left-handed bat, and they are struggling right now to find replacements. They're running out of options. That's why.
Yeah, and my point is, there's a reason that they said goodbye in the first place.
Because at the time, they were much deeper, they were healthier, and they didn't think they were going to need him
But you know
anymore.
what you don't do, Joel? You know what you don't do? You don't let good players go. You don't even let above average players
you do
go.
when you have better players. But
Not
right
left-
now, much of
not
my point,
left-hand-
you don't have better players.
Not when you just got through with a Jose Abreu season. You don't just let above average first basemen walk, or you don't cut them, you don't waive them, you don't ship them off, you don't cast them aside. You don't do that.
But Barry, you do when you have no other options that are better. Like, I get it if they're loaded and Chas McCormick's healthy all year and DeCenzo's healthy all year and they have better options than what they have. But when we're throwing out the guys that I keep throwing out there right now, and I have zero confidence in any of them, then you bring a guy back that you know enough
I'm saying
about.
you don't. You don't cut. You don't waive. You don't get rid of John Singleton
I do
if
if
he's
I'm deeper.
okay. No, if he's okay. If he's just okay.
I disagree, because
You
here's the
don't-
thing.
A left-handed power hitting first baseman.
Right, but Barry, here
No, you don't.
I'm going to my point, which is you totally cut him if you had better options. But right now, you don't have any better options. And so now, because you at least have done enough, you've known him over the years, you know enough about him that you know, hey, and again, people are saying, well, don't call him up now because then if you cut him, you have to let him go. So
Bye.
what? But at the same time, I can get him for a week. If I can get him until Chaz or Jake come to help, he's better than Corona. He's better than these guys you've been throwing out there. So I'll take the short-term chance that he's better than those guys for a week or two.
I mean, we're talking about a week.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. What's the big deal if he comes up? He's got a chance to be better than what you've been putting on the field.
Does he?
I think so.
An OPS plus of 84?
I think so.
You understand that a minus 1.1 WAR. Let me just explain this to people that don't understand what WAR is and means. WAR is wins above replacement. That means, so when you say WAR, you're saying that a player wins above replacement means how many wins a player is worth above a replacement player. A replacement
Now, to
player.
be clear, I know this.
I know. I'm just saying in general. I'm explaining it to
Right,
people that
right.
may not really truly. They hear it, but they don't understand it. Right. So when you're saying WAR, wins above replacement, that's how many wins a player is worth above a replacement player or a guy who would be called up from AAA to replace a player on the roster. Right. So if a guy has a 1 WAR, he's worth 1 win on your roster. So that's why when you see like I don't know if I pulled up the WAR for the season for guys, you'd see like, guys like Aaron Judge or whoever just have like astronomical WARs, right? Shohei Ohtani, guys like that.
Sevens and
Yeah, I mean it's crazy what some of those guys would have like for WARs. I was going to try to find Ohtani's WAR because you'd just be like, oh my goodness. Well, his WAR right now is 4.3 for the season, but he also wasn't pitching yet. He's got a minus 1 point, which means he's worse than a replacement
But he hasn't played in
player.
the major leagues all year.
But it doesn't matter. It's worse than a replacement. He cost you a win.
But
That's what that
okay,
means.
That's for the totality of his
He
career.
yeah.
But if in the
So we've
last
seen
week,
that
in the
movie.
last week, I'm not disagreeing with what you said, but in the last week in a AAA situation, if he has 3 home runs, 10 RBIs in a 3-game span, and I think, hey, even I only need him for a short period of time. If that's better than what I got at the bottom of my lineup right now and on my roster, then I'm trying to win every game. I gotta take that chance. I mean, you don't think? I mean, I know
No.
you just don't want him, but I just think
No,
I don't know how you can't
It's
see
not that
part
I
of it.
just don't want him. I want them to go find something else.
Well,
You
then
know what
until
this-
they do, this is why I think that they need to at least try.
To me, this is just like it's the devil you know versus the devil you don't. Go find another devil. I mean, like, this is just crazy.
See, Pete said I'd rather have Singleton take at bats than Trammell or Hummel. I was anti-Singleton too, but this lineup needs anything at this point to muster up some offense. That's where I'm at.
I'll give him this. Okay. I will. And because, I always try to be honest because I know people think, oh, I just make jokes and say outlandish stuff. Is decent. He swings and misses a lot. He can't hit his way out of a paper bag sometimes, but he will draw walks sometimes, and he's got pretty decent plate discipline. in that regard. So I don't want to say that he is 1,000% worthless. Okay, in that regard, yeah, he's got a pretty decent eye. That's about it. Okay, but that's not enough.
Kevin's on hold. He wants to get in on your on your take on Singleton. Kevin, what's up? Okay, we lost Kevin. Kevin, call back. Okay, Kevin, if you want to call back, call back.
He was going to tell me I was right. It's
no,
okay,
but,
Kevin. I get it.
Look, 409. There's multiple people have just texted in. The conversation really needs to be about Christian Walker, and to the point against what you're saying is some people are saying they'd rather give Singleton a shot than what Walker's been giving you lately,
ridiculous.
and I think that's too far.
That's too far.
And obviously, I still have confidence in Christian Walker, but that's to my point of you're at the bottom of the barrel in terms of anybody you can put in your lineup other than your top 6, and I think that at this point, everything should be an option.
Right. I just find it hard to believe that I couldn't type into the Googles available left-handed bats.
Oh, you got
free
everybody
agent.
stirred up. Go check in the Korean leagues. Go check
Exactly.
overseas.
Exactly. Thank you, people that are stirred up.
Called
That's
Joey
exactly
Votto out of retirement.
Bro, Sean
are we
Casey.
doing?
No, was Sean Casey a lefty?
Sean Casey just basically blew both of his legs out playing for the Savannah Bananas.
Oh, did he really?
Yes.
I
Took
bet
a
he's
big swing and he get. Now, see,
I
here's
bet
one.
he's still better than
Someone said
Singleton.
call Alex Verdugo.
I bet he's still better than Singleton.
Alex Verdugo was a guy in the offseason I wanted to give a shot to.
Bro, this is my point, Joel. This is my point. They're being lazy. They just went, we need to lift that in the bat, man. Singleton.
Okay,
Like,
but
dude,
until we know what
you
he's-
needed a left-handed bat, not a
I'm
left-handed
disagreeing.
strikeout.
I think Dana should be doing everything right now. And
And look,
I don't think you can wait till the trade deadline.
I like Dana. Don't get me wrong. I think he's a talented scout. I think he's a better GM than he gets credit for. I don't think he should ever talk publicly into a microphone, but I like the job he's done with this team, and I like the job he does scouting and all of those things. I do like Dana Brown. I do. This move, hate it. It was lazy. It's a lazy move. It was like, we need a left-handed bat. Who do we know? It's like he went to his Rolodex, and instead of going alphabetically, he had underscored John Singleton and was like, oh, first name. It's because there was an
409 says, hate to say it,
underscore.
Barry, but Singleton last year is better than Walker this year. No, I don't think that's true.
Eye test tells me different, bud.
Because I know that Walker has double-digit home runs.
Eye test
and
tells
John
me
Singleton
different.
did not.
Yeah, I was going to say eye test tells me different. Well, I'm looking at Singleton's stats. He had 13 home runs last year.
Okay.
For the season.
Because someone else said Singleton's got more juice than Walker. I'm not going to lean that way.
What are you talking?
Singleton is basically Adam Everett with some home runs. Sub 200 average plus 200 strikeouts. Ain't wrong. But he's better than what else you're throwing out there.
Yeah, it's just look.
All right, let's get to break.
Also, the difference between Christian Walker and John Singleton, track record.
Someone said, what's Carlos Lee doing these days?
Oh,
what are we
geez.
doing?
But the difference too is track record. You know what I mean?
You know,
do I
back of his
have
baseball card.
confidence that Christian Walker can turn it around and be back of the baseball card? But it's track record, bro. Christian Walker has a history of being good. John Singleton does not. His best year was last year, and it wasn't even a good year.
281 says Singleton's not my first choice, Barry, but he's also not that bad. At least bring him up until the deadline, then you can add somebody different. See, again, that's where I'm coming from.
No, y'all go make toast in the tub. This is ridiculous.
All right, Pop-Tarts. All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back with a whole lot more. Almost done with hour number 2. Still got a full hour after that. You guys want to join us? 713-780-3776. Call that number. Text that number. Hit us up on social media. If you want to get it off your chest, we'll try and get it on the air. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
The Killer Bees are broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Now back to Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
No, Jeremy, as he's enjoying some vacation time, back with us via remote.
He's
starting
chilling right now.
Monday.
He's in La Playa right now.
Laminack joining us. Yeah, exactly. But the fact is that Barry Laminack's been with us through today. Jeremy back on Monday. We were talking pretty hot and heavy about the Astros, John Singleton, other solutions that might be out there. I got another one for you, quite honestly. So regardless of what happens, whether it's Fromber or Hunter Brown in the rotation, if we say that, look, into your scenario, you could drop 2 out of 3 and only be 4 games up. It's not that bad. But if you were to take 2 out of 3, I'm curious, the listeners, starting with you, Barry, as well, if you had to win one of the 2 other games, who do you have more confidence in? Because you mentioned it earlier about the fact that you need LMJ to kind of figure it out. The fact of the matter is, and we heard TK talking about how good Walter's been and how he hits his spots. And when you look at his numbers at a quick glance, you're like, okay. But when you deep dive it a little bit more, he's been really, really good. Jeremy's been really all over the fact that he's way better than what he's getting credit for. If you had to take one or the other to win the other game, assuming that Hunter Brown or Fromber wins theirs, if you're trying to take 2 out of 3, LMJ or Walter? Do you know LMJ's road ERA is sub 1?
What?
He has been so awful. Look it up, Mr. Splits. His home record and his home numbers are so bad. Look what he did at Dodger Stadium. He went to Dodger Stadium and shut one of the best lineups in baseball down. So I ask you,
that is
LMJ
crazy.
or Walter? What is it, like 0.46?
0.46
There you
away ERA, 11.86 at home.
There you go.
That's crazy. And you know what?
So if you
now
got,
look,
which
here's the
guy's
other
going to win the other game?
That's crazy.
I knew it was going to take you aback.
Man, he does have he's already faced Seattle once. Went 4 1/3 innings, 5 hits, 2 earned runs. Didn't factor in the decision.
2 earned runs. I'll take 2 earned runs tonight. Tomorrow night.
Yeah, 8 Ks, 3 walks. Man, with that road ERA,
see, it's not. It's
but
not
you know what,
easy.
though?
It's not as easy as just saying, "Oh, it's Walter." And it's not close. It actually is.
Yeah, but see, Todd had me all jazzed up about Walter, though, pumping up his ability to spot the ball, locate, but he's got a 5.73 road ERA. Oh,
yeah,
that's not great. I guess I'll go Lance then. I mean, they're 2 completely different guys on the road. A 5.73 ERA for Walter, a sub 1 ERA for Lance.
Look, I've always been guilty of the Janet Jackson. Have you done for me lately?
Yeah.
All I know is that on the road, the last thing I saw Lance do was mow down the Los Angeles. At home, I have zero confidence in Lance at home right now. But on the road, it seems like he gets a little bit more dialed in, getting a little bit more ramped up. There's no doubt that Dodgers series was big.
Yep.
This Mariners series is right there with it because of the fact that you know what it means, the division and solidifying a big lead and all the things that go with it. I think Lance is going to be in an A game tomorrow night, and I think that not that I'm going to take anything away from Walter because I believe he's really good and I have confidence in him, but I think that's a hell of a conversation. If I have to choose between the 2 right now, honestly, I'm going to take Walter because I think he has better stuff at this point in his career, but I don't think it's far-fetched for the people that want to take Lance.
But what's interesting, Lance has had 3 really bad games out of all of his starts. He's had 3.
And they're big blow-ups.
Yep. Yeah. He's had 3 bad games. And when it gets away from him, it gets away from him. But peppered into all of that is some, decent games or some pedestrian games, but not terrible.
Right.
So, but the blow-ups inflate the ERA so bad that it looks worse than what it is. He's got an ERA of a 5th starter or a junk guy who you may end up cutting. But really and truly, if you take a couple of those bad starts away for what, like the game his second game against Cincinnati, where he went a third of an inning and gave up 7 earned runs. If you just scrap that changes
it does
everything, because that's 7 earnings over a third of an inning. That changes your ERA drastically,
Absolutely,
right?
it does.
So I think we look at Lance a little bit differently if you do that too. Yeah, the 3 inning outing against the Rangers is not great, and of course giving up 8 against Chicago isn't great. But like you said, the Dodger game, he was locked in. He hasn't faced the toughest competition in the world against Chicago and Pittsburgh and the Athletics, but yeah, I think I would go Lance, and hopefully he continues to get the work he needs. And that's the other thing, man. I think we're all pressing a little bit because of the injuries. You got to remember, bro, he's pitched a total of 41 innings since coming back from injury. Total.
Oh, yeah, I get
That's not a lot. That's not a lot. 41 innings total since coming back from that major injury. That's not a lot of that's not a big track record or not. I shouldn't say track record, but that's not a big big enough sample size to say has he lost it yet or not. He's still trying to figure it out and get the feel, and so yeah, hopefully he does, because that's found money if he does.
So we'll see what happens. I mean, ideally, you would like to have both Hunter Brown and Fromber in the series, but
Yep.
I think the fact that you got a guy that was dealing when he was in LA at least gives you hope, and the fact that Walter's been a lot better than even advertised, I think I have confidence that they're going to compete in this series. And look, it's kind of typical Houston Astros too. As much as we kind of want to say tongue in cheek, it's true. When the big teams and the big series come up, no matter who's in their lineup and how many times you think it might be a minor league lineup, they find ways to win. And look what they did to the Dodgers. It's also kind of curious how when they play teams that are lesser than, they find a way to get swept sometimes.
Yeah.
And I don't want to think too far ahead right now, but you play Arizona coming out of Seattle, and Arizona's not a good baseball team. The last time we did this Seattle World Series in July stuff, you walloped the Mariners, and then you got swept by the A's. So that's why you just got to fasten your seatbelt, and you got to dial in for all of it, hoping that they can continue to kind of find smoke and mirror ways offensively.
Yeah.
And your pitching keeps you in the game.
And look, I'll say I don't necessarily disagree with you, but don't sleep on Arizona. They're not terrible.
Oh, they're not. And look, and they
They're
got
not
guys that
bad.
people
They're
want,
not. They're
right?
not the Rockies. They're not the White Sox.
Now Bob Nightingale is reporting
okay.
that they just put Marte on the reserve list. So if he doesn't play in the Astros series, I'm fine.
Yeah, that might have something to do with
Suarez got hit in the hand at the All-Star game, but Suarez is the hottest commodity for any team that needs a third baseman right now, including the Mariners trying to bring him back. So he can play. But yeah, and they got Carroll. They've got some guys that can play.
Yeah.
I'm not denying that. They're just having a bad season. Right. But first things first, and you got to focus on Seattle. But as part of this, they've turned it around on the road, not just Lance's numbers. On the road, they've turned it around where that was their biggest weakness. Now they're 2 games over 500 on the road. So you got to believe that this team can compete, regardless of who's healthy and who's hurt.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to get to a break. We're at the top of the hour. We got a little less than 60 minutes to go on the show. We'd love to have you be a part of it. 713-780-3776. Join us in the final hour of the program. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
All right, Jeremy's out for the rest of the week and the final hour of the show. Back on Monday via remote as he's enjoying some vacation time. BMAC back at the studio. I know you miss his sultry sounds, but we're working on some technical things along the way. But BMAC will join us here in the final hour, at least for Who Said It. Lots of text coming in on the conversation we've had already today. Pete says the Astros starting lineup for tonight is still TBD. Dana Brown might be scouring around Fred Sanford's junkyard looking for a left-handed batter.
Maybe Chris Carter. Maybe
that name was also thrown out.
Yeah, I mentioned him earlier. It's just like, come on, man.
Someone brought up Evan Gaddis, Yuli Gurriel, and Carlos Lee. That, to my point, is how bad it's gotten.
Yeah, it's just like, let's throw in Vince Young and who's another name? Johnny Manziel. Let's just throw them all in there. Come on, let's do it.
Pete says Barry hates John Singleton, door-to-door salesman, whoever keeps calling Singleton up, accomplished male dessert eaters, and HEB salsa fingerers.
Wow, that's not how.
That's Pete.
That's not
the
how
list continues.
That's not how I would have phrased that last one. But all right.
AR Platinum says, guys, Big John is carrot cake, not the first option, but you want cake, and that's all that's left because you showed up late.
You know
so
what?
You get your Big John carrot cake. That's what I'm talking about.
You know what? I'll take pie. You know what? I just won't have dessert.
Well, those aren't fingers then.
I'll just have
American
pie.
pie.
Jeez. My
Jose
goodness.
Abreu also had a track record. 903 says, until he didn't. Walker is washed. Not sure why everyone thinks he's going to catch fire and go on a hitting rampage. Again, I think, and Brian will tell you it's back of the baseball card, but I think that you look at what he's done over his career, and then you look at the fact that he still has bat speed. There's a hell of a lot of reason. Look what happened until he went on paternity leave. He started to hit again. He got hot. And so that's why there's still hope. That's why he's not to the Abreu status yet, where everybody just wants to pull the plug and admit that they made another mistake. I don't think they're there yet. Oh, boy. Yeah, you obviously are contemplating it long and hard. Either that or you got to stop doing this for radio.
No, I don't think he's washed at all. I don't think he's – look, I think just – I said, but I don't know if it was Wednesday or yesterday. And again, I don't know. Maybe he is. It's tough to predict. But I think that undue pressure, I think that sometimes guys have slumps. Sometimes, guys just don't perform well. And I think there was a lot of undue pressure on him coming to this team. Now, Brian pointed out it was Wednesday because we were in studio. Brian did have that stat. I think it was his what was it, Brian? Brian, there was a stat that he pointed out that was a little unnerving
for Christian Walker
about the decline. I think it was
it was
it
his,
it wasn't bat speed.
It wasn't his bat speed. His bat speed's still fine. No, it was how he's done against
baseball savant.
It was his baseball savant page, but it was how he's done against fastballs and his batting average, slugging percentage, like chase percentage, put out percent, like all the things you would matter about.
That's what it was. I think it was. Well, it was. Yeah, no, but there was one in particular that kind of made some alarm bells go off. The rest of it just kind of coincides with this prolonged slump that he's in. And look, how many guys, you've all watched baseball. Anybody that's listening to the show, Joel, Ryan, you guys have watched baseball your whole life. How many times have we seen somebody have a terrible first half and then turn it around in the second half and figure it out? Now, their numbers for the year, they don't quite recover, but they go on a quote-unquote tear, right? That's what I keep holding out for a guy like Christian Walker, because he's absolutely capable of that, just as much as he's capable of having that prolonged slump. Maybe, the time off with the kid and everything allows him to do that, plus the All-Star break. That's what I'm hoping for. I don't think he's washed yet, and fingers crossed he's not. That one particular number that Brian gave, I don't remember what it was, but it's a bit alarming. But I don't think he's Jose Abreu is what I'm saying.
Without looking at the numbers, what I said the other day, which you cannot deny is the game plan against Christian Walker this year, regardless of how fast his bat speed is or isn't, is challenge him with fastballs. Because more times than not, he is chasing balls particularly high in the zone, but he has not caught up with the fastballs. I don't care how fast his bat speed is. You still got to make contact. And more times than not, we see the befuddled, mumbling under your breath look of bewilderment as he stumbles back to the dugout, and that's why everybody's ready to throw in the towel. I just think that when you saw what you saw at Dodger Stadium, and I get it because Colorado, you have to deal with the altitude, but regardless, that streak of, 6 games on the road where he was red hot makes you believe he's not washed, because that's not what you saw in the middle of a season for Jose Abreu.
Right.
I believe Christian Walker's best days with the Astros are still ahead of him. But look, I also understand everybody that believes, hey, man, you're getting 19 a year and you haven't done a whole hell of a lot. It's time to kickstart it and find it now.
Yeah.
Because they really need it.
Well, and again, hopefully this second half, even though it's not a true half, he does. Now, look, I found on Spot Track available left-handed bats that are supposedly free agents, unless I'm reading this wrong, that I would take in a heartbeat unequivocally over John Singleton. And yeah, you're going to be like, what? That guy? What? Yep. Yes, and yes. Now there's a switch hitter mixed in here. But I'll take it. All right.
Mhm.
I'll start with all the lefties that are free agents.
Yep.
Free agent
Costs you
lefties.
nothing but the contract. Okay.
All right. Jace Peterson, Matt Carpenter, Jason Hayward, Alex Verdugo, Anthony Rizzo, Jose. I don't know how to pronounce that name. Oh, he's an outfielder. Ozakar.
No clue.
Yeah, no clue. And then you got a switch hitter in. Oh crap! I think it was Aaron Hicks. Yeah, Aaron Hicks. Those are your available either lefties or switch hitters.
Look,
all of those over John Singleton any day of the week. Stop being lazy and go get those.
Sometimes
Why?
you might need more than one of them, Barry, because there's more than one guy at the bottom of the lineup that's not
Sure.
hitting.
But you're telling me-
but a combination of Alex Verdugo and John Singleton gives me a better opportunity to get a hit than the guys that I keep mentioning in Corona and Hummel and Trammell.
Right. No, and I get it. And look, Jason Hayward was here last year, right?
Yeah.
And it wasn't great. It
was
wasn't
okay.
terrible.
He
It was,
elected, I would have signed up for the contract he signed with the Padres,
and it
but
was
then
okay. And
he
then
kinda
they
didn't
cut
get a
him.
whole opportunity there.
June 24th, they released him. You're
He
telling
wasn't
me
playing either.
Right. You're telling me you wouldn't take Jason Hayward right now over John Singleton?
I probably would, but again,
Thank you.
But also,
That's
if
my
it does-
point,
but
though.
My point, Barry, is because you got multiple guys that I have zero faith in or confidence in. I would take John Singleton and I would take Jason Hayward and I would probably take Alex Verdugo until Chas McCormick is ready, and then figure out who's got a chance to stick.
But there's no reason to take John Singleton, is my point. You don't need to. Just go get Jason Hayward. He was just cut June 24th. Why did you go get John Singleton? There was no point. There's no reason to. None.
I think familiarity does play into it. I think that
You were familiar
I
with
think
Jason
that
Hayward. He was just
has-
here.
He has power that they think could still be found. But look, I mean, I'm not Dana Brown, but I just think that those things are the reasons why that they feel like, right now they need every insurance policy they can get, and they brought him back. And like I said, last week, I mean, if he had that kind of week with 3 bombs and 10 ribbies in 2.5 games, 3 games, well, that at least shows you that there's some reason for hope. Okay, give me the scout. All right, Brian, are we playing Who Said It next?
Yes, we are.
All right, let's take a break. We're going to play America's favorite game coming back on the other side as you and me and Barry try to guess who said it. That coming up next on the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. All right, we're back as we roll through the final hour of the program. Dr. Dre has just made his presence felt as he walked in to join Donna and Total Dallas and so many others that are
Brian.
here
That's
inside
Brian.
the clubhouse.
PZH
Brian,
420.
as everybody that is enjoying some time out here at East River 9 as we are. What a fantastic setup at East River 9. Come on out and see everybody out here. Plays a par 3 golf course that's absolutely beautiful, stunning. Views of the skyline are fantastic.
Beautiful views.
Pickleball, driving range, great place
Yeah.
for the kids to hang out with the playground as
You ever
well.
played pickleball?
I have.
I have not. Never
I
once.
think you should try it.
Why?
Just because.
You want to see me fail?
No, I don't think you'd fail.
Is it?
I call it fat people's tennis, but I think that you could try it.
Yeah, well, that's made for me.
No, I didn't say that. All right, let's get it because Brian, this is his baby. Let's get into a little who said it.
All right, guys. Quote number 1. Someone nearly catfished me once back in the day when it was just plenty of fish. This was before, there was the free version of Match.com, and I could tell that this person wanted to do a FaceTime call. Oh, my camera's broken. And I was like, oh, okay. So then I looked up their address, and I was like, oh, this has been a guy I've been talking to this whole time. And they're using pictures of porn star Tory Black. So that took me a while, but I was suspicious.
I think I have a hunch.
What do you got?
I think that's so. What are the options? Do we get?
So you got to. So the options are John or Lance or Dell or Paul, and basically that's it.
Okay, that's Paul. 1,000%.
See, I think Brian. I think Brian thinks that way too. But does Brian? But
none of those other cats are on Plenty of Fish. None.
But even on the free version of Match.com, Paul would be the only one that was single, right?
But Dell ain't doing Plenty of
Or
Fish.
Dell.
Dell ain't doing Plenty of Fish. Trust me. That's Paul. 1,000%.
Brian, Paul.
Someone nearly catfished me once back in the day when it was just Plenty of Fish. This was before, it was the free version of Match.com. And I could tell that this person wanted to do a FaceTime call. Oh, my camera's broken. And I was like, oh, okay. So then I looked up their address, and I was like, oh, this is the guy I've been talking to this whole time. And they're using pictures of porn star Tory Black. So that took me a while, but I was suspicious.
All right, good job, guys. Quote
I love a good
2.
love story, and they've been happy ever since.
I think it's T-O-R-I if you're trying to type that in right now.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Yeah,
Joel,
I know.
Joel already knew exactly how
It's
it was
called
spelled.
it's called bookmarks, Joel. It's called bookmarks.
Check it.
Anyway,
Making sure you're well versed.
Yep.
He's
All
already
right,
got
Brian.
Google
Number 2.
alerts set
Brian,
for
can I
Tory
just throw
Black.
out a scenario here?
Okay.
If we go undefeated, I have the option of continuing this game anyway. That would be hilarious.
Yeah, we never have to tell Jeremy about it. He wouldn't know.
That's right.
He's not
That's
listening.
right.
All right, quote number 2. I remember one time we were about to go out, and she was going to put on heels, and she was going to look like a half a foot taller than me. And this is definitely D-baggy behavior. But I was like, hey, babe, how about we stay in this suite tonight, huh? She looked great. I was just embarrassed about how short I was. There were great heels, though.
Granado?
That was my first thought.
Because I'm thinking from a height perspective, Lance is dumpy, but he's not short.
Jeez. I was thinking Granado.
I don't think Dell's
or
calling
Dell.
anybody babe.
Yeah.
It's either Paul or Granado. And is Paul short?
No, Paul's not short. I was thinking Granado also. Lance is tall enough that I don't think the hills would matter. He would have to be dating like a giantess or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Granado was my guess.
I was looking at Lance's stats, though. He was a hell of a Pee Wee football player.
Was he?
Yeah. But
Gotcha.
I don't think he was small. All right, we're going to go Granado.
I remember one time we were about to go out,
Oh,
and she was going to put on
he got
heels,
us.
and
You
she
went
was going to look
back-to-back
like half
ball,
a foot
Brian.
taller
He
than me.
did.
You are something.
What a
else.
jerk.
And
Seriously.
Oh, I'm so sorry. So sorry.
I'm
there.
sure you
My
are.
heart is breaking right now.
Yeah, I feel
It's
it.
going to be like a
World's
run of
smallest
all Pauls.
violin.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see another. There's 3 to go. It could be 3 more Pauls. Could be none. We don't know. All right, quote number 3.
He's got Paul on the mind.
Well, I did produce his show today, so maybe that's true. I don't know. We'll see. Quote number 3. He was drafted in 2023 and was on the streets. Well, maybe not on the streets. He was a street free agent last year. I realized how that sounded. Jake Andrews was not on the streets. He was not for the streets. He wasn't on the street. He simply was available for anyone to sign. Last season, and the Texans did.
I got to go Dale the Funky Homo Sapien.
I'm thinking Lance.
You think Lance?
Can I hear it one more time, Brian?
Sure. He was drafted in 2023 and was on the streets. Well, maybe not on the streets. He was a street free agent last year. I realized how that sounded. Jake Andrews was not on the streets. He was not for the streets. He wasn't on the street. He simply was available for anyone to sign last season, and the Texans did.
Okay, because of my undying friendship with my co-host.
Don't you put this evil on me, Ricky Bobby. Go with your gut. I just give you my opinion. You get the final say.
No, I could hear hearing it a second time. I could hear Dell saying it.
That part about the streets on the streets,
Yeah.
it just sounds like something Dale would say. That's the only reason I said it. But I suck at this game, so
I believe in you. We'll go Dell.
He was drafted in 2003. He was on the streets. Well, maybe not on the streets. He was a street free agent last year. I realized how that sounded. Jake Andrews was not on the streets. He's not for the streets. He wasn't on the street. He simply was available for anyone to sign last season, and the Texans did.
All right, you guys are up 2-1.
I mean,
Two
how do
to
we
go.
not get some sort of like DJ Horn or
is
Bell? Why would I get these
Brian doesn't
celebratory?
Brian doesn't like it.
Like when you win. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
All right. I'll play
We
it.
need like a
You know what?
goat
You've got
sound,
2
'cause
right.
you're
I'll
the
play
goat.
2 for you.
Let's not go too far yet.
There you go. 2 bells. Thank you. All right, quote number 4.
That was my nickname in college. Oh, 2 bells. Okay, I didn't go
Not
to college.
not dinner bell.
I went to Lone Star, so
Yeah, that doesn't
we didn't get
qualify.
good nicknames. We didn't get good nicknames. Dinner bells. Shut up, Joel. Jackass.
Glad you caught that one.
Yes, I was.
All right,
fat.
quote number
Fine.
4, Brian.
Okay, quote number 4. Yeah, strip clubs just don't do it for me. Obviously, they're fun to look at, but the booze is outrageously priced. And I don't know, if you got to pay for it, is it the same? Not really. It could be fun to go on a date, but I don't know how many girls are into that.
See, I hear Lance and Paul again.
I hear Granado.
Oh my God, he would think it's fun.
I hear Granado or Paul. Lance don't care about the price of alcohol, and neither does Dell.
Ooh,
So
I can
that
see- Dell doesn't drink.
right.
So
So
he's
he's
out.
But I don't think Lance is. I don't think he would do the strip club thing.
Right.
But
I think he's
yeah.
out.
Yeah. I just. Man, as soon as he mentioned the
You think it's
price,
Granado?
yeah, as soon as he mentioned the price of alcohol, if anybody's going to exclude strip
You think
clubs,
John worries about the price of anything?
yeah, I do.
I don't.
Well, I think if there's anyone that's going to exclude going to a strip club for that reason, it's going to be Granado.
Okay, I'm not going to
But
go.
don't
I'm
go-
not
yeah.
going to go with Barry
All
on
right.
this one. I'm going to trust my own instincts on this one. I'm going to say Lance.
Yeah, strip clubs just don't do it for me. Obviously,
Paul.
they're fun
It's
to
Paul.
look at,
Yeah.
but the booze is outrageously priced. And I don't know if you got to pay for it. Is it the same?
All right, it's interesting
Not
now.
really. It could
So
be fun
we
to go on a
2-2?
date, but I don't know how many girls are into that.
All right, 2-2. Comes down to this.
Ooh.
Crunch time.
Ooh.
Here we go. All right, quote number 5. But a team on the rise, and they made decisions this offseason to suggest that they believe they're close, are the Commanders. They signed, at least they traded for Laramie Tunsil. They brought in Deebo Samuel, and they signed Von Miller. He is the human, that's the personification of we think we can win a title.
Man,
That's a tough one. There's
Um,
no tell in that.
I mean, I
That's
could hear
tough.
Paul for the third or fourth
Fourth.
freaking time,
Yeah.
Brian.
That would be number
I
4
could
if it's
hear-
Paul.
Yeah.
I could hear Lance.
I could hear Dell in there because of the change of direction. So
One
many
more time,
times.
Brian.
Sure. But a team on the rise, and they made decisions this offseason to suggest that they believe they're close, are the Commanders. They signed at least they traded for Laramie Tunsil. They brought in Deebo Samuel, and they signed Von Miller. He is the human, that's the personification of we think we can win a title.
You're on your own, buddy.
I can hear Dell.
That's me too. Yeah. I hear Dell in that, but that's what I was going to say, but that's all. It's either Dell or Paul. That's all I got. It's either
And
Dell
see,
or
the
Paul.
thing is the problem is that I'm going to be mad if Brian,
If it's Paul.
if Brian gets really just absolutely bush league and
Does Paul again?
and goes 4 Paul quotes.
Yeah. I have a feeling he's going to. I hear Dale, but I have a feeling he's going to go Paul, which is what he wants you to think, which is why it's Dale.
We're going to go Dell.
But a team on the rise, and they've made decisions this offseason to suggest they believe they're close are the
chicken
Commanders.
dinner.
They signed, or at least they traded for Larry
Suck
Tunsil.
it, Brian.
I will pass.
I mean, you got lots of things in the studio. No one's there to look. We're all here. I don't even know if you have a camera.
Hey, where's the bell? Damn it.
Oh, yeah. The victory bell.
Thank you.
There you go. Victory is ours.
It's 3. There you go.
Love it.
Yeah.
All right, we got 30 minutes to go on the show. We've talked a lot about the Astros. Let's appease Joe George. We'll get some Texans talk in here before we get out of here. ESPN has a new ranking of the top cornerbacks in the NFL. Is Stingley on the list? And if he is, where is he? And do you agree? We'll get that when we get back. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
All right, but before we go to break, I have an additional Who Said It for you question. Who said it? Old Humble Distilling is Houston's finest micro distillery. Spoiler alert, that was me. Easy call, but it's absolutely true. Try all of their fine spirits, but please do yourself a favor and try my favorite, Boomtown Bourbon. It's a traditional bourbon, but with a sweeter profile and smoother taste, because sipping whiskey should be about relaxing, not something you have to fight to finish. And guess what? They have a new way to try their products, including Boomtown Bourbon, which, again, my favorite. You must try it. And that's what they scavenger hunt that's starting up this month. So if you live in the Humble, Kingwood, Atascocita, or anywhere near the north side area, hell, 30 minutes from Spring, you can still get there. Get ready, because the Boomtown Bourbon Hunt is on. Hit the bars, crack the clues, earn the coin, and tell the tale. Start your legend today. There are 8 hidden Boomtown bourbon stops across the Humble area. The clues can be found at oldhumbledistilling.com or at the Old Humble Distilling Company. Solve the clues, sip the cocktails, again, Boomtown Bourbon, and move on to the next stop. Then you return to Old Humble Distilling Company to claim your legendary challenge coin, which unlocks a 3-month Roughneck Social Club membership and a free cocktail every week. How can you pass up that deal? Go out and get it. Be legendary and join the hunt. It's free to play. All are welcome, but please, of course, drink responsibly. Old Humble Distilling Company, go visit their distillery and tasting room at 19103 Continental Parkway, just off FM 1960, especially on Fridays for their date night special. Try Old Humble Distilling Company, because life's too short for factory whiskey.
All right, ESPN getting ready for the NFL season. Training camp for the Texans opens up next week, and before you know it, football will be played again. So on the heels of that, they came out with their 10 best cornerbacks in the NFL. And I will read you them, Barry, in order from 10 to 1, and you can go from there. Devin Witherspoon from Seattle is number 10. My computer just locked up. Hang on one second. Quinyon Mitchell of the Eagles is number 9. Jalen Johnson of the Bears is number 8. J.C. Horn of the Panthers is number 7. Christian Gonzalez of the Patriots is number 6. Sauce Gardner is number 5.
No.
Trent McDuffie of the Chiefs is 4. Denzel Ward of the Browns, 3. Drum roll, please. Derek Stingley Jr., number 2. And Patrick Surtain of the Broncos, number 1.
Okay.
Your thoughts?
A little surprised that Stingley would be 2, but
really
not a lot.
Where did you think he should be?
Top 3, top 5, but I mean, certainly in the mix. Because of course it's all subjective. You know what I mean? I think if you looked at the list last year and then compare it to this year, you'd probably have, Denzel Ward somewhere in the top 3, top 5. And so, you'd shuffle that mix with Patrick Surtain and Ward or whoever, you know what I mean? So not a huge shock, but yay if you're a Texans fan. But a mild shock that he's 2, but not huge. He should be up there.
I think he
shouldn't be 1.
I absolutely think he's top 2 in the league. I think that the interesting thing to me.
You think he's the best?
I think he's top 2.
Okay.
And I think that he's in the discussion for the best based on the season he had last year. With the way that he not only was a ball hawk, but that teams really stayed away from him. I think he actually came into his own even more last season to prove he is one of the 2 best cornerbacks in this league. What's interesting to me is that a year ago, you probably would have had Sauce Gardner.
I was going to say, do you
either
think Sauce
1 or
should
in
be
the
1?
top 2 or 3? Now, Sauce Gardner, no matter what he just got paid, Sauce Gardner has tumbled all the way to number 5, which tells you, if nothing else, first and foremost, if you're Nick Caserio or you're a Texans fan, you got it right. Like, I know Sauce got out of the gates quicker and better than Stingley, but overall, so far for the long haul, it tells me that most people in the league, and by the way, this is ex-coaches and coaches and GMs and people around the league of significance that are basically chiming in on this to basically say, hey, look, Stingley has the respect of people in this league because he is a ball hawk and he can cover with the best in the league. So I think the first thing that stood out to me is how far Sauce has fallen and how much it's been solidified that Stingley, between the 2, that the Texans got it right by taking Stingley over Sauce.
Interestingly enough, I just for S's and G's pulled up Pro Football Focus's rankings. They have Sauce 1.
See, I don't think you can do that after the year that he didn't have last year.
I agree. And he came out, a little. I think he lost a step last year. I think he lost that, best corner in the league or up there ranking. And I think he got passed by Stingley last year. I certainly do agree with that. But they have him 1, Surtain 2, McDuffie 3, Jalen Johnson 4, and Derek Stingley 5. So again, it is somewhat subjective, and that's why I say Stingley would be a top 3, top 5 kind of guy. And it just depends on who you want to put at 2, at 3, or 4 or 5 or whatever. But I think Stingley's better than Gardner. And,
I do too.
And I'm kind of shocked
now. And I'll be the first to admit, when it came to drafting those 2 guys,
I
was
with
in
you.
the camp of Sauce because
100%.
If it's 1A, 1B, I'm going to lean with the guy that doesn't have a foot injury when how important a foot injury is to a cornerback that has to run all over the field, regardless of what you personally think about hip turn. I think that having your feet is so vital. If you're in a toss-up between 2 guys, and you can say what conference did they play and stuff like too, but the fact that Stingley didn't play for a year prior to getting drafted, that he had missed time with a foot injury that's you were still asking questions about, and that Sauce played at a very high level, I was in the camp of going to Sauce. I was wrong.
Yep.
Because
Facts.
right now, looking at it, Nick Caserio got it absolutely right.
Facts. No, I was the same way. I was like, oh shoot, I think they missed on this. This is not good. And then the first year you were like, knew it. Look at that. I was right and they were wrong. And then you got to let it play out. Yeah, and here we are a few years in now, and it's like, oh well, look at that. It appears at this point that slightly better. I mean, again, Sauce isn't like number 20 in the league or anything. He just had a down year, and it maybe this is who he's going to be, a top 5, top 6 guy, and Derek Stingley is going to be one of the 2 or 3 best corners in the league.
So Stingley last year, if you were wondering, was number 10.
Oh,
He's
wow.
moved all the way up to number 2.
Wow, 10?
And they mentioned in the write-up that while he and Sauce went back-to-back, Stingley is winning the head-to-head battle after a banner 3rd season. Now one of the NFL's highest-paid corners, is also one of the best, as he allowed only 4.9 yards per target last season, the fewest among outside corners with a minimum of 30 targets. He allowed 42 completions on 90 targets, including 18 defended, and opposing quarterbacks were 57 passer rating against him. And with and the ball production, as I mentioned, 10 interceptions, 31 passes defended since 2023 has elevated him to elite status.
Does 10 shock you? That's what he was last year?
No, not just last year. This is since 2023.
Oh, I thought you said he checked in at number 10.
10 last year was shocking. Yes.
Yeah, he was
so
ranked
the
10
fact that he's
last
moved
year.
all the way up to 2, I don't know
Wow.
if that's significant in terms of saying because of what he did just last year. But he's obviously gotten better every single year.
I think he was undervalued last year.
And I also think that from the standpoint of Surtain, where people want to kind of criticize him, he was one last year. He was one this year. And the reason why Texans fans don't need to get all up in arms on this, he's stronger this time around because he earned almost 90% of the first place votes compared to only a slightly above 50% last year. He has separated himself from the field.
Yeah.
So as good as Stingley has been, and taking nothing away from him, that's why Patrick Surtain is number 1. Right. And I get it, right? He's got the complete package: size, speed, good tackler, good ball skills, smart, instinctive. And again, on 56 targets, he was a 19.6% ball hawk rate with 11 pass deflections, 4 interceptions. And again, had 4.9. He had 5.5 allowed per target, top 5 in the league. But Stingley there too.
Yeah.
So that's 1 and 2.
Yeah.
All right, Keith wants to get in here on hold. Keith's been trying to get in here for quite a while. Keith, what do you got for us?
Hey guys, like the top 10 list. I think there's some big time names left out. Maybe if we went top 12, top 13, where do you guys see, Jair Alexander, Jalen Ramsey, and even Marlon Humphrey close or near that top 10?
Appreciate the call, Keith. Have a good weekend. Appreciate you supporting the show. Look, Jair Alexander, from personal experience, he's just been hurt too much the last 2 years. There's no doubt the skill is there. He has all the ability in the world, but until he can stay healthy and play the majority of a season, I can't put him in my top 10. I just can't. And Baltimore got him on the cheap this year compared to what he was asking Green Bay for, and he's got to prove it season to see if he can get back there. Marlon Humphreys, I think, and Jalen Ramsey, as good as they've been throughout their career, I think they've taken a step back. I think they're on the back 9 of their career. I don't think that they're the players that they once were. And for that reason, more so than the other, when you look at his list, almost every guy on this list is like 25 or younger, or in that ballpark. And I just think those two guys, not to take away from where they still are in their careers and the marvelous careers that they've had, I just don't think that they're what they once were. So therefore, I don't think they're in the top 10.
Yeah, especially with Jalen Ramsey, right? Like, if you wanted to maybe start splitting hairs about, hey, let's discuss Marlon Humphrey at 10 or 9 and replace, I don't know who 10 was, but yeah, okay, let's have that discussion.
From Seattle, I believe.
Okay, you know what I mean? Like, if we wanted to have that discussion, sure, let's talk about maybe moving Witherspoon out of 10. Okay, you know what I mean? I would be fine with that if you wanted to put.
And ironically, Witherspoon won a tiebreaker this year with Jalen Ramsey for the 10th spot.
Yeah, and so I mean, again, that's one of those things where these rankings might be split by, a few votes or a few decimal, places, not even places, but points. So, yeah, it's taking nothing away from those guys. I mean, they still have game, but I do agree with you. Jalen Ramsey, getting a little long in the tooth, and you would definitely know better than I on Jair Alexander.
I mean,
I don't
look,
watch Packer games.
He was.
I try not to. I try not to throw up all the food that I eat on Sundays.
Thank you. He was as much a pain in the ass and a load to deal with off the field as he was that he couldn't stay on the field. And I think that's why Green Bay was ready to move on, no matter how much ability he had. And at one point, not very long ago, he was paid as one of the best corners in the league. But now he reunites with his college teammate Lamar Jackson in Baltimore in a very good defense where he has a chance to shine. But he's got a lot to prove. And that's why I don't – and just health reasons alone, I don't think that's why he's not worthy of being in my top 10.
I think it's going to be interesting to see what Ramsey does now.
They got a lot of talent on that defense. I think that losing Minkah Fitzpatrick is going to be bigger than people anticipate early on. I think that adding Darius Slay and adding Jalen Ramsey and getting Watt back in the fold yesterday and knowing that they've got defensive players that can actually really disrupt. I think their defense is going to be really good. Safety is a question mark for me, but I do think that Jalen Ramsey is going to be a huge addition to the Steelers.
I swear, and I might be wrong on this, but I thought that I read somewhere that they were thinking about moving Ramsey to safety, but I was like, no, certainly not.
Yeah, I don't think he's there yet. I would
certainly not.
Yeah,
but I mean, we've seen it. It's happened plenty. We saw it here in Houston. Who was it that they moved? Oh gosh, I'm terrible with names. Kareem Jackson. Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
I mean, you get those hard-hitting corners that aren't afraid to tackle, and those are the prime candidates as they start to get a little older and lose a step. Those are the perfect guys because they understand coverage. They understand how to read quarterbacks. They understand defense, and they're the perfect guys to move back there and provide some over-the-top coverage for younger corners to step in.
I'll say the other thing, based on everything that looks like a prerequisite on this list. If Laster has another good year, Laster could be someone that's going to be right on the fringes of being a guy that should be considered for this list. I'm not saying he's going to solidify top 10, but from what you got from a guy that was supposedly too slow to play outside corner, what he did for you in his rookie season, and you talk about ball hawk and ball skills, and the cover skills, and to again how Nick got it right. Nick said, "Hey, I don't care what his 40 time is. What's he do in pads when he's got to turn and make up space?" He did everything and more. So I think that you're in such a good spot with those two guys as your outside corners that it is a huge advantage for this team.
You a Caserio fan? No,
I've never been against him.
Okay,
I think
I was in the early days when it was still that that Bill O'Brien and Jack Easterby era.
The divorce was final, but you were still
and that weird kind of that very, very early stages when it still felt like the Patriots of the South era. That's when I was like out on Nick Caserio, but I think he's done wonders to shed that and kind of become into his own.
Bothered the hell out of me when he moved and he drafted him. But at the same time, when you get your franchise quarterback and you get it right, regardless of what you think of how he got it right, things change. And then since then, the way he's done savvy contracts, the way he's drafted the last couple of years to get a starting safety, a starting corner. I mean, he's hit big on, aside from offensive linemen, he took Nico in the 3rd round. And look at what Nico turned out to be. I think he's had so many hits that it's hard to go against him.
Rank the GMs of each of the big 3 teams in the city.
Based
on what they've done over the last 2 years.
Yeah, we've done this before.
Oh, have you?
To me,
just the last 2 years, not overall. Just
I think Dana's 3rd.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think that it's between.
So y'all did it for just the last 2 years?
Not just for the last 2 years, but just the 3 general managers in this city.
Oh, see, I'm just talking about just 2023 to 2025. Just what they've done in this 2 years, because for each of these teams, it's kind of been a different kind of pivotal moment, right? For different reasons. Stroud era, right?
But you're not.
transitional
Stroud doesn't
era.
fall into that window you're talking about.
Yeah.
No, because he came and then you have the last 2 years.
Right, but I mean, what you've built around him with D'Amico.
Oh,
and
but I'm saying
Cal
if I'm
taking over.
comparing those two,
But I'm
look,
saying like what they've built around him with
again,
D'Amico,
the same
right?
thing that I said about Nick, I could say about Stone and the fact that
right.
he got the picks right, but he didn't have any other
But
picks
then what
to
they
make.
built with the 2 years, right? So last year and then the year before, because you kind of had that
I think-
precursor to building last year, and then of course the Astros and their transition. So you're still sticking with that?
I think
Dana
Stone.
third.
I think Stone is just a skosh above Nick Caserio.
Okay, interesting. I would not have guessed you would have said
know that.
But I am.
But
One,
you-
I'm proud of you.
You got Kevin
and
Durant, and you
two,
didn't have to give up as much as they said you were supposed to
Yep.
get up. You made savvy deals to lock up guys before their time that turned out, as much as I hated it when he did it with Jalen and or Devin, Dylan Brooks, you unloaded them for Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
And you didn't have to give up the majority of the young players you drafted. And whether the draft picks fell into your lap or you took them or traded for them, I think he's played all his cards right to the point where it's hard to argue. I think to me it's Stone and then it's Nick. And like I said, it's razor thin. It's close. And then I think that Dana's third.
Okay, interesting.
What about you?
Man, I think I would have to go Nick Caserio first.
Okay.
And then I would go I'd probably go Stone second and Dana third. And the reason I have Dana third, I think he's done a great job, but that system has just kind of been able to maintain itself, right? It's kind of plug and play almost. And Dana's a great scout, but that system has kind of run itself. But Nick was handed a mess. And, he's really fixed an awful situation that he was given. But same thing with Stone, but like you said, some of these moves and the fact that he held true and it's easy. It would have been easy to do what the Rockets of old were, but he didn't. He stayed the course, and that's really hard to do. You know that,
Yep.
especially in the NBA.
Yep.
So props to him.
All right, there you go. We got one segment to go before we turn it over to your weekend. That would mean it is time for the car wreck of the day. If you got a car wreck of the day for us, 713-780-3776. Call us, text us, hit it up on social media. Car wreck of the day comes up next on the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. Hey, we're back. Final segment of the show. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. As lights, camera, action, we've got car wreck of the day. Brian, I don't know if you have one or not. Barry, I don't know if you have one or not. I'll start. Samantha, our internet guru, for the fact that I was driving here today.
Yeah.
And I got a text from a former employee here who said, "Hey, I didn't know you were on Love Island." And I said, "I'm sorry." And she goes, "Oh, evidently you haven't seen it." And I said, "Seen what?" She's like, "Oh, it's all over the internet. You guys posted it. They made you into a Love Island character." Unbeknownst to me, I'm like, "Okay, Sam, after I do all the extra stuff, I do your little TikTok videos, the thanks I get is you're going to put us all on Love Island."
Put who on Love Island?
Oh, they took all of our pictures, which I found out once I got here. And they superimposed our heads on Love Island bodies.
You and
Granado and Lance and Jeremy and everybody.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's good times.
No, it's not.
I'm glad I'm not included in that.
Yeah. No, it's not. So that would be my car wreck of the day.
Oh, wow.
Brian, you got one?
I'll nominate having to talk about John Singleton in 2025.
Dang it! Brian, you stole mine.
Well, then I
Well, you
guess
should
we
have
know
jumped
what's
in earlier.
winning.
Yeah. Well, I was trying to be a gentleman, ladies first, but.
Oh.
Why'd you go to me?
See, Brian, you caught a stray. Yikes. Well, I guess if you guys are both going that direction, then I'm outnumbered, and that means John Singleton is your winner. Barry, thank you. Can't thank you enough.
Oh,
Always
thanks for having me,
a
man.
phenomenal time when you fill in. Jeremy will be
Always
back
a
on
blast.
Monday. You guys have yourself a safe weekend. Have a good time. Be careful and come back and see us on Monday on the Killer Bees. Brian, thanks for doing all the hard work back at the station. We'll talk to you again on Monday, everybody. Have a great weekend, Houston.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.